Welcome in everybody to the One-Win Dota 2 Spring Series. We're going to get started here with some great teams over the next 4 days, getting involved here to get that grand prize of $50,000 at the top and then working our way down. I'm going to be joined by some great talent over the next few days as well. Joining me here today, it's going to be Aries and Bo1. Boys, how are you doing this morning?
Very good, mate. It should be exciting. We've got some really good teams to entertain us with some incredible Dota, so yeah, very happy.
Yeah, me too. You know, it was kind of short notice for me to be casting this tournament, and then I look at the teams. I'm like, damn, this is insane. We have Liquid, we have teams that usually wouldn't even be playing the same region. So I think it's awesome to have this tournament going on. But first game, 1-win versus Entity. How do you guys feel about it?
Yeah, I was going to ask you. Well, that's my job, Bowie. But yeah, I'm going to ask you guys about it because getting through into this one, 1-win are a new team coming through here. They're a new up-and-comer. So 6 months ago in the Clemson's roster, moving through to 1-win. Not a lot of people would have heard about them, but they've been a rising star coming into this one. You know, they've come from pretty much being unheard of to getting into land, attending an event. So Entity, a bit more of an established team. So how are you feeling between these two teams? Aries, I'll ask you because Bowie's already taken the question from my lips, but between these two teams, do you have a favorite coming into this first match?
I think it's a big question mark on who's going to be able to perform in the first series. I mean, I think the most important thing you got to keep in mind, it's a best of one. Like anything can happen in best of ones. I do think Entity, maybe recently, of course, there was just a qualifier going on for Elite League where they went through the upper bracket, looked very clean. Still, this is a relatively newish team with like no one and DM coming in to join the trio that's been there for a long time now. And for 1-win, this is just some young guns. They qualified to Birmingham, which is exciting for them. Now they get to play up against some incredible teams as well. So I personally think Entity maybe have a slight edge, but really I didn't get to watch many of 1-win's games in those Birmingham qualifiers, but I've heard they are a very exciting team to watch.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how far they can go as well. And Bowie, just looking at this roster, like Aries has been saying, a little bit unheard of. So what do you think happens here for Entity? Because there's not a lot of tape for them to study. So how do you approach this team as the more known team? How do you approach this game?
Yeah, I mean, I think at least looking at the teams that were playing more recently, 1-win, they played Dream League, right? They didn't really get good results there. But I feel like they definitely learned a lot. They were playing against teams that they were just not. It was not a level they were comfortable, or at least that they played before. And I think they are coming. Like their trajectory is going up. Whereas for Entity, they were very confidently getting qualified to tournaments back in the day last year. And I think with this new roster, they haven't really found their stride. So in a way, even though just looking at the players, I think Entity is supposed to be the favorites. I just have a feeling that maybe, especially because this is a BO1, that 1-win or the old Clemson's could actually be taking this.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that's going to go. Like I say, over the next 4 days, we do have some great teams joining us as well. We just saw the lineup there. It's going to be Team Liquid, Entity, 1-win, Mouse, Team Spirit, Liga Team, as well as Virtus Pro and PSG Quest. So a great mix of teams, as well as, like you said, a few regions there that we don't get to see play against each other all that often outside of the event. So being able to do this, online, it's going to be, I think, a really great one to watch. Aries coming into this event as well. Who are you looking at as the favorites to sweep it all? Who are you really backing here in the 1-win Spring Series?
I think it definitely is hard to look past Spirit. I mean, you just probably let's chuck that name out there early on and be like, yeah, Spirit are probably a team that everyone's looking at. How are Liquid going to be able to perform? Because there was some pretty disappointing results at Dream League, and again, there's some potential question marks. Like VP, I'm just waiting for this team to really get the ball rolling. Like we've seen that this team can look incredible at TI in particular. You know, that showing there was a great placement. They've had glimpses of hope as well in, you know, some recent tournaments. Unfortunately, in Dream League, they just missed out on making it into groups 2, you know, through those tiebreakers. So definitely, I would start with Spirit and Liquid, but I can see a lot of teams. There are a couple underdog stories here, definitely.
Yeah, and yeah, like you say, that Team Liquid not performing at Dream League. Bowie, how do you think they're going to try and bounce back here? Because it was a little bit disappointing for them coming through and not getting into the top places. So as a team, you know, how do you kind of mentally prepare for something like this? You know, and try and bounce back from just a few days ago being knocked out at Dream League.
Yeah, I mean, I think both Liquid and Spirit, Liquid for sure didn't perform to the level we expected, but I think for Spirit, they got a lot of really good results recently. I don't think they you can say that like they underperformed that much. At the level of play has increased quite a bit, and Falcons are looking incredible. But for Liquid, I feel like they in general have a really bad history with Dream League. They never really performed that well there, so I'm not sure how much I can really like consider those results. And also they've been playing a lot, right? Even after TI, it felt like they never stopped playing. There were so many tournaments, and this year it's even crazier. They because they actually got eliminated pretty quickly, I think they had time to rest. So I think if I would have to choose my top 2, I would probably say Liquid and VP here. I think VP is the underdogs for me. They are very, very good. They performed pretty decently at TI, and they live kind of in the shadows of Team Spirit. But just like Liquid were maybe tired during Dream League, I also feel like Spirit, they play just as many tournaments, if not more, than Liquid.
Yeah, so we're going to rule off. It's just going to be the Dream League curse, I guess, here for Team Liquid. Looking at the roster, we've got Entity on the screen just now, and again, Entity trying to establish themselves as one of those top-tier Western European teams. You know, they've been able to get through qualifiers, but just not able to make that extra step up here. So one of the teams, again, I mean, every team, like Harry said, we're going to be keeping an eye on every team, and every team has the chance to win it here. But Entity, yeah, they just want to prove themselves up against some of the top teams, some of the best teams here in the Western European, Eastern European region, and PSG here as well. So you look at Entity's chances coming into this one. They are going to be starting off against 1win. Like I say, they've not got a lot of data here. Maybe got some recent matches from qualifiers, but coming into this, Entity, they've looked good, they've looked strong. Like I said, they qualified for Elite League here as well, so they do have that momentum coming in. I'm interested to see how they're going to play here, and like I say, up against 1win as our first match. So between the two teams, I've gone for 1win, you know, on my predictions, but trying to split it between the two, it's so close between the two teams. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this first team are going to play. Touching on the rest of the teams that are going to be taking part here as well. I say VP and Liga. You know, Liga, they've kind of gone through a bit of a restructure, you know, a rework in terms of the roster. So with Ramses leading the squad here, it's been a little bit disappointing in recent qualifiers. But Aries, how do you think they're going to play coming into this one? Because it is a little bit, like I say, it's a new team. So what do you expecting from Liga going into the event here?
Definitely. Again, I think they're a team that can take some victories, but I would say they're probably someone I have on the bottom end of the spectrum in regards to like the tier list between all the other teams. But you know, we'll see. Ramses and Rabel, at least your 1 and 2 have played together in the past. Maybe you have some countryship with the 4 and 5, Pantaman and 1J being both from Belarus. So I don't know. Look, let's see how these guys can perform. I'm very excited. There were some, like you said, roster shuffles. I mean, previously with Liga in some of the qualifiers, you know, you made it into the grand finals. Unfortunately, you got 3-0'd, and I think, you know, on those teams you had some pretty solid members as well. Like Kasane moved over. I think Immersion was there, even like Kiyotaka. But you're not seeing these names on the screen currently. So, like you said, just led by Ramses, and we'll see. I definitely do put them lower in the pack. Bowie, do you agree as well?
Yeah, I think so. To me, they're a team that if they snowball, if they get really good results, they can maybe kind of feed off of that. But it feels like when they start getting into kind of a bad series of results, it's hard for them to bounce back. I don't feel like they're a team that can get a bad start and recover. But, you know, you never know. I think there's a lot of question marks in this tournament because of roster shuffles. Even PSG Quest also had a kind of a change, right? I'm very curious to see how Liga is going to perform, but I agree. I would put them like maybe in the middle of the pack, maybe bottom. I feel like One Win and Mouse, they have a lot to prove. I think Clemson when they were playing those qualifiers, when they were grinding the tier 1.5 teams, they were looking really, really good. Dream League was kind of a wake-up call to them as like, yeah, we have to, there's like more that we need to improve on. And I think Mouse is going through the same thing. So to me, they're the bottom for me so far. I think One Win and Mouse have the most to prove. But I think Liga, they're not that far from those two teams. And I would put them like maybe third in the bottom. And then everyone else, I'm honestly very curious to see how it's going to unfold. Because I was a big PSG Quest. Ever since Amar left, they feel a bit lost. They ended up going for another shuffle. So probably put PSG and Liga also together, and then the top four really to me is kind of a toss. Obviously Spirit and Liquid, they have the most brand recognition, but you know, I couldn't see Entity taking it all. I could see VP showing up real strong. It really is going to be interesting to watch, especially with BO1s, right? I think anything can happen.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? That if you don't get a good start, you are going to be coming in. It's going to be fairly rough that you immediately drop down to that loser's game. So it is a modified GSL format. Everybody's going to be playing best of ones today. And Aries, how do you kind of prefer for a best of one? Because there literally are no second chances here in the matches coming up today.
I think just try and be as consistent as you can in at least a lot of areas. You make sure you have some drafts where you don't. But the issue is you just don't. Try not to make mistakes. It's as simple as that. I mean, best of one, it's very easy to be punished. You know, we've seen in the past, TI, where some people are getting, last pick Huskard, for example, and, cheese is still a very big thing at the moment in Dota. So, I mean, it's just, I'd say maybe play a little bit more safe with some of your drafts. Just go for some standard, a lot of stuns line up, easy team fighting execution with your ability to be able to take towers and objectives and just the way to play the map. Because if you do go for a draft that's like all in, then you're very timing dependent. Otherwise, you lose a couple fights. It can be a bit difficult. Now, there are teams without a doubt that can execute though, and they're the high echelon teams, and the Spirits and the Liquids. So, but that's with best of ones, it's very hard to prepare. You just got to trust your own gameplay, honestly.
Okay, and moving through, so looking at PSG Quest, like we said, there's been a couple of changes here over the last few months. Coming in, the newest member to Kala, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to fit together as a team. And, what are you expecting from PSG Quest? Because they have been playing in the MENA region here as well, so not playing up against the Eastern European, the Western European teams. Do you think they're going to have some surprises up their sleeve? Or, like you say, just trusting their draft coming into this one? Are they just looking to be playing the standard Dota in this first best of one that they've got coming up today?
Yeah, I sure hope so. They have been playing, as you said, the MENA region, but I think they probably scream Europe a lot, so they should be fairly comfortable playing against these teams. One thing that we actually didn't talk about that I was honestly expecting to happen earlier is the patch, right? Like this tournament's gonna last for what, 4 days? 5 days? There's a pretty big chance that the patch drops in between, so that's an even bigger question mark of things that could happen. I sure hope we get a patch. When it's gonna happen though, I'm not sure. But yeah, for PSG Quest, I feel like the offlane was a big thing for them. Amar, like we can see how Falcons is looking really good, and obviously it's not only Amar. But I hope that Quest finds themselves, because I'm a big T2000 fan, big Noob fan, and they've been trying really hard, and like that region is incredibly powerful because Falcons, they're just taking everything, not only the region but international tournaments. So it's kind of hard to gauge exactly how good Quest is because they didn't play those international tournaments. They could be like 1% weaker than Falcon and still like sweep the whole thing. But because they didn't really get to play internationally, I'm not sure how much of a difference Ducalis is gonna be, performing, especially because it's a pretty recent change as well. So God knows how much they got to scrim.
Yeah, I think he's from what I remember, he's like top 15 rank. So that is a position 5 is pretty goddamn crazy. I mean, you don't have as many position 5s as mechanically skilled as the Carlos is, and I think there's a lot of motivation for PSG as well. There was some harsh words, you could say, from the Hawk, their ex-coach, who came out and kind of made a bit of a Reddit post about the lack of discipline and motivation for PSG, the members in particular in the qualifiers, and saying they were kind of slacking off a little bit. And dude, PSG just left LGD and went to Quest. This is a big organization. Like, you want to have that backing. It's so important, just, you know, financially, and to make everything easier, to not as much stress behind the scenes, so you can worry about just purely Dota. So not only do they want to kind of prove the Hawk wrong, you just got a new roster, of course, DeCarlos coming in, but you want to also prove to your sponsor and the organization as well that you have what it takes. So I definitely think they're going to be coming in with a lot of motivation, I should say, this time.
Okay, and yeah, looking at the first match, you know, it is going to be up against Liquid. So if you do want to prove that you are one of the best, you know, what better way to do it than coming up one of the best teams in Western Europe? So we'll see how they are going to go on for the rest of the event, and hopefully they will be able to go the distance. And I have to say that about every team, you know, unfortunately, you know, you can't, not everyone can go. Looking at the other teams here as well, we've already touched on it, but Mouse, you know, it is I can't say a new roster because it is Team Tickle or ex-Team Tickles. You know, they've come through now. It is going to be the new roster on Mouse. But what are you looking at happening here? Because I've been watching them the past few days. I've seen some really good spots, but, you know, not really you know, at the tippy top of their game here. So this best of one, you know, it is going to be something where they've got to prove. But what are we looking at here for Team Mouse against Team Spirit? What are we, literally the Spirit Dragon versus the Mouse? What are we expecting here from Team Mouse in the one-win Spring Series?
I mean, we cast a lot of Mouse in the last couple of days, and I gotta say, I mean, they're looking solid considering the level of play they were seeing, right? They were playing against Tier 1.5 Europe as well. Getting here, though, I think it's a big step up in the level of challenge they're going to be facing. I think because the group stage is a Bo1, they might have a slight boost and advantage because of it. You know, you can get a cheese draft, you can get some interesting things going on in that sense. But yeah, I mean, they're going to have to prove that they can do it, because, you know, there were games where they decisively get wins and it's over in 30 minutes, but they also got some weird drafts sometimes where they put themselves in like really weird positions. I think they are very good, but, you know, this is the top of the top that they're competing with. So because it's only 50% of the teams are going to advance, it's I just looking at Group B, kind of hard not to go with Entity Spirit, honestly.
Yeah, I think just to speak a little bit more on Mouse as well, they have some heroes they're very comfortable on. I think, you know, Bengen, Shadow Demon in particular with the qualifiers recently in Elite League. I mean, Narman with his Tiny. Supreme really likes his like tempo controlling heroes. They play a lot of the Leshrac. Olnet doesn't have the greatest hero pool as it carries, so I think that is definitely one big concern where you're a little bit limited. I mean, we're going to be very lucky. Hopefully Milan can panel or cast at least one of the Mouse games, because of course he just played it up against him in the Western Europe qualifiers as well, so he would be able to give a lot of insight into his opinion on Mouse currently. But they're a team with like very high skill ceiling, but again, I do think they don't have as many strats at the moment. So if a couple of heroes that get banned out, then you know, that's maybe where their drafts start to look a little weird.
I think Force's Primal Beast as well, the games where he get to play the Primal Beast, even when they first pick it, they look amazing. But if he's forced into like a Beastmaster here that's a bit weirder or out of meta, you can definitely see the difference in how the early game and how they kind of transition that into the mid game. Own It, I think he has a couple of heroes that he's really good at, but it also feels like when their safe lane goes poorly, it feels like their side lanes are some. I feel like Supreme has been the core that's most stable for them. I feel like he actually relies the least on the hero pool than Force and Own It. I feel like I've seen games where Force and Own It, they pop off, but it's kind of relying on one or two heroes that can be banned, especially now with the Neo draft phase that we have. But I'm honestly being very impressed with Supreme. I think he got a lot of flack when he was playing for Alliance, and to me, he improved quite a bit in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I think those two, like Supreme along with Bengen, I mean, they're on trial, right? We're going to keep that in mind. Like the other three, they're locked in with the roster of Mouse, but these are two that you'd love to be able to secure the position there, because I mean, Mouse just also released, I'm pretty sure there's a crazy new esports some studio, whatever they're setting up in Hamburg. So the offices there are going to be incredible. I know they're already set up, so you'd love to be playing in like the top of the line stuff for Bengen and Supreme as well. So I'd also agree. I think the qualifiers I casted recently in the Elite League, Supreme looked really, really good. So very excited to see if he's going to be able to continue with that momentum.
Yeah, and finally, we've touched on them a bit, but just talking about Virtus Pro, last year in the DPC, they were consistently 4th place there behind Nine Pandas, Spirit, as well as BetBoom, who made that little trio of the Eastern European teams. But Virtus Pro, literally every DPC, they only lost to those 3 teams and then won every other single series. So looking very consistent. We've talked about their TI placement here as well, how well they did last year coming through. What do they need to do, Aries, to step up here, to be able to compete with the big boys? Is it just that consistency? Because for me, them sticking together as a roster, it's just a great sign for me. I love to see them, even though it didn't completely go their way. But how do they now make that next step up?
I'd say you just got to unfortunately continue the grind. I mean, play a lot of games, keep the mechanical skill up. As long as you do have the communication still there, and you're led by an incredible captain in FNG as well. Obviously, he has a lot of belief in the players, the fact they're still together. And we have seen this. We've seen this team. They have showcased their talent. Again, at TI, they had a pretty good showing recently. They had some pretty good showings at Dream League. Unfortunately, not making it through those tiebreakers. But we see glimpses of what this team, the capability of this team. But yeah, consistency might definitely be one of the things that's lacking, and sometimes that is always there for a younger team.
Yeah, and Bowie, that's like Aries was saying, we've got 2 21-year-olds, a 20-year-old, FNG and Sayush leading the team here. Sayush at 26 and FNG, the ancient leader at 28 years old. It makes me feel ancient at 33 being in esports, all these young kids running around. But as a young roster, sticking together like this, how much of an impact do you think the older players are going to have on them? You'll be able to guide them through and these tournaments, just being able to improve as a young core.
I mean, I think it really helps. They also have G as a coach, so even though they have very young players, I think the actual core of ideas and the core of how the game is supposed to be played is actually based on a lot of experience and players that have been in this game for a long time. And I mean, as Ayers just said, it really is a question of maybe patch, but also just grinding and eventually finding a playstyle that suits them. Because when they're playing TI, if I'm not wrong, they had the highest sum MMR of all the teams that were playing there. I think they actually got a pretty decent result, considering that, as you said, they were behind or usually overshadowed by almost every other Eastern European team, the DPC. They were always like kind of grinding that last spot into the qualifiers. So I think they honestly had a good showing. But yeah, we'll see if this year is going to be looking a bit better for them. I do feel like they improved a lot. I feel like Squadix has, he, to me, also is one of the players improved the most. I also really like how Sayuch has increased his hero pool a little bit. But I do feel like they should at least advance to the second stage of the tournament. Whether they're going to be, in the top 4, I think it's we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, and looking at their results, they did come 9th, 10th, 9th, 12th over the Dream League Season 22, BetBoom Dachi there as well. So just looking at, again, maybe because of the lack of games coming into this year, that they're a little bit less warmed up than the rest of the team. So hopefully they are going to be able to kick on here, coming through into the 1-win Spring Series. But again, it is a bit of a risky series for every team because it is a modified GSL format, which means every team today will be playing that best of 1, and then it is going to be best of 1s into knockouts tomorrow, best of 3s to follow up there as well in the decider match. And Aries, it is a little bit more, like I say, it is do or die here. How do you think the teams as a whole just react to this? Because you do have to be on the top of your game from the get-go. How much pressure does it put on the teams from the very start?
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's going to be a little bit of pressure with best of 1s. You'd hope all these teams at this stage are somewhat accustomed to it. I'm overall glad that we're not getting as many best of 1s anymore, because I think it does make, at least there's always this big question mark and the potential outlier, and it could be a draft lost, unfortunately. I mean, so execution needs to come down to it. But I feel like at the end of the day, they're going to be relatively prepared and as best as they can for a lot of these best of 1s. So but you can't make mistakes early on, so we'll see.
Yeah, and so looking at the draft, we, like I say, Bowie mentioned before, unfortunately, we still haven't had that patch yet. So we're going to be looking at some of the consistent pickups, I think, that we've been seeing the past few days. Moving through into what you actually expect. So we are going to be able to take a look at the schedule, starting us off through Group A. It is going to be Liga versus Virtus Pro, and then Team Liquid versus PSG Quest. Liga versus Virtus Pro, they have played each other fairly recently, and I do believe, looking at results, Virtus Pro have taken every single win out of I think it's the past 3 or 4 matchups here. So Liga, something to prove here with this new roster. So Virtus Pro got to be confident coming into this first series for them though, right, Bowie?
Yeah, I think so. They had their number for a while, and it feels like Liga, right, constantly trying to change things. Obviously, if you keep doing the same thing, expecting different results, you're probably not gonna be very successful at that. But they didn't still find what they were missing. With this new roster change, I do feel like Liga is looking slightly better. And because it's a BO1, right, there's obviously a chance that they could squeeze a win. But, since we are talking about these two teams, do you feel like Group A is stronger than Group B? Like, just looking at the overall power of the teams?
Yes. Yeah, I'd say Group A maybe slightly, but we don't have much information to go off for a lot of these teams. I feel like that's really the big issue at the moment, where like I don't really know how this new PSG Quest lineup's going to look. How is Mao's going to shape up versus some more tier 1 teams. Because against Entity as well, they did just play Entity very recently, and they're in the same group as well in Group B, and they kind of got demolished by them, 2-0 victory. So I would say Group A is like slightly stronger, but not by much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to me that is the biggest question, whether Mouse is going to be able to stand up to someone like Entity. It does feel like, to me, Group B has like one clear favorite on Spirit, and then not really a toss-up, but there's definitely a chance that in a BO1 you could see Mouse or OneWin taking a game out of Entity. But when I look at Group A, kind of hard not to see Liquid and Virtus Pro being the favorites, although, as I said, PSG Quest with the Ducali's change could also impress us.
Yeah, and looking between these two groups, like you say, Team Spirit being the I don't want to say clear favorites. No, I do. I kind of want to say clear favorites in Group B, but it is still all up for grabs. We saw the prize pool breakdown. So if you do rock that first place, you're going to get yourself $50,000 on the board, $30,000 for second place, $15,000 for third, and $5,000 here for fourth place. And we see how Group A is going to break down. So it's going to be, moving through. You get this best of one coming through to get that chance to move, the chance of survival. Group B as well, going to be on the screen, and so winners move through into a winners match, losers drop down into a losers match, and after that you will have your deciders match moving through, and a best of 3s in the deciders match. That is the only best of 3 for the teams to play here in this early group stages, because winners, losers, it's going to be best of 1s, and if you don't perform on the losers, you're out. And the teams, the pressure there, like you say, playing into this one, the teams that don't get a lot of access to this, maybe the one winning your mouse, that they haven't played too many games recently, the pressure is going to be on for them. But you don't want to go down into that losers. Everyone wants to be performing here. So as we get ready for this first game between OneWin and Entity, that is going to be on everyone's mind. And moving through from this series, like I say, we've talked about the groups, we talked about everything, but now let's talk about the heroes that we are going to be expected to see, because we don't have this patch. So are you expecting any surprises? Like, say, are you expecting the cheese? We're going to get a full line of maybe the Huskar, the Arc Warden, the Meepo and Tinker coming out? Or do you think teams are going to be playing the more standard drafts coming into this?
Do you think it'll still be some of the more standard drafts? Maybe when I think in regards to the cheese, we might see, like, if a puck is picked up early on, some teams are picking Sniper later in the draft, and like Huskar to address it in particular with the lane. So I think if we're going to get cheese, it's just some of those like really, really favorable lane matchups in particular. But I think it'll relatively be just your stock standard heroes. Some of the offlaners are still very strong at the moment, where a lot of teams are putting priority on first phasing them, whether it be your Timber, your DK, your Centaur, your Mars as well. Supports are still very good, where you can pick early on, Crystal Maiden Techies, for example. So I can't imagine the teams will deviate too much away from the meta.
Yeah, I think looking at OneWin, I feel like they they're pretty interesting with some of their picks. Like they are one of the teams that are still playing Ember. I feel like that hero, before the mid player buff was like obviously very, very powerful, maybe a little bit overtuned. Entity though, they haven't really played Ember in the last 3 months. They also don't play Mars, so I think those two are pretty interesting. But they do play Meepo, so if you're talking about cheese, you definitely have to be careful about that Meepo popping up in the later portions of the draft.
Yeah, I know we're getting a lot of the Watson Meepo. It's just a question like later in the draft and how good is it really at the moment as well, even after some of those nerfs. I was casting very recently with Lizard, and he actually still feels like the Meepo situationally is quite strong. Of course, it very much depends on who he's going up against. So you will see. It's definitely not on everyone's mind where you have to like first face ban it, thank God. But potentially Watson might pull it out.
And do you think we're going to be seeing any Chens today? Because I've been looking through recent events, just every single event, Chen, 89% ban rate, 85% ban rate, 90% ban rate. What is making this hero so good? And do you think any team's going to be able to sneak it through into their drafts?
So just to answer your question, Entity has 100% win rate with Chen last 3 months, and one win has 75%. So I think giving away Chen, you have to be so much confident to do that. And because there was no changes in the patch, because it still feels like Doom. Like sure, he's still powerful, but he doesn't seem to be that champ counter he used to be. We see like more aggressive builds with less points in Devour. I doubt we're gonna see Chen, especially in a BO1. You have to be crazy to actually let that through.
And if you go through the rosters as well, like there are some crazy Chen players here. I mean, Fishman, Insania, Baposhka, FNG. That's enough. Like that's like almost. I can imagine every single position 5. That's kind of one of the heroes that. His concept in Dota is very unique, and if some of the numbers on Chen are overtuned, then he's always going to be super strong, and we're kind of seeing that with the numbers at the moment. I mean, still, his armor just gives a ridiculous amount level 1. So, yeah, Chen. Hopefully, we don't see too much because it's very, very strong.
Yeah, and like you say, it seems like every single player has a way to get in the draft. So maybe we won't be seeing it. The bans will be coming up, but on the screen we've got the QR code. So guys, don't forget you can subscribe to. Well, definitely get yourself following the Twitch to make sure that you know when the events are going along. But you can subscribe to all the social media there as well on the QR code in the bottom of the screen. Make sure you are following along to see every one win event when it does go live, because there's going to be some amazing action this year coming up, and I can't wait to get started here. So we're going to see as we've got the Russian talent predictions on the screen. Bit of an even split here, and there we are. There's us as well. Yeah, it's okay. Only me and Milan believing in one win. Boys, come on, explain yourselves.
Well, I mean, I just feel like Entity, even though they're not having the greatest results, I feel like they played this level of teams way more than one win. I think one win, they're kind of the new kids on the block. They're kind of getting used to this type of tournament, to this type of level of play. In a BO1, I agree that I might look like a fool, but I think I would guess Entity 6 out of 10, 6 out of 10 times takes this.
Yeah, I think it's hard to go away from just the raw talent that Entity have on their team. So. Yeah, I'm happy for one win to prove me wrong, honestly, because again, I've heard some very exciting stuff from other people saying that this is a team that is very, very fun to watch. But yeah, I just feel like the raw power from Entity is probably going to be a bit much for them.
Okay, no, I get it. They're a little bit of a known factor, so yeah, I can see why you're backing it. I'm a bit of a hipster, and when they were the Clemside team, I was watching them in open qualifiers, I was watching them close qualifiers, and it was just, to me, I was like, yeah, it's only a matter of time before they do hit the big stage. And so for me, one win, I just have to bandwagon a little bit coming into this one. Like I say, I'm a little bit of a hipster on my predictions, and we'll see if they are going to be able to move through. I think we're just about getting ready for the draft to come into this one now as well. So we'll see how it is going to go in game number 1. But overall, yeah, I'm looking forward to this event as well. And another thing as well that we're seeing this year, I was a little bit worried coming in. The lack of DPC, I thought, it's going to be a bit of barren year. But we've got so many events popping up. The teams are getting so much experience coming through into this one. So I'm excited to see how the rest of the year is going to go. And we've had, we're only coming into the middle of March now. We've had so so many events, and this has just been such a nice feeling. So yeah, hopefully we're going to be seeing more and more of these teams going forward and seeing how they are going to be able to play and prepare, and how they are going to be able to actually get through into events. And these events popping up, it's just been absolutely amazing coming into this one. But again, the 1-win spring series coming up now, like I say, it's going to be first place, a $50,000 prize pool for all the teams, and just getting involved into this one, it's some great experience for the teams here as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how everyone is going to play. But breakdown on predictions overall, like I say, we're coming in, Team Spirit, Team Liquid are the favorites, but what are you expecting middle of the pack, down to the lower end? What are you expecting to see over the course of the event?
I think like after we're past the group stages, so my prediction would be Spirit Entity, Liquid VP. After this phase, and we actually start to get the BO3s, I would expect Spirit to actually get to the grand finals, and then probably, I think Spirit VP finals would be pretty high. But I want to believe in the Liquid, in the Liquid, in the story here. I think they've been looking a bit shaky recently, and I do hope they're gonna come with force. They probably had some time to rest as well. So probably Liquid Spirit finals, and then go on.
I was going to say, do you want me to sell you on Liquid? I can sell you on Liquid if you want.
Please.
I'm ready to do it. All right, so I listened to a little bit of the podcast, Caps podcast, before we got into this one, and your Insane was talking about potentially they're getting a bit too lazy maybe. And I see they're starting to play a lot of ranked games. I'm seeing everyone's queuing up. Insane is streaming a bunch. I'm seeing Boxy in ranked games. Seeing 33 playing a bunch of games as well. And I can blitz he's cracked the whip. It's come out. He said enough is enough. You guys, you're not playing good enough. What the hell's going on? We're getting dropped down in Dream League. You're pretty much last place. This is unacceptable. And now, I mean, this is kind of they're playing in a tournament where honestly I wouldn't really expect them to be in a tournament like this. They usually are pretty like low key. They'll play very, very big tournaments and then they'll kind of just chill. But I think there is a lot of motivation now with they're absolutely sick of getting second places. You have 33 come in, so you want to even perform better now. So I think something's about to change, and I think we're going to see Liquid perform very well at this tournament.
Yeah, that's a great argument. That participation of Liquid in a tournament that's not a LAN, first of all, is probably indication enough that they are really serious about this. So, all right, this actually gives me even more confidence in calling them to be in the finals. I feel like this is going to be really interesting to watch. In the BO1 phase, I want to see offlane meepos from Liquid. I feel like we actually cast a couple of offlane meepos this week, Rob, and to me, that's kind of a role for meepo that is underexplored. I think there's like a couple of players that do it, right? Extreme. Is it Extreme Gaming that plays it?
Yeah, JT, yeah.
Yeah. So I really want to see some wonky stuff from 33. Hopefully, we're gonna get that. Obviously, it's not the match that we're gonna have it right now, but they will play later in the day, and very, very happy to see Liquid play.
Yeah, I mean, they have some unique strategies, right? Where they were like the only team running this offlane Alchemist that Devin Darcher, and no one else was really doing the offlane Alchemist. I must say, I can't remember if there was a letter patch since Darcher, so I have a feeling like he was nerfed a little bit, but with 33 coming, this is a team that's always going to have some crazy stuff cooking, so we will see. Hopefully the gameplay will sell you on Liquid instead, but everyone else, I mean, we can maybe look at that first series in particular with 1-win and Entity. We'll see how these boys are going to be able to perform there overall, but it should be exciting between the two. I really wonder though who's favored in regards to like first pick, second pick, because it seems like teams have been starting to work out what the preference is.
And we are going to be able to get ourselves into the draft, and we'll see already bans on the board. Lifestealer, Tiny, the Timbersaw, Batrider, and the Chen. Unfortunately, no Chen here in this first best of one. But surprising that Entity going to be first ban in this Lifestealer here, Aries. Is this, is it such a strong hero that it is worth that first ban, or is it just because it is a best of one that you want to take that hero out?
They have first pick, right? So they're probably going to Centaur with the first pick, I imagine. Yeah. I think they have first pick, so I don't know. This hero is very, very strong right now. It's just a lot of the offlane heroes being strength and they're super tanky. Your lifesteal matchup is always going to be great into them. You got buffed up a lot, like indirectly from some of the item builds, with Radiance getting buffed, with Sunj getting buffed. So I think, Sunj and Yasha. I really, Helbert is actually not a dead item anymore as well. It matches up quite well versus Fen, who's very strong at the moment. So there's just a lot on why I think lifesteal is very good at the moment, but I have to imagine they're going to first pick some like strength offlaner with the lifesteal ban.
Yeah, I think the gas of the center. Oh. First pick Terrorblade. Okay, I was gonna say, I think they're probably gonna go for the Centaur, and it would be nice for 1-win because they play Mars. So, usually the counter that we see against that hero, but just first pick Terrorblade like that. You do have the option of the flex, right? The support Terrorblade is growing in popularity here. Do you guys feel, has Kataomi played it actually? I'm not entirely sure.
This guy likes his weird stuff. I think Kataomi will definitely be able to play. But you also seem like a person, I know you put out a lot of content and this weird unique stuff. I feel like Terrorblade kind of goes down your wheelhouse. Have you actually like experimented with position 4 Terrorblade? Because I need someone to sell me on it, because I was covering some qualified games and TB4 felt like he didn't really have a lot of impact.
So at least like the last 2 weeks, I've been so busy, I barely got to play Dota, but I've watched a couple of games and I have mixed feelings. As you said, I love new technologies. I love when players kind of try and bend what's acceptable and what's not. I'll give it a 6 out of 10. I like the effort. I'm not sure it's that good, but yeah, I mean, if you can first pick it and still give it to Watson later, if it is a good Terrorblade game, it might be worth it. That said, if you're going to play support Terrorblade into a Primal Beast, good luck. I think that's probably one of the supports that, I mean, even as a core, I think this is a really bad matchup. And the fact that they gave away Primal, I feel like this hero is somehow underrated, even though it was like incredibly powerful just a couple of patches ago. And I don't think he got nerfed that much. Only hard, right? I think that was the item that this hero used to build that got nerfed the most. But with the new Eternal Shroud, that's pretty much like hard 2.0 for him.
Yeah, and just to add on to the Terrorblade, I've had a friend that's been playing it for, it's a 30% slow, and when you get to level 10, it's 7-second downtime. You get your drums, you get your boots, you chase down. It's a constant chase down here. But I think the Primal Beast into this one, he's going to be loving that turnaround and say, I'm not going to run away from anything. Come at me, bro. But the Primal Beast being picked up, like you say, the Heart did get a recent buff, and coming back into this one, it is going to be a hero that I think, like you say, underrated. A lot of magic damage coming up against the Terrorblade here as well. Shadow Demon, another pick coming into the meta. Aries, what's making the Shadow Demon just so scary at the minute?
I think he's one of the better supports that scales into the late game. With a lot of the games just being prolonged, you do so much with gold and experience. Anyone with a save, I think, makes team fights very easy to execute as the game goes on. Just the enemy team has to really rely heavily on vision and then jumping you and then also jumping someone else simultaneously. So I just overall think he makes the game easy to play, and also stacking is a really big thing. So like SD does a lot at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely a very complete hero. I think he's very strong in lane, but he also scales really well, as Aris said. So I think his power curve is very consistent, which not a lot of heroes have. He's definitely really strong, and obviously here, in case this Terrorblade comes to be a core, having that Shadow Gem is going to be very valuable anyways. They did pick this Centaur Rubik. I really like the Rubik response to Primal Beast. I think Rubik is slowly gaining popularity again. Very strong against just stealing his ulti. It's so powerful, that extra cast range of the Rubik. Now for 1-win, they can probably pick support plus 1 core.
Yeah, it's definitely support plus 1 core. I just don't know if it's going to be your safe lane or mid, because we still don't know. You don't know where the Terrorblade's going at the moment, so maybe you just pick a stable mid laner. Your Pango is still, I guess then it removes the flex of the Primal Beast though, so I mean, you are going to have to reveal something. That's the issue with the position in the draft.
You can pick another mid that flex to offlane then, right? And then you at least have a way to choose your poison in a way. Like DK, is DK banned? It's not, right?
Yeah, DK is still there if they want to pick that up. And speaking about flex as well, Entity, you were saying weird stuff, they like to play around with it. We're going to be seeing that mid, maybe offlane Rubik coming out with the Centaur, 5, something like that? Or do you expect it to be that standard Bowie, just a standard support Rubik here, offlane Centaur coming through here for Entity?
Well, I think no one is more of a classic type player. No, he's not your Thompson. I think this guy, even though he's been around the block, he obviously has a big hero pool. I don't see him as necessarily a Rubik player. So yeah, I think it's just going to be support, and they're going to get something that's very consistent here. I do like this TA, the safe lane mid flex on the TA. There's not a lot of carries that can flex to the mid lane, so it is nice. Probably pretty good against the center. You also don't care about the Fade Bolt because of refraction, so probably more likely to be your carry than to be mid. But overall, I do like the TA pick.
Potentially vulnerable to rotations though. I feel like if it is going to be your safe lane with the TACM, you can have some difficulties with the double stuns that the Centaur Rubik has, and also probably the Fishman here. I know he likes to be very active through the portal. So it's just, I mean, I guess the Templar Assassin can always go back and farm the jungle at an early rate, but if you are running a TA Crystal Maiden in the safe lane, it can be a little bit weak to early rotations.
Yeah, that is true. I to be honest, I've seen way more mid TA than I've seen carry lately, but I do, at least you having the flexibility of having it safe lane is nice. But in general, I think like 9 out of 10 times I've actually seen mid TA. Not sure why exactly it started to become less popular to have it in the safe lane, because even like after you had the Twin Gates added to the game, TA was kind of a popular safe laner, but somehow in this patch, it is definitely becoming more of a mid thing again, as it used to be in the past.
So I really wonder if they reveal this Terrorblade flex, if they're actually going to continue to hold it heading into the last pick. I kind of would prefer for them just to go for a stable mid hero that can lane pretty well into the Templar Assassin. I mean, you're always considering heroes that can deal with refraction, right? Which is going to be a big thing. That's a classic. That is a no one conk. I mean, he was really one of the first people that introduced like the double brace of Radiance build that we saw a long time ago with the Conquer. So he's very, very comfortable on it. It gives you team fight. It gives you a little bit of extra catch as well, which they definitely have with some of the heroes at the moment. Centaur, Conquer, Rubik. It can be relatively active through the early game as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're gonna have overall last pick on Entity, right? So they don't have to break the flex until the very end. I think this is not a bad Terrorblade game. Besides the Primal Beast, I feel like the matchup of TA versus TB is still pretty good for the TB. Yep. You're gonna have some of that damage reduction and the safety of the Centaur to allow him to maneuver the fights. I don't think this is a bad Terrorblade game, and even though this support TB thing is fun and all, it's just weird, right? Because you're gonna last pick a support having overall last pick, which is a bit odd, but I think this is a fine TB game. And considering they banned his lifestealer so early, to me, they're pretty much just setting up this Terrorblade unless something very wonky happens here with the last pick of 1 win.
Yeah, and coming through, Bowie, I mean, we've seen these Kunkers over the past few days, building into the Blade Mail, Aghanim Scepter. Is that what you want to be doing as a mid? Because we've been seeing more and more offlane Kunkers, but as that mid lane, how are you looking to have this early impact as the Kunk? What's the game plan here for Entity in terms of looking to build up, and get it active around the map here for this Kunker?
Yeah, I don't mind. Blade Mail Ag seems fine. I think having some extra armor to do the TAs is good for this Kunkka. But I think it's going to be a pretty normal build, right? Unless they pick Puck or something. We've seen Orchid being something that some Kunkkas consider, depending on the matchup, Quap and Puck sometimes kind of allows Kunkka to deviate a little bit. But in general, I think Ag's Refresher, Ag's Octarine seems pretty good. 1 win. Now they have to kind of break their flex here, which allows Entity to last pick. They're just banning mids, so they feel like it's going to be KRTA and offlane Primal, at least so far.
Entity got the 23rd, right? It's banned into pick, no? I think it.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. We're not in the lobby, so I was a bit confused, but you're right.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, they banned the Brewmaster, which I think is very interesting because, and they're gonna morph. Okay, so last pick morph in quite a good morphling game. There is not a whole lot you're worried about. Well, is it going to be a position 5 Terrorblade, which is very interesting. So let's see what OneWin want to do. You know, do you want to put the Templar Assassin as your carry? Do you want to go for a different mid laner now? OD looks not bad. Maybe at least you have the Primal Beast. Is Rubik a bad matchup? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's really bad. Just having that extra, being able to steal the Astro. So they do go DK. You know, I honestly prefer Entity's draft. I think this Morphling was a really good last pick. It's still a really good matchup into the TA. You're going to have this extra layer of safety with the Sunder on the Terrorblade. To me, that is the biggest question mark, how good this TB is going to be as a support. But I think in terms of core-to-core matchups, I really like what they have. I think TA... I feel like TA is a bait pick. I see a lot of times this tier 1.5 teams or teams that are kind of grinding into, it's not Liquid playing TA. It's a team that's not as known. I feel like very often you get a good laning stage, you farm a lot, but you really struggle to close out the game. I feel like Morphling is just much more of a stable pick, and I like them more.
Must say I'm kind of half feeling the draft already without seeing it on screen. So I do have a lot of question marks around the Terrorblade. I don't know. I just have not been very impressed with this hero as a support currently. So let's see what it's going to be able to do overall. At least for OneWin, you do have the easy way to be able to take some objectives early with the Dragon Knight, the Primal Beast, to be able to play very active as well. So I think I kind of favor Entity's draft. Sorry, OneWin's draft a little bit. Okay. We'll see.
Okay, so Aries hopping off the Entity bandwagon into the OneWin little circle here, going against his own prediction. But I think we are going to be able to get into it with Hurry Freak and Milan to take us through this best of one and see how it's going to go, boys. Hopefully, it's going to be a great game for you. We'll see you after the game for our post-game breakdown.
Oh, thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. We will see you after the game for a post-game breakdown. But now, me and Milan are going to give our thoughts. Or actually, we do have a real pro player here to give us his thoughts on how he sees the drafts, who he thinks is going to win. And our OneWin is, the on home turf, going to be able to win their first game.
Yeah, on the home turf. I like that. Before the DK last pick, I was very happy about the draft with the DK last pick. It has shaken my opinion a bit, because I predicted before the games, I think the team-wise, they're the better team right now, maybe. Entity has the better, higher-ranked players or whatnot, but this is a team game, and nowadays, it's proven that the better teams win. And with the DK last pick, it's really, really 50-50, I would say.
Did you have any preferences of a different hero or a different type of hero that you think they had to go for?
Definitely a Slark. I thought Slark is coming out for sure versus the more Centaur Kunkka with the CM to carry him through the lane with the Shadow Demon to save him later. Slark was gonna be the king of the late game here, but tempo Entity could have played versus Slark is a little bit dangerous.
That is very true. I would have liked to see the Slark, even though he can struggle in lane versus the Centaur, as you mentioned. CM has been really making waves as the support. Now when I see the CM, so I want to ask you about your opinion. We're seeing more and more CMs not go for the first 2 spells on level 2, but actually get a point in aura. What's up with that? We would usually see the first 2 spells, but now teams are starting to switch it up.
They just have a different starting item though. The snaking popularized the stick and the branches without any mangoes. So after you use few abilities on the level 1, level 2 hits, you will not have mana to use both Q and W. So you just get aura, and on the level 3 you get the frostbite. Yeah, that's the spell name. Exactly. I know all the spell names.
Yeah, when we first started casting, you and me, you were a little bit bad with the spell names, but now all of them are in your mind. They're engraved in that one. Also, let's talk a little bit about there is a pause currently at the start of the game, so that's why we're not getting straight into the match. But
You're lying.
it is gonna change right now as the game is gonna start. So if we are ready, we're gonna be getting into it. But you can talk to me a little bit about the Terrorblade support, as we are seeing that more and more. Have you tried it yourself? How do you feel it does in pubs versus competitive gameplay?
I like Terrorblade support much more than a core. I'm happy they didn't swap it out, and I think it's a very unique hero in sense what it brings, like vision stacking, save, and the most important part of the Terrorblade for me is not the most, but very big upside is the lane dominance. This hero just dominates the lane. If we click him right now, we can see the Terrorblade having a lot of armor and HP regen. Level 1 is really strong, and the level 2 you just get the meta, and you're not weaker than a Terrorblade carry level 1 and 2. You're not.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Whatever you buy, maybe you're gonna have a little bit of less stats as a support, but you're still gonna be fine. So you are gonna be on the entity side, I guess. Now, when you saw the Dragonite, you already mentioned it there. Swapping your prediction, we saw you there.
No, I
that
mean,
you,
if I
did favor
predict
one.
entity now, I'm in a win-win situation, literally.
Okay. Okay, if that's the case.
No, I will stick with my prediction before the game. Yeah, I think entity has a better draft, but I predicted what I predicted. That's what it's gonna be.
No, it's just that. Yeah, you're not gonna be flip-flopping here. You're not that type of guy. But aren't you a little bit biased? You played with Sweden Strong relatively recently on Level Up. It was so, and you were back here in our home country. So are you being a bit biased because of that?
I'm definitely a little bit biased. I play with Sweden. I play with respect. I have a huge respect for the Cloud. So in that terms, I'm a little bit biased. I think these guys are really great, talented players, and their time is yet to come.
You talked about the Terrorblade and his strength in lane. Is he gonna be that strong versus these two magic damage dealers in lane? That is something that he's relatively weak to.
He's still gonna be strong. Yeah, there's some magic, but the way he turns into the lane, the way he plays in the lane, the harassment and the slow, it's really gonna bother them. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean Primal Beast will not get what he wants. That's the whole point of this lane. Primal Beast gets what he wants.
We'll see if that is the case. Disruption comes out, Uproar as well. They're going to be punching Fishman, and with the Blood Grenade, he does have a Fairy Fire. A couple of more hits are going to finish him off. Tower extra armor, not going to help. Sweden Strong, he gets the first blood, and the Terrorblade is not going to be doing too well at the start. I was about to ask you, like, who do you think is going to have, or where do you think the lane is going to be the most interesting? It seems that the first blood will be on the bottom lane, but is this the one that we should really turn our attentions to, or is it somewhere else?
The top lane should be also interesting, like around the level 3, as we always say. And the mid lane. The mid lane, with the Kunkka team matchup, it's like, with the Kunkka, it's always the same. Like, these torrents, if they hit, it might become very dangerous for the TA.
Why did they send the Dragonite to the safe lane? I'm thinking, right? I'm looking at the TA being really good versus the Centaur and the Rubik, because you can actually survive their burst damage, you have the refraction, and the Dragonite is naturally a solid counter to the Kunkka. But this way, you've put it so that the TA will lose, and Dragonite is not really gonna win his lane.
Probably it comes down to a player preference. Maybe Chia Jr. doesn't really enjoy playing DK. He doesn't strike me as a DK player. I'm sure Munkushi can play the TA, but I think Chia Jr. just prefers it.
Yeah, also Munkushi has been this guy that would usually play these ranged carries. I remember even 2 years, 3 years ago, he would play the range carries like an SF, even out of the meta, and I was pretty much sure he was gonna be a TA here in this game 1. But looking at the CS, Entity are crushing it here in the first couple of waves. They did give away the first blood, but in terms of CS, they seem to be quite a lot ahead. I'm
not surprised for the side lanes, but I am definitely surprised for the mid lane. on the sidelines, I think Centaur and Morph really excelled this early. Like last hitting wise, they just have so much base damage, and their supports are a little bit stronger early. But on the mid lane, it's very surprising.
We are going to be looking at this bottom lane quite a lot, where Sweden is stacking up Fishman. That's 4 stacks already of the Shadow Poison. The 5th one will be doing a lot of damage. Sweden Strong doesn't even want to go for it, decides against it. Probably could have gotten it, but of course, being level 1, it is not going to be the kill either way.
Now you're already gonna see a new meta, I would say. Yeah, you stack, you harass someone lane, but the stacking the jungle is where the farm comes through. Sweden already gonna get that one, and Cloud gonna be trading. Ooh, nice salt cancel.
That's a big one. That's a big one. And he also has a clarity on Sweden, so if that is not cancelled fairly soon, he is gonna have a lot of mana to work with in the future. The Dragonite is kind of the only core here that is farming well. I guess the other two are not being shut down, but the TA is starting to get some gas in the mid lane. I guess that's normal, right? With more points in refraction, you should be able to equalize the CS count.
Somewhat, especially once he goes to a jungle to the stacks. I don't think like TA can really be shut down, even if you pick something like Viper. Like she still gets what she wants. I think it should be the same case here. And it will all depend on this low 6 timing. Like if the Kunkka can get faster 6 than TA with some rotation of a refraction plus Blood Grenade, he might kill him, and Cloud's gonna get gone on refraction, the cooldown, Blood Grenade ready, but he's so slow. Are they gonna try to turn? Yes.
They're
Fishman.
going for him. He's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Onslaught, yeah, he's very dead. Will get trampled into the ground. This is what I was talking about. Like a lot of magic damage. DM misses
too.
on the hoof stomp.
Lotus ready.
Now the Dragon Tail gets him. Nice lift just in time. Katomi gets there to save his buddy.
It's gonna instantly fare out the Salve and the Centaur, but we'll give a lot of space to DK to recover in this lane. And as you mentioned, he's the best farming core. But if you look at the net worth on the TA and the Kunkka, yes, the CS is on the Kunkka side, but the net worth is there. And the 6 minute rune should be going in the entity's way, since once again, 1 win, prioritizing the stacks.
I mean, that's normal, right? You have a lot of stack taking potential with the trample and the TA, and then you see entity side, and well, they aren't really all that good at taking stacks at the moment. Kunkka is solid, but the other ones are not too good.
I think teams are just now. We're gonna see Kunkka rotation to the bottom to the Cloud. No one is gonna try to catch him, or he's gonna just settle for the Shadow Demon. Disruption is going to come out, and Shadow Demon should be dead. I mean, to finish the thought, I think teams just understand it's so much more bulletproof to stack and farm than to go into enemy. Because the stacks cannot fight back, but Kunkka is going to use the both for the stack. Fishman is going to die first.
Yep, no one is gonna be in trouble. There is a trap there. He needs to kill it. Oh, look at that. It leaves on 1 HP. That is so unfortunate for the Kunkka. Maybe if he killed the trap, he gets himself out. But this way, there was absolutely no chance for him to survive. Entity, with their invasion of the triangle there, they just get kicked in the curve.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is what you mentioned. You stack, the enemies come, you can kill them. It's your high ground.
Yes, I mean, you also kind of force the mistakes, as we saw. Like, they kind of have to do something about it because they didn't stack themselves. If they stack themselves, there would be a different story. But because they didn't stack themselves, if nothing happens, 1v is just going to go and be far ahead. And it forces out mistakes. Like, it doesn't matter that the Kunkka gets some of that stack because he feeds it all back to the TA.
DM running away. No stampedes.
Not level 6.
No phase boots either. But Munkushi gets blocked in by the creep, so quite unfortunate for him. Sweden strong from the other side. He does find him with the disruption. They have the Dragon Tail. Probably don't want to use it instantly, as then the Centaur could TP out. Now he can just go for it. Decides not to. Still running away. The CM is in the vicinity. There's the Hoof Stomp. 10 wand charges and a healing Lotus, but so many poison stacks, and he is gonna clench his fist there on Sweden strong, making sure that DM falls. 1win. They didn't see as well, but their movements here in the post laning phase are actually quite good.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of casual moves onto the side lanes. And it seems just more natural for them how it's going. Like, they have Cloud farming on his own and supports gathering together, killing Kunkka, killing the Centaur. It just feels very casual for them. Where the entity is like making big moves and big smokes.
Oh, Cloud got X'd. He's like, I'm gonna onslaught away. With the X being there, that's not gonna be happening. He goes for the uproar. It just seems to be a scream, a dying cry from Cloud as Watson does finish him off with the adaptive strike.
DM? Still no
They're
level
targeting
6.
him. Yep, they really want to kill him before that. The disruption will allow for the TPs to come in, and Kateomi is already in the vicinity. Fishman, his TP will take a little bit longer. And now with the reflection on the Crystal Maiden, that is a dead CM. Cosplaying Arteezy a bit, gets the war down at least. Respect, he is getting something out of it, and the time is passing, but ultimately they will take him down as Munkushi does come in with the Breed's Fire. Of course, he cannot finish off Fishman, as there's the Stampede running forward onto Munkushi. He has only 1 point in Dragon's Blood and no one charges, but here comes the Primal Beast with the trample. Fishman is already dead, and they have so much slow on him. So Cloud, he cannot continue, but has the uproar, and that's going to be the slow enough for the Pulverize to come out. 2 supports are dead. Cloud gets the double, and Shira also joins in on the fray. They are going to be taking down this tier 1 tower and possibly even invading the enemy triangle.
And if they see these ancient stacks, they might go for them. There's a TP expanded, and a dead Centaur. Stampede, most importantly. I mean, Entity looks at a moment they can fight back there, but 1win just bringing the numbers, and they're going to go into this triangle.
They got in there.
Watson is coming.
He needs to help his team. He's the strongest hero on the map at the moment, and that's going to be enough for Chira to bail. 1win. They're controlling everybody apart from this Morphling. You're going to tell me how big of a problem is Watson going to be as time goes forward?
The highest rated player in the entire world. Is he gonna be a problem? Probably. It's a pretty good Morphling game. But still, it's not a free Morphling game. There's some insta stance, maybe a disruption.
I mean, you have been up there in the leaderboards, been top 100, top 50 for a very long time. Watson has been top 1, I want to say, for 2-3 years, with maybe somebody overtaking it from time to time. Like, how does he do it? How do you keep yourself at rank 1 for that long?
I mean, he's a very good player, and he's also a very good matchmaking player. Like, he knows what heroes to pick, when to pick them, what teammates to pick. Like, and he never actually, like, loses a grasp on a game, like never actually tilts. So he's strong both mentally and both like
and physically
wise. I don't know about that.
Okay. I know that you guys, when you were
Doesn't
level
look
up,
like
you were exercising physically as well. Hopefully that helped you with Dota too. But currently a 1k goal lead for 1win. Nothing too big, but it is a lead. Is this a good spread of farm between Entity, that everything is in your Morphling and everybody else is kind of suffering?
Not exactly, because Morphling's kind of a guy that's just not gonna bring the tempo action going forward with his first item, where either Kunkka or especially Centaur with the early Blink Whale could start a lot of things.
Okay, Kunkka is going for first item Halberd versus a Dragonite and the TA. That's pretty nice. Not something we see. There's the Blink Dagger from Munkushi, a very early one. No one got stunned up, but there was no follow-up. Nice lift there, just tossing back Cloud. And that onslaught could have destroyed this fight for 1win, but very, very nice reactions there coming out from Kateomi.
And he also steals the trap. One of my favorite spells to seal as a Rubik, actually. It's very surprisingly good.
Okay, if there used to be a fishman there, now he's going to be catching cat. Tell me, you want to lift me up into the air? This is how you do it with muscles, not your mind. They have a trap on him, and of course the Melt Strike will be enough to take him down. Rubik, he did steal the Shadow Demon ulti, but of course when you die, it is all lost. No more knowledge for him. The mid lane tower will fall, and with the Dragon Knight having that Blink Dagger, it's going to be much easier to hunt right now.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems they're putting up a speed, and Stampede is gonna be used up. He should be fine. Fine, I say.
It's
They're just putting up another speed on the 1-1. Yeah, they're going all in. Blink Dagger, Double Bracer on their carry, right? But still, if he makes a lot of advantage from this, he can later build back into a real carry. But so good, so far so good.
Okay, so Watson bought a Lincoln Sphere. Does this mean he wants to fight? Does this mean he's actually going to be coming into the battle? Or is he going to continue farming still?
Morphling can always join the battle, kind of, if it's on his own terms. Because he's kind of a slow hero, cannot really invade, but if one win comes to them, he will join. He will steal the TA, get Refraction Melt going on, and with the Lincoln, he should be pretty safe.
And he's protecting no one with that Lincoln, so he is in the vicinity there. The second they saw it is the second they wanted to get out as X was used. Of course, Sweden strong in a good position. They found the Morphling. He dies right now. It's a disaster. Had the stake charges, waveforms away. Watson survives barely. That Lincoln usage on no one almost cost him his life.
I think Cloud might have messed up a little bit there. Had a Pulverize ready, but maybe he thought Lincoln is off the cooldown. Maybe he was right even, but we see Dragonlance, Blink on TA. Everybody is ready to fight right now on the side of 1-win.
No one, he cannot move, doesn't even have the boat, and Respect lets it go so much slow on the Kunkachira, more than capable of bringing in the damage. The reflection is there, and seems that nobody cares about it. You would be coming up the high ground, not sure if that's a smart move. Fishman puts down a ward and a sentry, and he's just being taken down, threatens with the Sunder. Here comes the onslaught, nice lift, and there's the Sunder as well, so Cloud will be taken down again. Kataomi on point with the lifts, as the rest of 1-win running away. Now it's danger territory and Entity can strike.
This is what we talked before the game started about the TV, but DM is gonna chase. Does he have a Blink Dagger?
Yep.
He's gonna miss it, and Respect gets it. But this is what we mentioned on the game, like, it's this DB is a very dangerous when he's low. If you don't have a burst, you come in and he basically solo kills you. Need to be very, very careful.
Yep, you want to burst him down, and the Primal Beast can do it, but before you get the BKB, that Rubik is a problem. But Cloud will have his BKB soon, so once you get that another 1,000 gold, I feel like things are gonna change quite a lot in 1-win's favor. So what's the next that we are gunning for? Some big items, some big objectives. Is 1-win gonna go for Roche? Is that the next point of contest, or is it farming, pickoffs still for the foreseeable future?
Definitely just farming and pickoffs. They got all the objectives they could right now, like 3 tier 1 towers. Now it's all about farming, getting pickoffs. Maybe after they get the Dazzle or something along the lines, they can go the Roche, but not before that. It just takes way too much time. And we see Entity going from side to side through these gates, really trying to get into the action.
Oh, no one.
No one?
He is gonna be in some trouble. Yeah, there's the stun, the freezing field, a couple of hits. Cloud on the other side of the map might get caught. Nice disarm on the TA. There will be a stampede, and Cloud drops down as well. So all in all, not a bad trade for either of the teams.
Yeah, core for core. Two guys that have very similar net worth. And there's gonna be another smoke from the Entity. I think this is a trend we're seeing last couple of months. People just using all the smokes early, trying to get advantage. But Mukushi? Nice.
It's so hard to smoke during nighttime. Your smoke breaks before you see the target, and then you're actually not sure where they are. Plus, your versus a TA, so most of the map is trapped up. Let's see. The
Chia
lead is not
Junior?
that high, but TA has a shard. Okay, this could
Yeah,
be
exactly.
a problem for a Morphling without the Manta.
It could be a problem for everybody. This shard is one of the strongest in the game now. Put a haste on top of it. They're more than ready to fight. They'll see a fishman.
Okay, I have a question for you regarding shards. Did you know that the puck shard
Yes.
gives you 35 damage each hit? I thought it was only on the phase shift hit. It's 35 magic damage on each hit. How is that fair?
It's just not fair. As some hero would say, probably Enchantress.
Yeah, exactly. It is the Enchantress. Oh, okay. Okay, so you researched the names of the spells. You researched the voice lines of the heroes. This is just the Milan evolving his casting game. So so much as Watson does get the tower down. There's going to be the second tower for Entity, the mid lane, still standing. That's probably the one that you want, but the one that you are very unlikely to get, especially with all the traps surrounding it.
Rosh is going to be top for another minute. Will they try to get it? Dire
No
scan,
guess yet.
right? Radiant scan, but Deso or no Deso, if they use every time, I keep saying this to like everybody. If you use 5 heroes, no matter which 5, if you use every single spell, you will get Rosh reasonably fast. And we see now poison stacks from the Shadow Demon, freezing field from the Crystal Maiden. These things, they add up and they do a lot of damage, and they're gonna be able to finish it in time.
Entity is not responding. They don't feel like they can fight this, and I mean, they don't have their tier 1. Taking down that tier 1 really opened up this Rosh. He would travel in 10 seconds, but his travel plans are gonna be cancelled abruptly by his dad.
At
It does give
least-
Entity
yeah.
time to get the tower.
But it's kind of like a perfect timing to go get Rosh for like a Dire. Just like 40 seconds before it goes bottom, enemy team is not in position to contest it, and they're more like, they're not gonna get it top, and it's just exact perfect timing, and they're gonna make a smoke right after. Should be a little bit obvious, but let's see. Manta used. They know no Manta.
They know where he is roughly. Now it's daytime.
They
so
see
you
it. They
them
see all
before
of
the
them on
smoke
top of
break.
trap.
Oh, they see them all. And here comes the onslaught as well through the 3 of them. A triple trap once again going for the Morphling, trying to waveform away. Will be successful. Here comes the boat. Will connect onto the 2 cores, stopping this chase. DM, they want the core, and that's gonna be a nice stop on the pulverize, as DM does get finished off by Cloud either way. So 2 heroes dead, standing on a trap and then smoking. Very unfortunate for Entity.
That was very unfortunate, as you say, but the TA traps is the strongest part about a hero, and like you cannot devour all of them.
It's impossible. We just don't have that many vision heroes left, right? A lot of things were nerfed in terms of vision. Clockwork's, his rocket flare is 6 seconds, but he's not really being played. The Beastmaster, Hawk's no longer a vision unit, but the TA is still the same, and I feel like maybe the best map controlling hero in general.
Yes, I mean even in competitive, it gets even stronger because teams understand better how to play around it, but no one is gonna get caught, or Torrent's gonna hit. He's gonna go into the fog. Can he juke it out? Oh,
That's a bad juke, as Respect will get caught in the mid lane, live there to stop the freezing field, and of course the adaptive strike to finish him off. Watson is dominating this Morphling, still unkilled in the game. That was quite dangerous in the previous fight, but he does manage to live, and no one... Actually, his juke in the end, it works out. He's gonna be hiding in the trees and surviving.
and staying top underneath this ward. He's very happy about not having to go back on the map.
So let's see. A 1k Goldie 20 minutes in doesn't mean much. Who does this favor at the moment? If you would want to be on one on the other team with this kind of a farm disparity or small difference, and with the heroes, who would you prefer at this point? Is this Morphling gonna be enough to beat 1win?
I think it's still 50-50. I would prefer like Dire because of the heroes. I like the Dire Heroes more, but doesn't mean they're actually stronger. Kataomi and DM gonna go out. Leave the Watson solo. Do they have any to cast? Can he use it on a creep? Oh, if he only used Pulverize on the creep, that would be insane.
Yep, he forgot about it. Sometimes you just don't remember the small things that could change it up. For people that don't know, Pulverize actually does mini stun on heroes around the one that is getting smashed into the ground, so you most definitely can use it on a creep and stop the TP, but he forgot about it, and because of it, they're not gonna get the Watson kill.
But I think definitely right now, Entity has a slight edge because of the Torrent Storm. This spell is one of the strongest spells in the Dota right now. And if one win slips a bit even, they're gonna get punished. And they are
that's
on
after
the
it was
aggressive.
nerfed.
Yeah.
They do have the Aegis though, but only for another minute. Before you get those BKBs, you're in trouble. So the Dragonite is not even thinking about one. The TA will have hers soon, as Munkushi is chasing, well, no one. Not no one, the player, but literally no one at the top lane. Everybody's out. So let's see. The game is even, like dead even at the moment. You did take down one tier 2, but what's the next set of moves? Now they're gonna be going for a TA. Aegis almost expiring, just poking a bit to see how 1-win are gonna respawn, and they don't have the guts to continue. I guess that's a smart move from Entity, just let it go.
They were just not in position to continue, but I think right now definitely game in a favor of the Entity. This is the rough patch between Aegis expiring the second route for 1-win. They're gonna be struggling on their timings. No Manta, Aghanims on the DK, and Stampede.
They got spooked by Sweden Strong himself. He was the only one.
Sweden is really strong.
Exactly. They're like, run away from this guy. It says he's strong. And actually, look at that Shadow Demon set, looking quite buff, probably with all of the physical workouts you guys did in Novi Sad together. That's how he got so big.
Yes, he used to be my gym partner. So I know he is a very tryhard, both in Dota and in the gym.
I remember that tournament
Why are you laughing?
that we played, the shuffle, where he said, no, I'm gonna win 100%, there's too big of a MMR difference, and then he lost. Of course, I'm not the one to speak, as I kind of got crushed in that shuffle tournament, but either way, it was quite funny.
Cool story, bro. BKB on the TA coming up, 300 gold, 400 gold.
Let's go. Chira, gonna be
Who
going
do
for
you
the push.
change to if you're the Morphling? Do you change to TA or DK? Or maybe the Primal Beast? I mean, TA is out
The Primal
choice, I
Beast.
would say.
How is it's the Primal Beast? You get extra armor, you get mobility. There's just no way that you're gonna choose anybody else.
And just so much damage if you go into the TA.
That's true. Refraction is a lot of damage. I guess defensively Refraction isn't good, but offensively it's actually pretty solid. Let's see. We're seeing the gold at the moment, Rubik. The only one that has buyback.
One thing we mentioned before and that comes to play now is that all the smokes being used so early is just very hard for enemy teams to make a move right now. Like, I think both teams use like all the smokes first 20 minutes. That's why we're not seeing any action last 5 minutes, but hold that thought.
They get the silence. Kunkka is in trouble. He has the gem as well. Nice Lincoln's usage from Watson, saving his buddy. They do steal the Pulverize, so Cloud is going to get smashed into the ground. The taste of his own medicine. Respect taken down. And Munkushi is going to be next on the menu. A Scotty Morphling versus 2 range cores. It's just going to rip them apart. They cannot play.
Scotty Morph and the Torrent Storm. Yeah, they go for the Kunkka. They don't burst. He presses 2 buttons. He does the most damage in this fight, even without hitting once. If you see 3.8k damage without hitting once on this Kunkka, this hero is broke.
Yeah, but I'm seeing him more and more just being the first pick. I was actually surprised that he made it towards the last pick of the first phase. A lot of teams are just prioritizing it at the moment.
It's just almost impossible to burst him. And if he gets the spell off, he's gonna have a guaranteed big impact in the fight. And Entity, as we spoke, showing that they're much stronger in this part of the game.
When does that change? Is it like the Aghanim Scepter Dragonite with the disruption illusions? Is that what one win are gunning for?
Yeah, that and some of the Shadow Demon power, and then later on, like TA and Primal can build into some damage. TA can go to the Revenant's Brooch, and Primal can go into some Aghanims.
I also saw an Aghanims on Sweden strong on his Shadow Demon. Like, I know it's a strong Axe, but why get it in this game? It's not like the Demonic Purge is all that strong.
Yeah, the break part is not gonna be huge, but you get the double charge. Works with the clans too.
If he
Not
gets
many
the shard.
other better items you can get, and the second rush will go to the entity pretty much for free.
They are going to be shoving out the waves, so at least one win are preparing for a battle after this, but that's an Aegis cheese for Entity, taken away from a TA lineup. The second Roche is kind of your timing, so things are looking up for Entity. Their tower, however, on the bottom lane is going to be taking a lot of damage, and that is before level 18, that is before the Aghanim Scepter of the Dragonite, so quite nice.
I think the reason why they actually picked this DK in the end is the DK Shadow Demon combination. DK Manta Axe is what got him so strong and popular, but add the disruption on top of it, it's gonna be a very big nuisance.
Yeah, I'm looking at Entity. They don't really deal with the illusions too well, right? They are gonna have some troubles taking them down. As Shira finds DM, who
Needs
has
to
found
TP
who has
out.
to go for a TP out and will survive, but that Morphling really does pack a punch.
It's a really tough matchup for him, even tougher than like a TB, I would say. No surprise they picked it for Watson. It can only change later on when TA gets the brooch, right? But for a very long time, you don't deal damage to the morph. He breaks your refraction. He has Skadi Manta, the best items against TA. It's just really tough.
It's almost impossible to play at the moment, but the game is not over, of course. It's still there. I'm really liking that they did get this early gem on Entity, because as you mentioned, they didn't have many smokes. If you don't have the gem, you cannot get out on the map, but Entity are quite far out on the map, pushing the mid and the bottom lane. Is it time to poke on the high ground? Are they even gonna attempt to force some TPs back?
Yeah, definitely. They're a smart team. They know one win doesn't want to fight. They want to mirror the map, go out and push, and the best way to bring them back is not by catching them, it's actually by threatening the high ground. And Glyph is gonna be forced TPs. Ooh, that's a TP cancel.
They had
Shadow
to cancel.
Demon would
Who
be dead.
canceled that one?
It's a Shadow Demon, so bottom racks is gone, guys.
Yep, they still have... actually, they don't have a creep wave, but Morphling is too strong. So he's gonna be able to take it down. One win, saving their last glyph for the next push, and it might come during the duration of this Aegis. There's still 2.5 minutes remaining on Watson, and they still have the cheese. Entity are in a position to maybe end this game in the next 5 minutes.
And not sure about the ending, because the one win is gonna hit this Aghanim's timing level 18 on the DK, so they'll have something to defend with, but build up a very formidable advantage. Definitely agree with myself.
Sweden, he bought the shard. Okay, talk to me about the shard on Sweden in this game. Like, how strong is the dispel in this game in particular? Because I'm looking at it, and Torrent Storm doesn't care much about it. It's not that great.
There's not many things to dispel, but it still heals with the talent. Probably around 700-800 HP.
800 per demonic cleanse. Of course, you still have to wait for the 6-second duration, but if you use it properly, TA is one of those heroes that can probably survive 6 seconds, as TA went for the meld dispels as well. Which is weird. I guess you don't want to lose your damage to the Fate.
No, it's also like refraction and vessel and some other little things, and they're gonna threaten another high ground. Force the glyph. Morphling has not many things to worry about. Aegis up for 1 minute.
Yep, has a butterfly as well, so good luck attacking this guy. Cloud is going to be coming forward. Watson, waveform to the side. No one doesn't want to play here, as he does have an AD rune plus a cheese. Now, that's a dangerous hero for sure. Cloud still very tanky, so his posturing is just going to drive them away. Those DK illusions coming forward, doing quite a lot of damage, slowing everybody down. It's so hard to play versus this.
Radiant are scanning.
Yes, but they have like the Morphling can burst them very easily, so if Morphling is protecting his friends, it should be fine, and they're gonna go back top, try to use the Aegis. This could turn out to be dangerous.
Rubik has the traps and the shards. That is dangerous. There's only 2 BKBs on 1 win, and not something that they are expecting to be a problem for them. Second lane of Rag's gone. Kunkka has the BKB, Tidal Wave is there, Torrent Storm and the boat, both are gonna be used, and he eats the cheese. He's gonna be back up to full. All of your damage is for nothing. DM is taking a lot of damage, he has a Blade Mail, but the TA doesn't care. We'll get disarmed for 5 seconds. No status resistance on him. The Tidal Wave wants to bring them out as Munkushi jumps in, and DM is finally dead. It did take a long time. The other offlaner as well, Cloud in a lot of problems. Onslaught's away, onto the high ground, he'll be fine too. Munkushi continues with the chase, sends the big black dragons forward, slowing down Fishman, who does have a Sunder. Rubik lifts himself up. Fishman will be caught. Disruption is there, making sure that he gets the Sunder off. Pretty much secured that he could do it, but in the end, it would have all been for nothing. He doesn't even get it off. 1 win. They defend their base. Entity stood there to fight pretty much for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of got caught on the Kunkka and then tried to help him, which did save the Kunkka but cost them 3 other lives. At least they didn't lose the game, and this is the strength of the 1-win lineup. The long fights favor them. These big black dragons, they're too big of a nuisance, but that's only because Entity was pushing. Let's see if 1-win can do the same on the open map, being 2 ranks down.
Look at the side lanes. You win a fight quite convincingly, not losing a single hero, and you cannot even shove out the waves properly, and your heroes are quite good at it. It just goes to show how much damage Entity has done, and 2 racks is down at 35 minutes into the game is no laughing matter. You're always gonna have to come back to defend this.
Yes, but as I said, a lot of good pushing ability between TA and the DK, and Munkushi.
Forward. DM is fine. He reads them like a book. No one isn't reading anybody like a book, because he's just gonna run into a ward, into a trap, get stunned up by the Dragon Tail. The Lotus Orb is there to protect him. He gets the BKB off. The Stampede is gonna be used, just running himself away. The Dragonite slows are gonna be there once it expires, but no one is still alive. The boat only now gonna be used onto Munkushi. He's gonna try to get away. Watson going for Chira, and if Chira is not attacking, nobody is. That is a illusion from the Primal Beast stuck on the cliff there, as Watson is 1 versus 3ing them. He turns into a TA, so he's gonna have the refractions as well, as 1-win have lost 2 heroes. Morphling dropping low. Watson will wait for him into the river there. He is gonna be with his water, quite happy with it, as Munkushi on the high ground. There are some Rubik traps in the vicinity. Tidal Wave onto the poor TA that got disarmed. Her weapons are taken away, and what is Assassin without her weapons? Munkushi also taken from the skies and drowned by Watson, who gets a triple kill. Godlike still yet to die in this game.
As we mentioned, on the open field, it's a different story. Yes, it's a long fight, but Watson being there to help his teammates, just soloing this game basically. He is 9-0 and 3. 30k net worth at minute 37, 38. This is a rank 1 performance right here. Buyback from Chira Jr. We might expect a DK to buyback too. Yes, he's gonna do, but what can they do? Mega creeps are on the way.
1-win. They didn't listen to King Robert Baratheon. You don't engage Watson in an open field. Only a fool would do that. Kataomi, he turns into a big blue, or a small blue dragon, so he's still gonna be quite scary in that form.
He gets the shard. When you have a shard and it's still a dragon form, you get the ball too, and they're gonna make a
Cool.
Hail Mary smoke for the DM. Gonna blink out. Munkushi.
DM gets stunned up. They're gonna try to kill him. Stampede's out. Onslaught doesn't catch him. He has the Lotus Orb to protect him from the Polarize as well. No one running away from Cloud. Lincoln's put on him. That means that you cannot lift him up into the air, and suddenly the Mega Creeps are banging on your tier 4s and you have to run. Okay, so I can see that you aren't sure how OneWin get back into this, and they probably don't. You're versus Mega Creeps, you're 14k gold behind, 2 of your cores are missing on their buybacks. It is looking quite grim.
In this situation, it's grim nonetheless, and Entity wants to get a final punch in.
Yeah, let's see. Cloud caught, uses the uproar, turns around, actually does quite a lot of damage, but here comes the Morphling. This is the one that you have to be afraid of. Cloud immediately turns around. The disruption will keep him alive for the time being, but there will be a Torrent Storm ready for him as they do bring down no one. Kunkka does lose his life. It is a 4 versus 4 scenario, with Morphling still being the big dog in these fights, but he did use the BKB. Now turning around onto Fishman. Sunder won't be used as it was on cooldown, as they are looking towards Watson. There are Rubik traps there on the ground, so they can use them if they want to, but actually not paying attention. So maybe now Entity is going to be turning around. Katomi gets the lift up, has the stun as well. Dragon Knight is going to be in so much trouble, and once the Morphling gets into that with the right place, he'll take you down. Both tier 4s are dead. Glyph's still available, so OneWin can play, but they have called GG, so that means that game 1 will be going to Entity, or the series actually, because it is only a best of 1.
It is a best of 1 in this kind of improved GSL system, and Entity, Watson. Watson.entity, entity.watson. This guy, he's a beast. Give him a Morphling game, give him a Morphling. He's gonna carry your ass. That's what he did.
10, 0, and 4 for Watson, and actually there was 15 kills on Entity. He had 10 of it. Do you have a little bit of a different opinion now of Entity after this game, Milan?
I think these two teams are in the middle of the tier in this tournament. I think low tier for me is Mouse and Liga team. The high tier is Spirit VP and Liquid, and now Entity, OneWin, and one other team are gonna be proving where do they belong. Do they belong to the higher tier or the lower tier? And right now they're showing, they're definitely showing that they're moving to the tier 1 teams.
Okay, so the viewers had time to hear our thoughts here during the game, but of course we're gonna be wanting to hear the thoughts of Rob and the gang, so they're gonna be taking it away for now.
Yes, thank you, Harry and Milan, for getting us through that game and guiding us through as well. But guys, as we get back into our little panel here, what went wrong for OneWin? Because it just seemed like that last pick, Dragon Knight, it just wasn't the pick, playing the safe lane there as well, and it was a little bit rough for OneWin coming into that game.
Yeah, I mean, I was confused. Honestly, when I saw the DK, I thought it was going to be mid, but I think they played... What I really liked on how OneWin played is they were really fast. They laning stage wise, CS wise, they were not doing well, but the moves that they did from minute 5 to 15 really put them in a good position. But I think the DK wasn't a good response to the Morphling, and I think his item build was very selfless, right? He ended up going for Blink, Mage Slayer, and that Morphling was just getting stacked, and once they had the time, they just ran with it.
Yeah, that was the impressive thing in the other game, right? Where you have this ability to make a lot of plays. I mean, you go for an early blink on Chiro Jr. as well, so he's going to be able to combine, with the DK, the Primal Beast. You mentioned, they mentioned a lot in that game, just the fact that, the Templar Assassin with the traps as well can really enable this quick tempo lineup where you go from kill after kill. But, we saw what can happen when you leave a Watson Morphling, when one of the best Morphlings out there currently, rank 1, and, he was able to do it himself. So you can't let this man free farm. If he's got 0 deaths, you're gonna have some issues.
Yeah, the Watson
they
coming
even
through, like you say, completely deathless. So what can you even do against this? We're going to be able to see the highlights coming through onto this now. What can you do against Watson? Do you just have to completely focus the pressure here if you're playing against Entity onto Watson?
I mean, they tried killing him, but I don't think they had the right heroes. This DK, even with the Dragon Tail, it was such a quick Lincoln Sphere from Watson that the only other two they had was the Silence on the Traps. But most of the time, they don't have a bursty lineup, right? There's no Zeus, there's no Quap, there's no hero that could really kill him in those 2-second silence duration. And I think that's why, even Milan wasn't that comfortable with the DK last pick, because I think up until that point, they honestly had a decent draft for 1-win.
Yeah. Do you think it was a bit of just through that drafting issue with a time to kill problem? Because they had a decent amount of crowd control in there, but the TA wasn't, trying to do that solo damage. The Dragon Knight not being able to finish off kills later on. Aries, do you think you would have preferred a different safe laner here for the side of 1-win?
Yeah, I just, at the moment, I need to go back and look at the hero chart to determine which heroes are going to be a little bit different. I mean, they were saying it's a relatively free Morphling game, Milan and Harry, and just the fact that you're able to go Lincolns to protect yourself against the DKs, like your really big concern, because you match up pretty well versus Templar Assassin. You've got a crap load of armor. You're a natural Manta builder if you're required, and high attack speed, so refraction is never really an issue. And you have Shadow Demon. I've heard people say like the Morphling is one of the better Agi heroes versus the SD, just because you can always waveform away from the illusions and like reset team fights, whereas some other Agi heroes can't. So it's just like he's a master tier Morphling. He's one of the best carries out there. If you give him a game where Morphling looks like it's a free Morphling game, and he's just gonna do this with his eyes closed. There's not much else you really need to say besides the fact like it's a good Morphling game and it's Watson on that hero, and then he had 0 deaths. Like it's that simple.
Yeah, I don't think it was a demoralizing loss though. I think 1-win was pretty solid. I think they, considering the heroes that they had, they played pretty well, but they just lost momentum. They lost gas at the end.
Okay, and that Terrorblade now as a support. Any believers? Is there any been conversions coming through, or are we still? Do we need a little bit more data on that?
A little bit more data for me, at least. I mean, there were a lot of very good moments with the Terrorblade, but I liked a lot of points Milan was bringing up in particular. I mean, the strength of the Terrorblade and the stacking as well, what he's able to do, and even just the vision game. We know this is like a really big thing about illusion heroes as a whole, with Naga in particular, with wave clearing. I've heard the TBs can go like very similar to the Lone Druid, where you go Wraith Bands at like 25 minutes, just because with a couple of Wraith Bands apparently you can just clear 4 waves. So there seems like there's a lot of value that the hero can bring. It's just my big question is like how much value does it bring in team fights? So I still want to see a little bit more Terrorblade games. Again, I'm excited regardless, because it is when have we seen the Terrorblade support with the iteration of this hero, bring him into captain's mode. So I'm down to see more Terrorblade games, but I'm still not as convinced.
Yeah, I like it. I think the biggest flaw is the laning stage, right? We saw the Primal just trampling him. I think if you have kind of a weak carry, it can be a problem. But Watson played lane flawlessly. He had 0 deaths, and at the end, I think past the laning stage, the hero starts getting a lot of value. You only need to be able to draft a good lane so that the hero doesn't feel too weak.
Okay, and I'm gonna we'll take a look at how that result break down in the predictions. Who's got the 100% predict rate and who unfortunately is starting off on 0. This is why I have analysts, though. This is why I have you guys, because
let's go.
I just like to be involved, and you can actually tell me who's actually going to win.
Unlucky, brother. It's okay to be wrong sometimes. I can't relate to it at least this time, but but then potentially next time, who knows? I mean, who did I predict actually next up? I think I had VPs. Well, I think actually almost everyone had VPs, so we'll get to see what the prediction split actually looks like. But it's just game 1. Rob, it's just game 1. It's okay. You maybe next one you're right, and next one I'm wrong.
Wait until he chooses Liga for the second game.
I
did you choose Liga?
No, I have VP in there. Okay. I'm they got the VP fanboy, but I think that there's plenty of time. We've got 4 days ahead of us. I can bring it back. I'm starting off on 0, but there's still time for me to get to the top of predictions. And quickly before we throw it to the break, looking at this team, gotta say, anyone going to go for anything apart from Watson as we look at the team stats coming through onto this one? Anyone apart from Watson for your MVPs in this best of 1?
No, just Watson. Just Watson. That's fine. I mean, I'm taking a look at KDA. You know, it's not always about KDA. There's a lot of other things that need to be taken into occasion. You know, potential stacks and space being created, and threats inside team fights, and that's a big thing about what the Conquer can do with Torrent Storm and his control. But I don't know. I see Morphling go 10-0 and 4, and it's hard to not choose him.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that Entity does really well, and why I like no one in this team. I think Watson, he knows exactly how he wants to play the game and how he wants the game to be played, and no one is very selfless, right? He just rushed Halberd. He didn't really farm any stacks. I think you look at his KDA and you're like, oh, 0 and 4. Watson cared, but I think a lot of the reasons they were able to hold the mid game was the fact that they had this pretty selfless builds on the offlaner in the mid. Allowing them to buy time for the Morphling, which, some teams like playing this way. Some teams don't really believe in this type of style. You have offlaners that are very greedy, but for Entity, it is the playstyle they like running at least.
Okay, so all our analysts looking at the predictions are 1 win, unfortunately, will be dropping down to losers, and Entity move through into that next winners match coming up tomorrow. But looking ahead here, the next matchup we're going to have VP versus Liga coming up after this break. It will be starting fairly soon, so hopefully we're going to be able to jump straight into this one again. I think pretty much everyone's back Virtus Pro into this one, so maybe Liga are going to go a surprising upset us going into this. But any thoughts onto this matchup? Because VP, they've won every single matchup coming into this fairly recently. So what do Liga have to do to kind of get that surprise back and get something back against VP?
I don't know how much you can say about the previous series, just because, I mean, this is a very different roster on Liga, though. Like in those qualifiers in particular, the team was, Kiyotaka, Kasane, Immersion, Roger plus Ramses. It's literally Ramses the only person that's on Liga. So I will say, like, that 5-man compared to this 5-man that Liga have, I would say probably would have been more competitive versus Virtus Pro. And the fact you still weren't able to get the wins on the board probably just goes to show how strong VP are currently. So it's different, though. I'm not going to take anything away from the previous series. This is a completely different look on Liga. I've really enjoyed following Rabel. He hasn't really been in the competitive scene for quite some time. Had some pretty decent showings on Hellraisers when we were going through kind of the COVID era of Dota, where DPC was happening online, and there was some regional finals where Hellraisers were actually playing very, very well and competing with the likes of Spirit at that stage. I think even PuckChamp were also looking very good as well. I think they came second in the regional finals. So he's looked pretty solid overall, but we really haven't seen him too recently, so we're going to be excited to see how he can perform, because he has also played with Ramses in the past on a team called Dark Side, so at least they have a little bit of synergy. But with all the other members, they are a little bit less experienced than definitely Ramses and Raywood.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It feels like, at least with the other iteration, they just separated lots of great players to be poached by the big orgs, Tundra getting Kasane, and obviously Kiyotaka moving to a different team. I do hold Rebel in very high regards, as Iris was saying, but yeah, they are inexperienced. So whether Liga can do really well with this roster, I think they can, but these things take time. I think Dota, such a hard game to become good at individually, and as a team, that takes even more work. I'm not sure the inner workings of Liga, if they have a coach, if they have an analyst, but that's another big thing that Virtus Pro has, a pretty big org with a lot of resources. So coming into this game, I expect Virtus Pro to be ready in so many regards that it's hard to not give them the advantage. Again, it is a BL1. We saw 1 win looking pretty good for the early stages of the last game, but I think Virtus Pro, they should definitely be the favorites, and I think I honestly think they're even more favorites than Entity was in the last series.
Yeah, I think just to quickly add as well, looking at some of the qualifier stacks, Chimera, who played in Eastern Europe for ESL Birmingham, that had Rabel, 1J, and BB3, who is their offlaner. So it looks like this trio kind of joined Ramses and then joined Pantomim as well, who's been on some tier 2 stacks in Eastern Europe, like One Move and Amiga. So it does look like at least these three joined Ramses. So obviously they're feeling pretty happy with being together. together. So there's going to be a little bit of chemistry. They haven't really played on any teams besides that, but yeah, at least they have some showings together recently.
Yeah, and
Okay,
Pentiment,
well,
he's one of those super high MMR supports. He's rank 70. Definitely one of those, one of the more skilled position 5s.
Okay, well, we'll find out how it's going to go after the break, so we'll see you guys in a few minutes to see how this best of 1 goes between VP and Liga after this break. Oh, no break? Okay. No break, apparently. So let's talk a little bit more. Going through, we'll see. Okay, I've just run through. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to be playing between these two teams, because Virtus Pro, Liga, like you say, they've matched up before. Ramsey's been matched up before against VP, and he did come out on top in the DPC. And coming through with this new stack, we'll see how it's going to play. But again, Virtus Pro sticking together for the past, I want to say the past year or so. Let me just check to see how long they were together as a team. Because yeah, 2023 was when Kiritich and FNG joined. But the core of Squadix, Notice, and Sarish have been together since 2022, and they are starting to pay off, in terms of what they're getting. Getting the results, getting themselves into it. So, moving through into this, I've got to be confident in VP. I think, like I say, just sticking together and just having that synergy between themselves. And I wonder if that's going to be a bit of an issue now, Liga, like I say, being that new stack. How do you kind of work out as a new stack coming against an experienced team like this, Bao? What do you have to do as a set of player to kind of be comfortable coming into this matchup?
I mean, I think you have to be prepared draft-wise. I think draft is going to be one of the biggest different makers for these BO1s, because, as we said, 1win, they played their draft really well, honestly, but I think they had a better one. I could have actually seen them taking Entity down. They looked very solid in how they wanted their moves to unfold, but eventually, a draft kind of puts a hard ceiling on how, your odds in the game. So I hope that they are ready. There's a lot of data on VP. As you said, they've been together for a long time. So in a way, it is easier for for Liga to prepare than it is for Virtus Pro. But at the same time, you do have less resources. I'm pretty sure VP has probably 2 people working on analysis there, which makes gathering data much easier. But yeah, I think draft to me is 50% of the work. They have the players. They're all very high MMR players. It's really a question of having a good game plan and ending up with a draft that is concise and makes sense.
Yeah, I wonder who the leader is in game here for Liga, because who's going to be that vocal person? Honestly, I do not remember if that was Ramses on a lot of his teams. I can't imagine too much though, because I know one critique of Ramses has been that he doesn't show up to a lot of early fights. We see as being a big improvement from a lot of carries in different regions, and I really think the person who started that was Bakaz from South America with Thunder, and then I think we started to see that transition with a lot of other carries. Really, even if they're close to an item, if they feel like this is still a relatively decent fight, we're going to show up early on, and I do think that has been one weakness from Ramsey. So I wonder, because again, he's the most experienced. Is he still going to be that vocal person? Is it going to be someone else on this team? I wish we always was able to get that insight. It definitely would, give us a better understanding of the team dynamic.
Yeah, for sure. I think when we look at VP, because he's the most experienced player, it probably puts a lot of weight on him as well. Because, as you know, with Eternal Envy, there are definitely some teams that had cores as being the shot callers, but I think Carry is probably the hardest one to be the shot caller, because a lot of the times you're just not going to be involved, so it's hard for you to gauge even what the moves should be. So in a way, I think he does need to give a lot of freedom for the other players to be able to call those shots, or else I think the team dynamics are going to be really hard to navigate.
Yeah, I don't know if this is also changed throughout a couple of years of Dota, but at least you bring up that one person in particular, Eternal Envy was really the shot caller, but now it really sounds like a lot of people. I think we're getting a lot more interviews as well, so we can ask players these questions, but that they're always saying the person who's currently strongest in the game is the shot caller, whether that be the supports in the early game making rotations, whether that be the offlaner with the tempo controlling, or Beastmaster Lycan, for example, or your mid laner with some of the spirit heroes. Even then, I do know some mid laners. I know Arbed in particular is not too vocal in games, so it is very different to kind of what it used to be, though, where kind of you would have that one person, no matter what role, would always be that vocal person.
And yeah, looking at through the roster here for Liga team as well, Ramses is the oldest player there with alongside Pantomime. You're only age 24. And it feels like Ramses has been around forever, but so it is like it's not the. I don't think age is a massive factor, but maybe you do look to more of those senior experienced players here when you are looking for the shot calls. And like you say, if Ramses isn't getting involved early, are you leaving it up to Rabel as that mid lane? You're looking to make those calls on rotations. Are you leaving it up to one of the supports early game? You're making them even let the shot calling happen to suggest where they should be looking to the ganks on the other side lane. So maybe that is something that you need to figure out as a team. We'll see how it's going to evolve over the course of the event, over the course of the next couple of months as well, as they do play together as a team. It is an interesting question as well that who's even going to be doing the drafting on the team there as well? Are you going to be leaving it up to Ramses, who's had that a little bit more game experience here as well? Does he feel confident in his drafts? Or, do you even have a coach on the side of Liga that might be doing that for the squad and giving them ideas coming into the games?
I think be Ramses. Didn't he help solo with a lot of the drafting on Pandas? I don't know if you remember, Bo, but I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah, I think he did. I think recently we're seeing that role change a lot more. I remember it with TSM before they disbanded. They would like constantly swap. I think Timado was doing a little bit, and then you would hear Kasane draft as well. So I feel like it has been kind of performance based as well. A player decides to draft, and if you just get into a losing streak, they'll swap the role around. But because he is by far not only the oldest but the most experienced player, it does kind of. I do feel like, oh my god, yeah, the predictions are overwhelming here. It would be very funny though if Liga surprises us, because I feel like they have the pedigree to be able to pull it off. It's just a question of I think of consistency for them is the hardest part. So if I would guess in an upset, it would probably be this one, even though I went with VP for my call.
Would you say that if it wasn't a best of one though? I feel like if it was a best of three, I'd probably always give it to VP.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And everybody back in VP. So here's the thing. I don't get any further away, because if either we're all wrong and I stay within touching distance, or we're all right and I move on with everybody else. But yeah, looking at those predictions, I feel like there is that confidence coming through here for VP that because they are, that like I say, they've been around a little bit longer, Liga without a bit of a switch up, that I mean, maybe that's how the crowd feels as well. But yeah, here in the talent, it looks like we all back VP. And don't forget, everybody, you can scan that QR code in the bottom corner of the screen there to follow the One Win socials to keep up when there's any ever One Win events. It does mean like the Twitch, the Twitters, to any of the social media channels there as well. You will be able to see what is coming up and when we go live here for our events. So don't forget to scan that QR code, get yourself involved there in all the social media channels for One Win. But yeah, moving through into this one, Virtus Pro. I think it shows, the prediction shows comfortable favorites, at least between everybody that's been watching them recently. But Liga, maybe this is, like you say, it is just that best of one that is the chance for the upset. So we'll see how this one is going to play out. Going to be our second match, so we should be able to jump into the draft and see just how these picks are going to go down. Any surprises here in the band so far? Chan, Batrider, as well as the Timbersaw, nothing standing out there to me. Just simple, straightforward drafts that we are seeing the bands every single game, it feels like.
Yeah, nothing too crazy just yet. I think I wonder. It feels to me like Primal Beast isn't a priority as much for these two teams. So maybe I feel like okay, it does get banned. It's a weird hero where sometimes it gets first phase banned, sometimes it gets totally ignored. But yeah, they do remove it here. I think this hero the performance is kind of speaking for itself recently, and that Elk does get banned as well. Something that Ramses does love to play.
Yeah, that's the hero I was going to highlight. I think that's definitely probably the more interesting one. You could make an argument for the Razor as well. I mean, I know if this was like Falcons playing, then you would be pretty obvious for the Razor. So obviously there's someone who's very comfortable with it on VP, but I think a lot of success that Ramses has had in particular, one of his better carries lately has been the Alchemist. We're not really seeing anyone else play it. Maybe Duraccio. Duraccio also looks very good on the Alchemist, and Gaming Gladiators be able to play around it. But first phase Elk is a lot of respect for Mr. Ramses.
Yeah, I would say so. I think it would be crazy to first pick that hero, but better safe than sorry. Maybe they're playing off lane as well, or actually we cast a couple of mid alchemists as well. Remember, Rob?
Yeah.
We saw Alk with Orchid against the Puck recently, so I think this might be starting to make a splash in EU pubs. But I wonder if they would actually be comfortable just drafting in first phase, because it does feel pretty crazy, even with the Timbersaw being first phase banned.
And yeah, looking through what Ramses has been playing the past few days in his pub, so there's a few Weaver games in there, but the meta heroes that are standing out to me is the Sven, 100% win rate there on 4 matches, 85% win rate on the Luna here as well, and only 33% win rate on the Slark. So yeah, the Luna and the Sven being one of the more popular pair of heroes coming through here. I wonder if we see that for Ramses. And this is the thing, right, that he is swapping back into the safe lane. He's been playing the off lane in the past few iterations of the team, and going back the past few months. So being able to get comfortable back on that safe lane, again, with a new team, it might just take a little bit of adjustment time here for him. Meanwhile, we do see Crystal Maiden coming out for Liga, so that is going to be their first pick, and the Nature's Prophet for Virtus Pro. And Bowie, we've seen the past few days, this Nature's Prophet come out, and really teams not being able to handle it because of the global presence. So how do Liga have to try and play around this Prophet pick? And what's going to be the answer, do you think, in this draft?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be very careful. I think the mid lane is probably the biggest one. We sometimes see teams picking up Lina, picking up heroes that, even Storm, that can be abused before they're level 6s or in general. I think you probably need to have a mid laner like a Puck or a Pangolier or something that doesn't really care that much about Sprout. And even still, we can just wait for the Sprout to be used to teleport. This hero is very strong. I think the playstyle changed a lot. It used to be, straight up Vessel into eggs, but we're seeing a lot of Shard being purchased early. At least pretty much every game that I saw, the Shard was being consistently bought. The hero is strong, it got nerfed so much. I think this hero got like 4 or 5 patches in a row being nerfed, and it still looks, in the right hands at least, it looks very, very good. Techies.
Yeah, the Techie's coming out again. Another great support hero that we're seeing. Actually getting a few bans in there because being able to get the dive in, it's incredibly strong. The setup for the stuns with the disarm as well on the taser. It's just an absolute menace in these fights. So Virtus Pro going to be able to get that on the board. And I do believe that's one of the heroes that we see that Sayush likes to specialize in. So I wonder if this is going to be the FNG position 5 Nature's Prophet and that position 4 Sayush. But on the other side, Liga, they're going to be able to get themselves that Centaur, Crystal Maiden. Do you see this as a combination in the lane, or do you prefer to see the Crystal Maiden just run solely as that 5 here, Aries?
It'll be the... look, you can flex it, but it's more than likely the 5 CM. I do like the Centaur getting picked up now. I think you wanted to pick your offlaner because the hero pool was getting kind of shrunk a little bit with the Mars, Conquer, DK, Timber ban. Primal Beast as well, so Centaur, again, probably one of the better ones that was available. And the Lifesteal is already banned out, so you're not really too worried, like one of the biggest counters to the Centaur. You're pretty happy with picking it now. And the big thing for me is, like, VP, you pick double supports to open, so you're going to have to reveal 2 cores here. Like, yes, probably one of those cores will have a flex, but it really gives Liga a pretty big advantage in regards to the draft, where they will get some counter picks now.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Hoodwink is a really good pick as well. It's very nice to scout where the mines of the techies are because you can walk through the trees, so it's much easier to spot where they are. You also have the Bushwhack into the Sprout, which is good. But for VP, yeah, there's not a lot of flex here. They don't really play NP. I mean, I guess maybe they can play carry NP, but I'm not sure that's even good right now. So as I already said, it's probably going to be their support duo. For Notice, he's been playing a lot of Razor, so it makes sense that they take away this Razor now. But out of the other heroes that he plays, I think the biggest one... Oh.
Okay. Monkey King coming through here, and again, the Nature's Prophet techies, I would predict as support, so you're looking at that as a core. Are you looking... I know Kiritich does like the Monkey King, but it is a hero that Sayush, all throughout the DPC last year, was running as that 4. So do you think you maybe flex this Nature's Prophet off then and run this Monkey King 4? Or are you looking at this as one of the cores, maybe the carry?
NP can't be flex. It's a 5. I think it's just going to be carry. Maybe there's like some Monkey King mid potential depending on what they give to Rabel. I think that is like, if there's any flex, that's the only thing. With the Monkey, I don't know. There's been a lot of changes with like these lane dominators in like the Ursas and the Monkey Kings, where the supports and the offlaners are doing a lot of nuke potential. And I think Centaur Hoodwink has the capability to fight back. You really need to. You've got double stun, so it's difficult to get all your Jingus. But like, don't be surprised if this is a lane where Liga are going to be fine and they can actually even blow up the Monkey.
Yeah, I agree. I think Monkey King is just a shadow of the lane dominator he used to be. He actually scales much better, but I think the payoff has been they severely decreased how strong he is in lane. They also nerfed the hell out of the Orb of Corrosion. So its hero is a bit weird, and there's a lot of burst magical damage on the side of Liga. I'm surprised that they picked this, but maybe if the Lifestealer banned, they feel like Monkey King is the best answer they have. Pretty much going to be core Tiny, right? I think it dissuades Puck from being picked. They might not even have to ban it now, and they get this Sven for Ramses.
Yeah, should be pretty happy with the Sven here. I mean, it's the heroes overall solid, should be fine into what they have on Virtus Pro. I mean, you're not really too worried. I think also about the rotations from the Nature's Prophet. You do have the capability to go back into the jungle very early on, and you are relatively tanky. So that extra +1 factor that is always a thing with this MP shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. And you've already, your Lifesteal's already banned out. You banned out the Templar Assassin now as well. So definitely two of the more difficult matchups for the Sven that he won't have to worry about.
And do you think
I really like this.
Go on.
Yeah, go on. I like the Tiny pick. I think you see two supports that are very easy to kill, and now that the Phylactery Conda build became popular, like I've seen Tiny's solo kill Svens. Like the amount of damage this hero can do in the later stages of the game is honestly crazy. I like it a lot. It's very high armor hero. In the end, you're picking the Sven, so in the end game or in the mid game, a lot of the damage that's going to be dealt is physical, so this Tiny should have a pretty good time against it. I'm honestly liking VP a lot. I think the lanes could be a problem, but we saw a team lose the lanes pretty decisively and still come back, and I feel like VP, they're just gearing for a pretty solid mid game rather than having to win the lanes necessarily.
Yeah, and looking at this, the Monkey King now with the Sven coming out, does that make it a little bit clearer where you think Virtus Pro are going to be running this, or are we still just looking for this last pick for Virtus Pro to complete the puzzle?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be carry Monkey King, honestly. Yeah. I would be surprised, because there are a couple of melee matchups. Like, it is possible to play offlane Monkey King, but I don't think Sven is the hero you want to do, especially into CM. Like, both of their side lanes look very strong on Liga, and Monkey, as we said, not that strong of a hero anymore. So NP is probably the better 5 to even have with him. I think he's a bit stronger, can trade better for you. Now, yeah, for the offlane of VP, they're going to have overall less pick, so I think they're pretty comfortable. Honestly, considering they have less pick, VP, to me, they're very far ahead in this draft.
It's just, what are you going to draft in your offlane? Again, the offlane hero pool is very, very limited at the moment. You start to get to the stage, and then you're thinking, like, if heroes like Brewmaster, but you're not going to pick that into Sven. And they're even like, is there an argument for Tiny going offlane? I'm because I mean, the only reason I bring that up is because Amar was kind of forced to do it, and you banned out 2 mid laners now, so maybe that they must have a very interesting read.
Well, let's see what it's going to be.
I don't like it. I think Tiny, very low armor hero. He's not necessarily that good of a laner. You already have no attack speed. You're going to be fighting to CM if attack speed's low. It feels odd. I've seen it being played, and thinking for a specialist, it can work. But is it even that popular of a notice hero? Oh yeah, though. So yeah, it is definitely not Tiny mid.
No, and we'll see. Yeah, as the name shuffle, where this is actually going to be landing here. So it looks like it is going to be that Tiny offlane. And do you expect it to be the same build? Going for that Echo Saber into the Blink, go for the Brooch there as well, or do you think you need to mix it up here? Do you still get the farm on notice to make the impact like you do on the mid lane Tinies?
Sorry.
You go.
I think this is just a blink into. So because he's off lane, I think he's probably not gonna go for like a full carry build. I've seen Mage Layer into Eggs being something that some of these players pick, but you know, Echo Saber, you can never go wrong that way. So Blink Dagger, Echo Saber, Eggs seems fine.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'm very intrigued. I haven't really seen the kind of build that much on Tiny, and I don't know how the Tiny's going to shape us the offlane. So there's a big question mark there. I'm not a big fan of Invoker at the moment. I feel like this hero it's just in a very weird position where Exort feels like the right build, but you kind of, if you go Exort, you're not that tempo controller. So I do prefer Liga's draft though overall. So yeah, let's see if potentially my prediction's wrong and maybe the underdogs have it.
Okay, well, we are going to find out how this game is going to go, and once again, it's going to be Hurry Freak and Milan to take you through it. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you, Rob, and the gang, and Milan. Looking at the drafts here in this game, we have, I would say, a bigger difference in teams that we had in the previous game. How do the drafts in general, disregarding who's playing the heroes, look to you?
Both drafts seems like each team got what they want. They don't really correlate to each other that much. Like they just PP especially, they just pick their own heroes, but their own supports, especially the Nature's Prophet, not being seen so much recently. But the Sayu, how do you pronounce it?
Sayush.
Sayush?
Yes, it's a
Sayush
should. You should know we have the same letter,
Sure.
but we should get ourselves into the game because there's potentially some action going on. Yeah, Squadix is already dead, so you guys are gonna be hearing it from us. You have to trust us that he died, and yeah, there is gonna be something on the screen right now. So Vierch got the kill there.
Very, very interesting. They have a Prophet TPs and gets the 2 wards down, but the Liga smokes and gets this first blood onto the offlane centaur. Panel spoke a little bit about like how Monkey might need to dominate the lane, what's or not, and now it's gonna be twice as harder when the centaur has the first blood.
Let's talk about the offlane Tiny, right? So I'm a big fan of the Tiny nowadays in the meta because every single support that we see is super squishy. I mean, look at that. Hoodwink and they CM. That's literally free gold for the Tiny. But how is he gonna do from the offlane?
I have not seen much Tiny offlane. I just checked the the fight bottom.
Yeah,
Waiting, but the
here
Prophet comes in.
Sayush.
Should
It's a
mean first
dead
blood with the blood going
Hoodwink.
in. Easy.
No first blood. It was already first blood. Vierch
Yeah.
got it on the centaur, but at least this does equalize it a bit.
We're gonna see it in the replay. Shout out to our production for a quick replay on the Squadix skill. He wanted to check for a mid ward and just played with his life very nicely. And the offlane Tiny. I mean, it kind of does everything the same like the mid Tiny in a way, just a little bit slower. He builds the same items. Some Blink Dagger, Echo Saber into Kanda. And as you said, he's playing on bursting support. And in terms of laning, I think he's a pretty strong laner. Like his spells, if he gets the lane into good position, he can toss back. And I'm really excited to see how it works out.
Okay, so since you have been so proud of your you learning the names of all of the spells recently, I'm gonna give you a very, very hard trivia question. What is the debuff called, the slow debuff from the tree toss of the Tiny when you hit somebody? What is it called when you hover over it?
I don't know.
It's
Volleyball?
called tree.
Volleyball.
It's so dumb. Yeah, okay, well, we can go with volleyball, but I really wouldn't want to. I don't know where you're from. We usually played volleyball with balls rather than trees, but sure. I guess it can be used as one. But talk to me about this Nature's Prophet in general. So you could have put him on the bottom lane. You could have put him on the top lane. You decided to put him on top. That means that you want to fight on the bottom lane. It seems. Is that correct?
If you know these teams a little bit deeper, there was never any choice really. He just Sayush plays this hero, FNG doesn't. It's always gonna be +4, and that's just about it. And Sayush, he has like a insane competitive win rate, and they have a chance to pick it up. They're just gonna do it, and I think they will prove why very, very soon.
What about the mid lane? Pango was the last pick versus the Invoker, but the Invoker is winning the lane quite handily at the moment. There is a wave coming over. So how is that? How should that mid lane go? Is this what you expected, or is the Pango underperforming, Invoker overperforming?
I think Pango is always like aiming for a 50-50 lane, just getting his own things, and once he gets his own things, like first low 6, then some fusion, he's always gonna have the same impact, and that's why you don't pick him to like win the mid lane. Just going even is you'll be more than happy. And 15 to 12 after minute 3 is fine.
It is looking
I'm
okay
going
for
to go both to the side of Liga.
Yep, so that's nice. That's they pushed the lanes just at the right moment. The bottom lane was in a good position next to their tower for the majority of the lane, and then they just pushed it out. So yeah, Healing Lotus is going their way. A big deal. That's actually quite a lot of heal that goes your way. But
Make a big. Go ahead.
I'm looking at this right now, and I feel like the side of Liga might want to apply a bit more pressure in terms of doing damage to these side lane cores, but they are unable to do it. And I think as time passes, this is gonna make their lanes very, very dangerous.
For who? Sorry, I spaced out.
For Liga. No problem, Mila. No problem. It's still early in the morning. I know that you Dota players, you professionals, you wake up later on in the day, so this is tough for you.
Exactly. The 1J is gonna make a stack and try to control him, but it's not so huge considering Rainbow doesn't get the top one, but still with the rune. The action should come probably on the bottom lane with Monkey getting some boots or the threads with its nature property being, and we can see right here now.
There it is.
Draw,
The in trouble.
Nice.
Jingo stacks, trying to finish him off with the sticky pump connecting. It's most definitely a kill, and Kiritich makes sure that he gets it. This is one thing that we haven't talked about. If there's like a hero player combination in this series, it's most definitely Kiritich and the Monkey King. It's by far his favorite hero.
Really?
Yes.
I think of him as like more like an alchemist specialist, but we casted some of his games before a few months ago, and we really emphasize on how talented this guy is, and he has put it again and again.
It's gonna be in some trouble. He was the second reason that Namiga were as good as they were. Now, of course, Malorine found currently what seems to be the best team in the world on Falcons, and Kiritich on Virtus Pro is definitely not slacking. He is not as good at the moment in terms of results, but a lot of hope for this VP lineup.
I agree.
As Ramses is just gonna get smacked here, and FNG rotating as well. They keep him inside of the Sprout for a very long time there because of the Avalanche. The toss is there, and it's gonna make sure that Ramses goes down. What a nice rotation from FNG. And usually you expect Sayush to be on the bottom lane, but they switch it up and they surprise Liga.
Yeah, FNG is one of the best position 5 supposed to do this. He kind of always finds the right timing to do it, and they're also going to go through with the Monkey King.
He doesn't get it because it's on the other side, but he does get 1J. That tornado of the mark would have purged off the Jingu stacks, but it was quite certain that the Hoodwink was gonna die. I mean, he has power treads and the orb, right? The orb of venom. So there's no way that a Hoodwink without boots is gonna be able to escape him.
Such a next level play. You know, it seems like a little thing, but Monkey King Hoodwink making the bottom now just limits a lot of things that the League can do on the other lanes. Heritage, as we spoke about it, as we praise him, maybe it's a very unorthodox play. For a carry at least.
Look at FNG. He wants to go for the rune.
Plotting a plan, but yeah, just gonna force Centaur go there, and yeah, FNG, very, very good position 5 player, like very fundamentally strong.
I really like this when teams are forcing enemies to do something that they otherwise wouldn't. It kind of destroys your concept. You kill the Hoodwink, she TPs to the bottom lane, now you don't have a TP. You force the center to go towards the Wisdom Rune, but there is an Invoker coming. Kiritich, he scouted it perfectly there with the scan, but even through the scan, he's like, yeah, I don't care, I'm at my tower. Well, at your tower, you're gonna die because there's gonna be a bushwhack. He had so many stick charges. Now jumping into the trees, it's gonna get cut down by Squadix, but it doesn't matter. Bro, I got you. You don't need to be in the trees. You don't need to be doing anything. It is going to be the Pango that is going to be changing everything. The rotation of the Invoker completely off the mark. 1J being scouted. He thinks that the trees are his friend, but they are also the home to a very, very powerful Monkey King that will jump on your head and then smack you into the ground. Kiritich, just some beautiful movement.
Yeah, even has a Sal on top of all of it. You know, gets a kill, survives like a 4-man gang, and that's a kill, and then Sal's back in top lane. Invoker respawns, gonna TP. That's a free notice kill.
He got
kind of a blunder
from the death.
Yeah, kind of a blunder dying to this Invoker just respawning, because it kind of makes a lot of sense for him to TP if there is opportunity on the side lane, but nonetheless, this Pangolier is having a great start, and he's still far away from his peak.
Yep, the Fusel Blade is on the menu, but it's gonna be some time before he actually gets it. Now, jumping in on the Centaur, Vieira in some trouble. With Sayush coming, turns around with the hoof stomp. That's a nice placed Sprout. He's gonna have to go around it. Boundless Strike connects on him. A lot of movement speed on the Monkey. Just very nice movement overall from Kiritich. And they kill Vieira once again before he has his level 6.
Hey, this is what experienced Nature's Prophet players do. They never actually catch the guy in the Sprout. They place it in front of him, and it kind of works like a 20-30% slow. If you think it, like just making a hero turn around to pass through it, around it, it's really, really cheeky.
Yep, cheeky and annoying. The Monkey King is going for the Maelstrom. Sven, of course, it is going to be the Mask of Madness, Echo Saber. Are you a fan of the Aghanim Scepter? Do you think that's the third item, or do you need a BKB?
I'm not sure about the Aghanim's third item, but I definitely think the build where you skip the blink and you go for the Axe has put Sven back on the map, because it kind of makes you scale better.
Yeah, most definitely is the case. As Rainbow, we haven't seen many rotations. Okay, he's gonna have the Spirit Vessel. Is that the time to go? Oh, nice deny. Is he gonna die for his troubles? Misses the tornado onto Squadix.
Stampede.
The Stampede is now available, but Squadix is just as fast. Gonna be rolling around Swashbuckle. The Invoker is surviving through it. He got dusted, but doesn't matter. And Squadix a little bit too deep. With the shield crash, he's gonna be getting a small shield, not enough to save his life. With FNG coming forward, Frostbite is there. Pantomim has his ult if he wants to use it. Will decide against it. One more hit. Actually, the Hoodwink falls. 1J, he could have escaped. Decided to be a little bit annoying as they are looking towards the Sven. Kiritich gonna be rotating. They don't want to get double stunned. What a good positioning from Noticed in general, and Kiritich gets the Jingu stacks and the kill.
Yeah, they get this turnaround on the mid lane, but Kiritich once again TP stop, quick rotation that runs this. This guy is on the roll. Noticed? They're trying to ambush him. Two heroes with a TP, they can definitely kill him. Can they get him as 2? They have freezing field. No, they mess up.
They really did mess up there.
And Kiritich again.
That was so beautiful for Sayush, also the positioning. Now they turn around on Phantom. That's a really sketchy hero. Beautiful tornado. Might have saved his life, but a couple of rocks get thrown towards the CM, and she will be taken down. Notice now is going to be dealing with a God Strength Sven, who is going to be buffed up by the Invoker, but has the phase boots. Noticed. Running away. Sunstrike perfectly placed, but he dodges it. He knew. He felt the heat and gets out of the sun in time.
Oh man, that feels bad. Popping all of these heroes top lane, all of these spells. I mean, he's gonna continue to farm with the Godstring, but nonetheless, they get nothing. Still, only 1k behind at noon 12.
Is Liga in Serbia? That's the Belgrade boot camp, man. And I saw one of the waters that we have there just blocking Ramses' face. They're in our country.
Liga is in the Hotel Yugoslavia. That's
okay,
all I'm gonna say. It says, I think it is right there. It says behind them. you should know. You have been there.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Okay. I noticed it because of the water bottle, but yeah, then I recognized the background as well. So yeah, they're in our country here, Milan. So we have to cheer for them now. It's
no,
that's just how it goes.
I'm a big Heritage fan.
Tower is under attack.
What can I say? This guy is just. I'm a fan of a quality players. This guy is playing out of his mind for the last couple of months, including this game. Top on the network versus the Sven, who has a built-in Belfiry.
Attack.
Okay, Liga guys, if you want Milan's address, just to teach him what you do to traders, just give me a DM and we'll make it work. As they are gonna be finding Kiritich here. That's gonna be a huge kill, and he does get taken down by the sharpshooter. Avalanche a little bit too late. There's a blink reveal from Notice. The tornado will get him up into the air, but here comes SquadX, and the poor CM is gonna be in so much trouble. No mana. Fairly soon, the HP isn't gonna be there. Actually, Pantomim is doing everything right, but in the end, he cannot survive 4 heroes surrounding him.
That's a blink reveal and a Pangol to expand it. All you get is a CM, but they want more.
They get a kill. That's Notice going for those supports. We talked about it. Gonna be trying to run away. Tornado will be enough damage to finish him off. And here comes Vierch. Actually swashbuckle, but he did get stunned up mid move there to the side. So the dive for the Hoodwink, definitely not worth it. And this reveal of the Blink Dagger of the Centaur, much better than the one on the Tiny.
Yeah, but not such a terrible thing for VP. Yes, they lose 2 more cores, but they make everybody go back to Fontaine. And the Centaur, yeah, gets a kill. Now he has to run to the Fontaine for 25 seconds, then he needs to run back for 25 more. Like, almost like dies there. And then they get a tower too. So, all in all, not great, not terrible for either team.
That is true. But Liga, they were losing up until now. Finally, they caught Kiritich. That was a nice ward. That's probably gonna get dewarded now. Of course, FNG is already on the case. That got pinged out by Kiritich. If there was no ward on that swing gate, that would have been a disaster for Liga. This way, it's okay.
Yeah.
What's
One
next,
tower
Milan?
advantage. What?
What's next? What's the next?
What's
move?
next?
What are we gonna be looking at here? Big items, farming, pickoffs, smokes. What's gonna
Sven and
happen?
Monkey just scaling, where Pango and Invoca are gonna be brawling with everyone else. So kinda 4 protect 1 playstyle from both teams, and we'll see this double off play. Like SquadX has his Difu, Rabel has his Vessel. They're both for brawling. Centaur has his Blink, Tiny has his Blink, so they're kind of similar, and the both supports are kind of also ready to fight. So everybody is into fighting. It's just who executes better. They see the Sven.
Everybody was kung fu fighting FNG a little bit too early. He can't do this on his own and will be taken down. The ancient stack still going their way, so you get a kill, you get the ancient stack as well. Liga are gonna be quite happy with that.
He got a little bit too excited. Yes, he probably had a Nature's Prophet TP, but if he just waited for Tiny top lane,
That is a dead Monkey King. Sharpshooter does way too much damage. Instant Stampede. They understand that the rotation could be coming. This is just some clean gameplay from Liga in general.
very, very clean gameplay, but it also kind of seems like VP is dropping a ball a little bit, especially on that bottom engagement, but
Okay, that's a kill.
with the Vessel and Tiny, between 2 of them, they have just insane amount of damage.
You have to make sure that these supports are dead on Liga. When they're off the map, then your Monkey King can farm safely. But Kiritich, the early rotations were nice, the early aggression was nice. I just think that he should have put the brakes on a little bit, because dying twice is most definitely a problem.
Bottom tower is under attack.
As Ramses continues to farm, no big surprises there. Crystal Maiden going for the Glimmer. Invoker has a Midas, and next item is gonna be the Boots of Travel Rabel. Gonna be targeted. They did already use the Dust Toss and back. Rolling Thunder, FNG makes it over, and it's just funny how they just appeared there. Nobody was even close to the mid lane, and suddenly they're all surrounding the Invoker.
It almost looked like a movie, right? 4 of them just popping out and killing him, but they're not gonna stop. No, that's gonna find 1J. Gonna toss him onto the CM. Ramsey is coming in.
Oh no,
Oh,
he's stuck!
no.
He ate the wrong tree, but the hoof stomp is gonna be amazing if Ramses could just attack! He made such a huge blunder! Now inside of the Wukong's command, you have a lot of armor, but not enough to survive that physical damage. Notice, going on to Pantomime, they are gonna be turning around on him, trying to finish him off. Glimmer Cape was done, Swashbuckle, however, doesn't care much about it, and here comes the tree to finish him off. What an unfortunate thing for Liga. That should have been their fight.
Oh, hopefully we can see that in the replay. That looked like so amazing for the Sven. It looked like a Rogue Knight is gonna claim another, but gets stuck in the trees like Arteezy in his best days. Holy moly.
You're the biggest Arteezy fan that I know. Every single cast that we have, you have to say his name.
Of course, everybody likes Arteezy. If you don't like Arteezy, you don't like Dota 2.
Exactly. That's like not liking Dendi, literally, right? So those two you have to love.
I don't like them. Okay, moving on. Still, very fair and square. 1K advantage only, turning into 2. I think Sven is sort of like an alchemist when it comes to network difference, right, in between teams, where he kind of inflates it, like more like a Doom, right? When if you have Sven on your team, you should be ahead.
They're not. The Sven is ahead, but the rest of his team not really. I'm actually surprised the Centaur had some really nice hoof stomps, but his laning phase, it seems to have gone so badly that VR cannot come back into the game properly. He's just way too far behind.
And keep in mind, you got a first blood. You got a free first blood. And he's 6K net worth, 200 above Sayush. Sorry.
Yeah, Sayush. So, 17 to 10. The bottom tower is being targeted by the proximity mines. We all know Teki is pretty good at pushing. Still only level 1 in his ulti, so it's not going to be that much damage. But of course, we know what the Tiny does to these towers. He just rips them apart, smashes them into the ground. And the last tier 1 for Virtus Pro to claim, it's gone. Ramses. He does have a BKB, so he's probably not gonna die, but they know where Pantomime is. Proximity Mine is not gonna explode, protecting himself with the Glimmer. The CM will be fine. The rest of League are coming for a smoke. Virtus Pro, they should bail.
They have a very cheeky ward behind the tower. Will not spot Invoker and Centaur because they're small.
CM caught, Rolling Thunder, nice toss back into the Boundless Strike. They didn't use the Stampede just yet. Sven has his BKB, they're trying to force it out. Everybody is just threatening, but the poor CM is always gonna be collateral.
I like that they don't commit, but that means Liga with the Rolling Thunder cooldown, they will want to contest this Wisdom Rune. Techies though can't set up the sign. No, they're just gonna decide to go away. I like that from BP. No reason to fight around Rolling Thunder is their strongest spell by far.
Yeah, some mines are exploding. They know where the Invoker is in his Ghost Walk. Only slightly behind, but the Sven is at the top still. And is his next item gonna be an axe? Exactly, Ramses. That's what he's gunning for.
It's a very standard item build nowadays. As you said, Mathematic Echo Saber, BKB, Aghanim Scepter.
Then Daedalus, probably. Maybe if you need an MKB, but as a Sven, you would want to get a crit.
You need the red item. It's the rule.
I mean, you do turn red as toss back on the Centaur. Boundless Strike connects. He's very low HP already, and the Glimmer Cape will protect him. They didn't have vision. Pantomime will let it go. It's gonna take some time for them to finish the CM. Of course, the magical damage of FNG will help. And once again, poor Pantomime, he's just being left alone to die every single time.
Yeah, gives his life to save the Centaur. Sayush needs to be careful. Tornado? Will it catch him? Not exactly.
The Centaur is not having a game. I I'm looking at him, and even FNG will take him over. The next time he dies, it's pretty much gonna happen. I don't know what's happening. Is he farming? Is he not farming? Like, what is he doing wrong, Milan?
He's just not farming. He's not getting kills, and he's not farming. Nowadays in Dota, if you're a core player, you just have to itemize. You have to always scale. Because at this point, it's almost impossible for him to play FNG. He's eyeing Rainbow.
Radiant
But
structures
with the tiny tipping mid, it should mean they're giving up the bottom part of the map fully, reading the game perfectly. VP, tier 1 teams do read the game very well.
Look at FNG here waiting. He does have a really nice ward to allow him to escape if need be. He has the Gossamer Cape too versus a Sven. That's one of the better items to have. Dodging one of those huge right clicks. It's always nice.
He should be getting caught here. Do they try to defend him? It's going to be long TPs. I think they just let him go. He's just dead. What?
MP to run away. And Vierk again didn't get the kill. He needs those kills. The TPs are good coming in. SquadX wants to fight. They have a lot of wards on this bottom lane, so they kind of know that their enemies went back. There will be a dust being used. 1J taken down. It's a 1-for-1 with Vierk dropping down as well. The tree toss, it is gonna connect. Actually gets the blink away just in time. Noticed. Can't get the kill. You can see that he got slightly annoyed there on the camera.
Nonetheless, they push them out of bottom kind of very, very easily. And will they go for Rush? They have everything ready to do so, especially these mines. But the Agonifs on the Ramses might...
Dire's middle tower
I'm pretty much confused. I think VP players are also like in between. Do they want to fight on these mines or they want to go top? The decision will be to stay here.
Dust on the Invoker, Avalanche, Toss, Swashbuckle as well. They don't have the Rolling Thunder. They don't need no Rolling Thunder. The damage, it's more than enough. Now Ramsey is gonna be slowed down. His team needs help, but he's not moving. Pantomime, he will be dying inside of the Wukong's man. Those Monkey Warriors actually not gonna be slapping her on the backside all that much, but noticed Will. He smashes her into the ground, getting 2 kills, and he's not done. He wants Ramses as well, who has the BKB, so will probably escape on the other side of the map. Sage will be taken down, and Vierk will get him down. I'm the core. He still has less net worth than Sayush though. Here comes Noticed. Really wants to force out that BKB. Ramses, way too experienced to go for it.
I like how they just ignore the Ramses fully almost. Like, just go for the CM. Kill the Invoker. I was super surprised that the Invoker died so quickly, but I guess that's why they picked the Tiny.
It's working out. Invoker has a Dragon Lance.
He's on the top of the ward. Will be getting caught.
Mines. Yeah, he's dead. Especially with the Superman coming for him. The Roche is here on the top lane. They get a hoof stomp on the 2 of them. Vierk goes for the stampede instantly. The Bushwhack only connecting on the Pango. Is he gonna be able to swashbuckle away? The shield crash, the swashbuckle, Rolling Thunder. He gets cut down before he puts the key into the ignition. So Virtus Pro, they lose 2. They could have lost more if the Bushwhack was slightly better.
They're gonna go for the rush. They pop the gas strength. They're just gonna move into the rush build. VP try to contest. I think they should at least fight after the rush, but that one ward on the Lotus pool gives them 2 kills in the rush.
Yeah, they just let it go. They didn't have the BKB on the Monkey King. He does have the Wukong's command now, but they decide not to go for it. So that's gonna be Roche for them. Yeah, okay. Let's see if Noticed is gonna die. Hoodwink being hella annoying. So he has the BKB TP out, so Notice is generally going to be fine. Okay, Aegis for Liga, taking that away from Virtus Pro, who were ahead. They do find Rabel all alone, surrounded by trees. That's the Aegis. Rabel, what are you doing? He's just gonna die once again.
Whoa.
Boom! Yeah, he's being destroyed so easily every single time.
I mean, they pink Gem dropped. Hopefully that was not on the Invoker.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let's check.
Gem
Yeah, it is
is
Pantomime's
bought by
gem.
Pantomime. Oh my god, this is a full disaster just as they got back into this game.
Stampede going forward. Sayer's gonna get hoof stomped. The sharpshooter as well. And the Gleipnir finishes him off. 1J is actually doing quite a lot of damage. Vierk dropping low. The Glimmer Cape will protect him. But this time around, 1J will get caught. And this hoodwink is very, very dangerous. They need to think about it. Here comes Ramses. They stop him. Notice protecting Kiritich, who won't be able to survive the right clicks from Vierk. And Ramses, BKB, God Strength, Raw. And they just run away from him. You're cool, bro. We're just gonna get away from you. He's being kited so easily this game. It's starting to be funny.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking about this Rebel throw. This is one of the biggest throws you can make. Your team gets you an Aegis, your team gets you a Gem, and you lose both of them 1v5. It just feels so bad.
How do you recover? Is somebody from the team gonna tell you, dude, it's okay? Or is somebody from the team gonna tell him, what the hell are you doing?
I think Ramses is gonna tell him what the fuck, but I usually tell my teammates just to move forward, like always look forward.
I've never
to the next
heard
best thing.
a bigger lie in the world. Like, okay, Milan, you are such a nice guy. We'll love you. You help your teammates 100%.
You have never played in a team with me, so you have no way to know what I say. But
my best man played in a team with you, and he said that you were always pretty blunt.
That was 10 years ago, so.
Ah, okay, you changed. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I accept that. We all change, and Milan changed for the better. As
back to the game.
Tiny going in, avalanche. That's not gonna be a lot of damage.
This game advantage is only going to be proving stronger and stronger. Pantomime gonna set up sort of a trap, see if VP walks into it, but for now they decide to play away. Glyph is not ready. Tiny, if he goes, he can kill this tower very fast, but he will be in a very bad situation.
Yeah, he most definitely will. He doesn't want to go for it, especially Seish is on the other side of the map. He's pushing it out, so you can wait for those creeps to start annoying Liga and make them make some really rough decisions. Liga have only taken one tower, so I'm actually super surprised that the gold lead is as low as it is.
It's kind of the Sven factor, if you see. He's 19k net for.
Ramsey's doing a good job. At least keeping himself up, but he's down to 6 seconds on his BKB, and that is a big deal. He went for the Nemesis Curse, understands that he's not going to be getting much more than 2-3 attacks. Avalanche toss, goodbye Hoodwink, 1J. He didn't stand a chance. Actually got the Gleipnir up. I didn't think that was going to happen. And Sven running away, he'll be fine. I saw a basher on the Monkey King, so that's another way to keep the Sven in check.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing. But hold that thought, they're gonna see Pantomime. Suarez.
Got him. He has the Aghanim Scepter Stampede gonna be used, but they still get the kill. What a bounder strike. The Sven has been caught as well with the Avalanche toss. He pops the BKB. Ramses has to run. No, he decides to attack. He doesn't know what to do. Whatever you decide, it's gonna be a problem. Nice force after the high ground. He will be able to survive. And Swashbuckle not doing any damage through the Warcry. He just has way too much armor.
That execution. Double boundless into a rolling thunder on everybody. Chain standing almost went till he's dead. He gets the beacon in the last second and has to use everything he ever had to run away. Oh, that was beautiful to watch.
It really was. One thing that people do forget nowadays is that God Strength gives you the 30% slow resistance. Yeah, some of the old guys might not even know what it is, but you do have slow resistance in Dota, and then you can move a little bit more freely. That is gonna be a caught Hoodwink. Usually trees are friends for squirrels, but this time around they're just gonna help them to hunt one down.
And Nature's Prophet is kind of very decent as the Hoodwink with this shard. Hoodwink likes to be in the trees, and Nature's Prophet likes it when you're in the trees. His shard does so much damage and slow. Pop the Glyph. Rush is coming in soon, so I don't think they will pursue more. Just play the map, go for the rush. Show the discipline you're known for, VP.
They are quite disciplined on Virtus Pro. Ever since FNG joined the lineup, they have not been throwing games. You see that they are playing clean Dota. There were a couple of mistakes individually, but team-wise, they're keeping it in check. Ramsey's next item gonna be a Satanic. I can't help but feel that maybe a Harpoon would be better, because everybody is just kiting him. He needs to kill somebody faster.
And it's still gonna be a decent choice if you can get it in time. I think Liga is just tired of VP jumping them first. They want to get initiation of their own. They need to use a smoke or something for it, or fight around the objective.
In the previous
But
game, we
VP.
had traps from the TA. This time around, Virtus Pro, they do have the techies. So even smoking out on the map, it's not certain that it's gonna land you a kill. You might just get spotted. And FNG now, he's gonna have a shard. So once your BKB is down on the Sven, good luck attacking anybody. That disarm is gonna be a problem.
He does dispel with a Superman stance, so that'll help with it. And once he has a Satanic, he can dispel with that too.
Doesn't he
On the-
dispel just the target that he connects?
Yeah, you dispel the teaser
On the
from
target.
the target.
It says it increases cast range and applies basic dispel on the target, but if he gets disarmed, he's still gonna be disarmed, right?
He doesn't dispel you, but you dispel the guy when you stun him,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you don't
I
get
get it.
disarmed from the bang.
I get it. I get it what you mean. I get it what you mean.
And the smoke, and we spoke about that they are tired. They want to get the initiation on. Can they do it?
Yeah, this is a good position.
BKB on
He had
someone,
running
I
ball.
cannot know who it is.
Oh, Monkey King, they found him. And oh, he got the BKB just off in time. And actually, the Lotus Orb was on him. The Sven couldn't see it. He stunned himself, gonna be bashed up inside of that Wukong's man Ramses. He's losing his BKB. And in the backlines, nobody's protecting his teammates. Now he doesn't know where to go. He has been left all alone. The captain and the carry of Liga taken down for 90 seconds. That's your highest net worth hero as the rest of them run away. But the big guy fell, and that is what's important.
Very, very, very unfortunate for the Ramses and the Liga. They finally get this smoke wraparound, but they mess up their abilities, or more so. Oh, hold the thought. Mboka has a BKB, but there is a Basher, there is a Gem. He should be dying here, Squad X, and Seiyush will get him in the end.
Those right clicks from the Nature's Prophet, they really do hurt. Rabel hasn't been having that great of a game. I mean, looking at his net worth, he's definitely not in a good position. But ever since that Aegis dropped, he just hasn't been able to find his stride. It seems that it has hurt him mentally as well.
I mean, mentally probably, but it hurt him more physically, you know? The fact you lose the Aegis and Gem there, that was your timing to build up your lead. So, 2 cores dead, no glyph, nothing to stop VP. They don't need this rush right now.
That is a dead tower. The tier 3 is gone. You use your glyph after it. So you're not going to have another one. Notice running forward has the BKB. He's really not going to die. They do slow him down. Pantomime. They don't slow him down. They kill him super fast. Has a buyback to work with as the Sven is coming back. Liga might want to mount up a defense, but their Raxes are already gone. Sven TPing in. Decides against it. That would have been a problem landing into an avalanche. And Kiritich standing his ground. Doesn't get the BKB off. That's going to be a problem. The Lotus Orb this time around didn't come out in time. Kiritich turns around with the Boundless Strike and actually bashes the Sven while doing it. Wukong's command, they will be used as well. Kiritich dropping low. The Tornado should be able to kill him, but the rest of Liga, they're all just dying one by one, buybacking on almost all of their heroes. The Tornado completely off the mark. Nice bushwhack into a Gleipnir, and they have the Boomerang, so maybe they can bring down this Pangolier as well. Squad X doing his best to run away. Noticed jumping into the back lines, finds 1J, and Rabel gets the tree toss on him, still surviving, but he's dying inside of the trees. He's getting healed by the ghosts. Ghost walk, but not enough. Seiyush, he is the real core here. He's fighting the enemy off lane, and he has so much more net worth than him. Finally, Liga, they accept defeat. VP are gonna be the victors of this best of one.
Yeah, I think everybody predicted from the panel, and us VP clear favorites. Take the game here, Liga style, showing some signs of life, showing some, I would say, individual performances that can give them some hope, but all in all, VP just a tier above, I would say.
Yeah, it did look that way. There were some mistakes on Virtus Pro. Is this, I mean, I don't know if you feel the same way before we send it over to the boys, or we can actually ask them if they're ready. Do you think Virtus Pro need to clean up their act, because some stronger teams are going to be punishing those mistakes? Let's hear from Rob and the gang.
Yeah, thank you very much, Harry. And I'll put that question to my analysts here, guys. Do you think VP, is it just going to be that first match jitters, or is there some cleanup here that they need to do in their gameplay coming into the later series in the 1-win spring series?
I mean, teams make mistakes, and I think treating Liga like they were this tier 3 team is a bit too much. I think they played well and they forced a couple of mistakes, but in general, VP, especially to the later portion of the game, played better. I think Ramses got punished a bit too much in the lane, and his BKB usage was pretty off in a couple of matches. There were certain times where he actually initiated with BKB. He would kill the Monkey King, I think, the last 2 fights. So, yeah, overall, a lot of individual mistakes in Liga, but in general, I think VP played okay.
Yeah, I think they would be very happy with the early game, though, right? With a lot of the movements they were able to do. Very interesting that we get to see this position for Nature's Prophet. I know they were bringing up in the cast that it's something that Sayushi is very, very comfortable on. We don't really see anyone else running like this Nature's Prophet 4. So you have this hero being able to make rotations, which felt much cleaner of a Nature's Prophet in the offlane. Like you could leave your offlane and said, if you're like a position 5, it's a little bit more difficult to leave your carry, because then sometimes you're vulnerable. You get position 1s, they're fragile, they're going to be complaining. But it seemed like Sayushi, you could rotate, really assist in the lane where I thought was going to be a little bit more difficult. Like I really thought the Centaur Hoodwink was actually going to be able to compete versus the Monkey King. And I am now a Kiritich fan as well, and Milan was hyping him up a lot. I think what he was able to do in the early game, it's pretty much what we were saying though with kind of a critique of Ramses, where some carries right now really struggle with making rotations, and he was very, very crafty on how he was able to get active in that early portion of the game.
So we'll be able to take a look at a couple of the match highlights here as well, just to see how that match did break down. And yeah, you're looking through this one, you were talking about that Sven and the Monkey King matchup. Do you think that this is going to be an answer going forwards, or was it just a bit of a niche pick here for this match? Because we do see the lifesteals coming up against the Svens, but for the first 2 games today, it has been banned out. So is that something you think teams are going to start considering against the Sven pickups, Bowie?
I feel like Sven should have the upper hand, but Ramses just died 2 times in the lane, and the Monkey King was so active. He actually left the lane, got a kill in the mid lane, then he took supports, he fought for the Wisdom Runes. I feel like this was the best Monkey King game possible, not in terms of the matches that he had, but how he actually played. And I don't feel like Sven played necessarily too well. At that fight, that one fight specifically, they actually cut the Monkey King free slightly too late with the Chinstun, and that totally baited them into a terrible fight. They weren't that far behind until that fight, and after you lose your Sven twice in a row, it could be bad.
Yeah, and it's crazy how different this game potentially could have been if you don't lose the ages pretty much instantly as well from Rabel, which it is what it is. People are going to make mistakes. That unfortunately is a very, very big mistake to be made, and we saw what happened. They were starting to pick up the momentum. Things were going their way. We were seeing some movements start to be made from them, but you lose that ages. Fights since then looked very, very difficult for them to execute.
Yeah, that's another fight where there's an BKB there, and then he gets the balance strike off, he survives. Obviously the barracks were already down, the game was kind of over. But I think individually, I don't even think Liga played necessarily bad as a team, but some pretty big individual mistakes cost them this game. That ages, as you said, also a big one.
Yeah, so we will see that it's going to be a VP moving on here to the winners match, and it's going to be Liga dropping down to the losers as we get a look at the team stats. Anything particularly standing out for you here, Aries, between the 2 teams?
Interesting offlane Tiny. Notice, KDA looks pretty good. We'll have to see if this is... I again, kind of similar to the Terrorblade support. I just want to see a little bit more data on the offlane Tiny, but I was very impressed with Kiritic. Like I feel like I could keep talking about him. I mean, again, I don't know. You really, it's very difficult for carries to make the rotations that he was able to do, and the fact he was able to get active and move to the side lanes and get the kill onto the hoodwink inside the river, contesting that 6-minute power rune, just very impressive.
Yeah, and it's something that specifically mentioned in Kiritic. I've been watching him going back a couple of years when he was on the lower tier 2 teams, him and Malrine. I was quite sad to see them as a pair break up, go to different teams. But BP, it seems to have suited Kiritic here. They've made really good progress. So I'm glad everyone's getting on board the hype train here for Kiritic as well, because there is some good players in Eastern Europe that I think are starting to shine through. So taking a good look at them. And Bowie, any final thoughts on that match as well before we move on to the next series?
Yeah, I just want to make sure offside in the right side of the tree here with Kiritic. I think how high Mamar he is, he's definitely a player that barely gets talked about. No, obviously Watson, because he occupied that rank 1 place for so long, we just love talking about him. But he is definitely one of the best carries in Eastern Europe, and it's nice to see him shine. But yeah, I think we should go on a break, right?
Just taking a look now, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. So it's, I think it was me and Milan actually that backed 1 win in that last series. So we're a point down on the prediction contest, but everybody coming home happy here on the panel from this last match, and
looking pretty.
So
happy
we'll see how it's going to continue. Yeah, I mean, the smile's all right. It's me and Hurry Freak on the sides, keeping it serious. Bookending it, they're keeping it serious. But everyone else looks pretty happy here. And Bowie, that's a pretty picture of you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look pretty nice. Nice jacket, I definitely like the style.
Yeah,
I like the glasses too. Where are your glasses now? You're not wearing them, or?
Yeah,
I'm wearing
contacts
lenses. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But yeah, that is going to be it for the first 2 series of the day. Again, I was maybe upset with the way the game 1 went, but everybody else going home happy here. It seems to be the predictions going through. Looking forward to the rest of the day. It is going to be Team Spirit coming up against Mouse in the next game, and then to end out the day, Liquid versus PSG. But I think this time, production, we're going to be taking a quick 5-minute break as we swap everything around. Harry Freak and Milan will be joining me on the panel, and Aries Bowie, they'll be getting their casting shoes on, getting ready for the final 2 series of the day. So we will see you after a quick break and a quick swap around. We'll see you after this.
All right.
Welcome back in, everybody. We're going to get started here with a third series of the day, Team Spirit versus Mouse. And these two teams coming into it, you are probably going to be considering Spirit the favourite, but Mouse, they've been looking fairly good in the European leagues that we've been seeing. So, Harry, what are your thoughts coming into this series?
They haven't been looking good enough. That's how I feel, right? Because Spirit's still one of the best teams in the world when it's a really huge tournament, maybe even the best, right? We know that when it's like less than 15 million of a prize pool, they don't care much. Just kidding, of course. But Mouse, they have been doing solid. Still, I don't think that players and the team are on the same level of Spirit in general.
Yeah, and Milan coming into this one here as well. I mean, Team Spirit, they came off a little bit of a disappointing Dream League. I say disappointing because he didn't come up in the first or second place. So looking to bounce back here, make the impression, stick up again. But what do you think from Mouse here? Because, like I say, they have been playing in the RES League. They've been playing in other tournaments as well. So, do you think constant play for them is going to be good enough to see them in a best of one as well? Take the challenge to Team Spirit.
I think best of one plays into their favor, as you're suggesting. But I think, considering they lost just recently to Rest Farmers, the Pablo stack and Zibe, and these results should be telling a story that they're clear underdogs here. Anything can happen in best of one. Mouse is a quality team, as you said. They have their own qualities, but teams like Spirit, if they come through force, even 70-80% of it, Mouse should not stand a chance.
Okay, well, we'll see how that one is going to go. And taking a look at the two rosters, we know that Team Spirit, they haven't made any changes in a while. Lal, the newest member that's going back a while now, pre-TI, they were able to take that TI win as well. So, yeah, maybe it is the mountain of the Lion and the Mouse here. We are going to be able to get ourselves into the draft, and we already see the Magnus, the Centaur, and the Chen band coming out from Mouse. Meanwhile, Team Spirit taking away the Gyrocopter as well as the Timbersaw. I wonder if Team Spirit are going to be aware of these picks that Mouse will be coming up with. We saw yesterday Mouse ran the Supreme Leshrac, and it looked really good. It was something that they were just able to capitalize on. So, what do you think, Harry? Do you think that Team Spirit have been looking at the recent games from Mouse, or do you think they're just going to be solid on their game plan coming into this?
Team Spirit are usually pretty well prepared for a team, right? I don't know if they respect the Mouse enough, but from across the years I've learned that tier 1 teams really respect everybody. Every single game means much to them, so probably Miposhka with the coach is going to be going through some of the heroes, and generally everybody knows that Supreme is pretty good on the Lesh. It used to be before, and of course you're going to know about it now.
Yeah, so I wonder if they're going to lock this in. And we're going to see the Batrider coming out here for Team Spirit. So we're seeing this as usually coming out as a support. Milan, what do you like to see in the lanes with the Batrider here to be able to capitalize on the power of the Batrider pre-6 before that last hour when the rotations come out?
It's going to be a Miposhka Batrider, and he's going to be laning with... They're not going to be like, oh, what's good with lane with the bet? They're going to have an 18 pick for Yator. They're going to be like, what is the hero Yator is going to win the game with? So, and Primal will be there for the Mouse. Hero that Supreme somewhat plays, but as Bo1 mentioned before, the Force is a very known Primal Beast player.
Yep. I'm not sure though. I don't really like the Primal Beast versus a Bat. Every single time I see it, the Onslaught just gets stopped by the Flame Break, and we have seen these Primal Beasts just not want to pre-BKB when running in. So especially if this is gonna be a Primal Beast laned in the off lane, as you mentioned, if it's a Miposhka Batrider, I could see Yatoro being able to go for whichever hero he wants, and not just for the Faceless Void and the Morphlings that can escape the Primal Beast themselves.
Maybe a PA.
Okay. I saw a PA yesterday. Is that hero back? Because I'm not really a fan of the Battle Fury build of Summerland. What is it about those carries? Especially the PA. We did see a recent Gaming Gladiators PA as well that ended in a little bit of a disaster. But is the hero gaining back popularity in the pro meta?
Somewhat, because still he has the same perks and the same difficulties as before. Difficulties are the laning stage. He's sort of really struggling in the lane against these heavy offlaners, but he still brings this late game power, especially with the Revenant's Brooch. Like he can basically out carry anyone, and we'll see. Still, no, by no means he will be picked, but Batrider is one of the supports that can carry you through the biggest weakness, and that's the laning stage.
I have seen people, though, getting used to the Revenant's Brooch, as people are now starting to buy blade mails, mass blade mails. Everybody buys one, and then the PA in the late game is not as strong. So in my mind, it was just a something that was being played until everybody kind of figured it out.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see if that's something that, I mean, Yataro, you talk about his hero list. You literally go through the entire hero roster here. You know, it looks like he feels comfortable on everything. Meanwhile, Mouse, they do go back for the Tiny. We've seen in the last game it was that offlane Tiny, but usually seen it either as the 4 or the 2. So, Hurry, where are you leaning here with this Tiny? Are you looking to see it have that major impact in the mid lane? You'll be that deny pick against the puck potentially if that comes out as well. Or are you happy to just let this flex here in the early parts of the draft?
Has to be a flex in the early stages, right? Because you want to see what can you burst them down. Batrider and the Phoenix don't really seem like the bursty types, so I would prefer it at this point to be a 4. But if, of course, as you mentioned, the puck comes out or something that you can really heavily punish in the mid lane, then I could see Supreme on it. But in general, from the 2 support picks, I feel like they're surviving the burst most likely.
Yeah, I agree. The Tiny core already here is pretty bad. Like Phoenix is one of the best supports against the core Tiny. No burst, he heals everybody, teamfight is too hard. Once you go in, it's very hard to escape this Phoenix. And now it's the Spirit time to show their hand in the draft, to show this core pick, and it's going to be Kanka.
Boy. Oh, I really love the Kunkka nowadays. For me, it's a first phase pick, actually. In some of the other tournaments I've been watching, the close qualifiers for Elite League are happening right now. Kunkka in some of the regions is just a straight up first ban or pick. The hero is that strong. And Larl has been good on the hero for a very long time. And I think Collapse has been picking up on it quite a lot, because it is a type of hero that Collapse likes. Farms really well in the laning phase.
Yeah, Collapse is similar to Yatoro nowadays. Like he can play everything, including the Disneyland Kunkka. You know, this Torrent Storm starts coming out, like heroes like Primal and Tiny really, I mean, everybody hates Torrent Storm, let's be real. Besides the Kunkka and his team, everybody hates it. It's one of the strongest abilities right now.
So looking through the rest of the draft as well, just to go through the bans, we're going to see the Magnus Centaur Chen, as well as the Grimstone and the Lifestealer being taken away. Meanwhile, the side of Team Spirit, they did actually take away Supreme's Leshrac there, as well as the Bane and the Shadow Demon. So some heroes, the Shadow Demon is gaining popularity, but the Bane and the Leshrac, something that Mouse do play a speciality for those heroes there on Mouse. So yeah, Team Spirit looks like they have done the research here. They, like you said, they do respect what Mouse have been picking and playing, and not going to let those heroes through. And the Crystal Maiden is going to be the pickup here for the side of Mouse. What are you looking at now for? Because what are we looking at? Carry and mid laner here. So Mouse got 2 cores left to play. Anything that stands out for you here, Milan?
It's going to be Sven, but as you said before, like Mouse playing so many games, it's kind of working against them too, where the Team Spirit has so much data to work with, and I think I would be very surprised if they don't pick a Sven here, or a Gyro, one of the 2.
I'd rather see a Gyro, actually. Gyro would be really good, because it helps you deal with the egg.
No, Gyro is first ban, so we're not going to see the Gyro, as Rob wanted to suggest. We're quick to notice, so
we are good analysts. Good analysts. That is very good.
Let's see what Ulnit plays besides the Sven. I mean, that's good in this game.
Seem on the
Morphling and Medusa. But it's so early for Medusa. If you pick up Medusa here, you're gonna get a Yatoro anti-mage in your face. And are you really ready to face a Yatoro anti-mage?
Okay.
Well, they are gonna go for the Sven.
We shouldn't have even talked about other heroes, since I said it's gonna be a Sven. I don't know why you guys doubting me.
No, we will never do it. We will never do it ever again.
What is Yatoro gonna play? You guys can try to guess, I already know.
Faceless Void, that is what you are guessing, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind something a bit more aggressive. I can see it working out, but he has such a huge hero pool. He can actually go for various things here.
You were right what I was guessing, and you just should not fight against it. You're like, there's Warriors heroes about blah blah blah. There's a Sven, you pick a Faceless Void. With the Miposhka, Phoenix is just way too hard for Sven to fight. Too much BKB control. If you don't buy BKB, if you don't press it, too much non-BKB control. Like this, so far, Team Spirit heavily outdrafting Mouse. But this is how it should work when you have a first pick or a second pick. The second pick, the true strength comes with their overall aspect. And let's see if Mouse can turn the tides versus the Kunkka into their advantage.
We don't even know what they're gonna pick in terms of positions, right? Because this could be a mid lane or an off lane Primal Beast. Tiny, still a chance for him to go to the mid lane, though I wouldn't want to see it. But basically both of these heroes are supreme heroes. He has played them quite a lot in the past, but I still would like to see something else.
Yeah, looking through this one, is there anything that stands out for you here for Team Spirit that completes their lineup? Because you can still flex this Kunkka off or mid, but is there, preference on the Kunkka here, Harry? Or, is there something you think that just completes the final puzzle piece for the mid lane maybe here for Team Spirit?
I would actually put the Kunkka in the off lane. I don't think you mind it at all this time around, because you want to shove in the waves. Kunkka is pretty tanky, buys the phase boots pretty early, so you need something survivable versus the Sven and the CM.
So what are you looking for here? They ban out the perk, so even with that tiny pickup here, maybe not wanting to run that mid. Spirit, what is left here, Milan? Like I say, what are you looking at mid lane? What are you looking at to complete this lineup for Spirit?
I mean, they have a ban into a pick. I think some classic Pangolier should be connecting their lineup very, very nicely, or maybe they can move into the some collapse specials. Depends. I don't think there's a real right answer there. I think it's just about preference, whatever they feel like. Because Larl is super confident on Kunkka, same as collapse. They can put some collapse hero, but I think just go with Larl hero. Because this Kunkka is gonna do well bottom no matter what.
Mars is still in the pool though. I think you could pick that one up, but if you're going mid lane, Larl likes to play Lina and the Keeper of the Light. Lina I don't like all that much, but Kotl I would be fine with, because you do have another way of stopping the onslaught, and the other heroes, they're not gonna catch you until you get items.
I think something with a lower cooldown. That's one thing that Team Spirit has the problem with right now. They have 3 heroes with a very, very huge ultimate cooldown. Something like a low cooldown brawler, like maybe a Axe, maybe a Pango, maybe even a Mars. I like this type of a hero.
See if they're gonna pick it.
Yeah, we'll see what is going to come out here. They're going to be burning through a lot of the reserve time. So last 15 seconds on the ball for Spirit, and they go for the Razor. And is it going to be that mid Razor, or do you want to be playing this off into the Sven here, do you think, Harry?
Queen of Pain, I like this.
Now
the
off.
Supreme Special.
Now off for sure, right? Because you don't really want to be laning the Razor versus that, and Laurel did pick up the Kunkka, so it is going to be the collapse Razor. I think they were flexing it at that point, but the second that the Queen of Pain comes out, it's pretty clear.
Okay.
I like this last pick from the Mouse, but will it be a good enough last pick, to play against all of what Team Spirit has? We are going to see, but overall, Mouse does fix their drafts a little bit.
Okay, so coming into it now, is everyone, are you still going to be on the Team Spirit predictions, or last chance to change your mind here? Are you going to be jumping over to Mouse maybe?
There's way too much of a skill gap difference. Given that it's a best of one, I would give them 35% to win this one, but still on the side of Spirit.
Okay.
35 is a very big number, but I will still go with the Team Spirit.
Okay, it looks like both of my analysts are going to be sticking with Team Spirit. We'll see if either of the two casters want to change their mind here, as we are going to be jumping over to Ares and Bowie. And guys, I hope you have a good game. We'll see you after this.
All right, thank you, Rob. Yep, there we go. We heard what the panel had to say, Bowie. They are very much Spirit favored. Like you, we were kind of expecting, at least coming into the tournament, that Spirit probably going to be the team that everyone is keeping their eyes out on. Seems like they've set themselves up with a very solid draft. Do you agree with the panel, though? Did you like this Mouse lineup, or do Spirit have a bit of an edge?
Oh, Pano clearly hasn't watched Force playing Primal Beast, so I don't think they really know what they're talking about. I'm going. Obviously, I understand the skill gap here, but I do feel like they have a draft that can snowball from the lanes. You have Clop, you have Primal Beast. If you can actually allow this event to hit the timings, I could see them taking this game, just looking from a draft perspective. But yeah, they are definitely playing against Titans. I like the 35% that Harry gave them. I think that's a very gracious number, and I'm down. I think this is going to be relatively close.
All right. Well, yeah. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. I mean, some great calls from the panel as well. The Faceless Void, the Sven on his ever so comfortable Sven. So it's going to be exciting to see how he's going to be able to perform this last pick counter with Supreme, forcing the Razor to go into the off lane. Some very interesting things that we're going to have from either side. I actually think a little bit more confident in Mouse's draft than potentially what the panel is mentioning. I think the Sven has overall relatively decent matchups minus the Faceless Void, which is probably the concern, and of course the Lasso. So potentially there's going to be some mid-game fights where Olnert can showcase his true damage, because he's definitely one of the better carriers that doesn't worry about the link on the Razor. But yeah, let's see how much that's going to factor. I'm also, one thing I'm not quite sure if this is just Mira on a different name or they're playing with a stand-in. So I don't know how much that's going to be a factor as well.
Yeah, that is true. I hadn't noticed that. I'm assuming it's a different name because nothing was said. Speaking of that lane, I do like this combo. Like I think players are getting they're getting better and better with this Batrider combos. Like this hero has been such a beast in the last couple of weeks, and I really like the flame breaking to static link. That's definitely a lot of extra time that you can get from the static link. Obviously, Sven doesn't care about the link in the mid game, but in the lane stage, it's definitely a problem.
Okay, confirmation it is Mira playing. So
okay.
Yeah, Mira just I don't know what's going on. Do tag is on his downtime, maybe playing a couple of 5-man stack games.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we do have a reconnect here, so we should be getting. Oh wait, so his account got a community ban. What?
I don't know. I'll work it out. It's all good. So yeah, you're playing with Mira though. That's all that matters in the end. So, okay, one thing I'm very excited to see how the top lane is going to go in particular for Team Spirit. I definitely think, Faceless Void, Phoenix, it's a great combo as the game goes on, right? I mean, you just look at big team fight abilities, Chrono, Supernova, but these two in the lane are very, very weak. With that being said, though, I do think there's a pretty big strength with the Phoenix to be able to lane into the Tiny. I think a lot of the prowess that we see of this position for Tiny coming back into the meta is like level 1 tree grab with your trading potential. And I think Fire Spirit makes that much more difficult for Nama to actually utilize in this lane, and potentially why he's gone for the toss level 1.
Yeah, exactly. That actually blow is very problematic. But one thing that I think Force could utilize this lane is an early point of uproar. There are lots of lanes where you... Oh, wait a second here.
Okay.
Collapse actually gets the kill. Just finishing my thought there. I think having uproar against heroes that do damage over time is really strong for them to get kills with the slow and the extra damage. So very curious to see how Force is going to skill. If it gets to level 3, maybe level 4.
So what happened bottom lane? You get first blood, I think the lane got shoved all the way onto the tower, so now the creep wave is going to bounce all the way back into Spirit's favor. And now bottom lane, Miposhka's under the tower? What's happening in the side lanes?
Well, yeah, he tried to pressure that those creeps the Narwhal Dragon, he gets blasted, on level 1, so it doesn't have that Icarus dive. I think they body blocked the creeps bottom, right? That play is getting way more popular these days, where both
both the offlaners try to just body block and force the first wave on their tower. I think when you have a stronger lane, you can just do that. Mid lane, pretty.
What's your opinion on Queen of Pain at the moment as well? Because this is a hero that is like very, very hit or miss, pretty volatile in regards to like if you die a couple times, your impact in the game can be pretty lackluster.
Yeah, before this new Kaya Sanj changes, I think the hero was in a really bad spot because she's not a hero that likes building Veil, that likes building Shivas, at least not early on. I think the new Kaya Sanj allows this hero to be potentially very good, but I feel like the hero in general is very hit or miss because of okay.
Yeah, they got him.
Here. Wow.
He's probably he's got Fairy Fire actually. He's okay.
It's fine. But yeah, it's a very hit or miss hero. The hero can scale, but the way his power curve works is just weird. Like, you're very strong in the lane, and then it feels like you really need to farm a couple of items to get good, and you're kind of forcing for BKB. But like, if you're level 20, 25, the hero actually becomes really good again. Considering how they have to play this draft on Mouse, which I think is very fast tempo, I think the hero is potentially pretty good. I think it does what it's supposed to do.
We're already seeing Nami get very active here for the Tiny. Sweeped up across the mid lane. He's now looking at bottom as well. I'll go for the Bat Rider, feeling like this is a bit more of an easier kill onto Mira. Collapse has got 2 points in the static link, so it's going to be able to soak away a decent chunk of the damage from Own It. Just with that extra level so important, and you see Mal's very much lacking the potential to be able to kill the Bat Rider. I will say though that this is how Narman likes to play the Tinies. Recent games in the qualifiers, I think Tiny has been a big reason of why they've had a lot of success with giving Force just like a stable offlaner to play solo, and then the Tiny always looking to get active from the mid lane and the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally doable in this game because, as we pointed out, Void Phoenix is a really weak lane, which allows Force to still get really good CS despite the fact he's been alone for a long time. So I like that he's creating havoc, stopping those water runes from being picked up. They might even get Mira here? No.
Another hero, though, that just survives on a slither of health. I mean, previously it was the Conquer, this time it's going to be Mira. He's coming back down. Boots Windlace.
Yeah, this reminds me of some really clowny Monkey King games. I've seen that. Like, have you seen those support Monkey Kings just level 2 minute 8, hunting couriers, just doing wonky stuff? It feels like we might be slowly getting back to, the actual roaming meta. Maybe if they buff our Spirit, we might get there again.
Who does this favor, though, with now being a solo lane up top with the Primal Beast and the Faceless Void? Because it looks like Maposhka has just left Utoria alone.
I really think it favors Mouse. I feel like Primal Beast is a hero that is only bound by experience. You really don't need that many levels, that many items on him. If you get an early level 6, then you can actually rotate both the Quap and the Tiny, right? Quap is very mobile. The problem is that Supreme is struggling a little bit in this lane here. Obviously, Kanka very good against most heroes, but I don't think it should be this big of a gap.
Maybe with the extra... Oh, they're going to miss on the toss. Okay. Again, Lau. Double Bracer would have been very difficult. And he's got Boat now, so this is a perfect timing for him to get the ultimate. You've got a big creep wave with the Catapult. Nothing the Queen of Pain's going to be able to do to defend the tower. Like, Narman's probably going to have to drag the waves, but... This is still one of the big concerns about the Queen of Pain. Like, all they need is really one stun. You're going to have that in lull. Maybe even the lasso will be enough from Mira, and you're very squishy at this stage of the game to die inside this combo.
Yeah, and even though he's going to be in time for the rune, in case that fight actually brews, they are in a big disadvantage just because of that 6 of the Kanka. Regardless, though, it's going to be illusion picked up by Laurel. So, top lane, about to get level 6 here on Force. But they don't have the TP just because Supreme was forced back to the lane. It would be nice to have a rotation, but you do need to get the 6 in Supreme or else you might not have the burst damage to kill Yatura.
Speaking of burst, they're already lacking that again onto Mira's Bat Rider. So just the stats, the circlet, is able to stay alive against Bengen along with Narman. So these rotations just have not been paying off at the moment for Maus, and We're going to have to look for Supreme with that level 6 and now the Primal Beast, but they will probably be able to react to this though on Spirit. You've got Chrono ready to go. If it's, you know, defensive TP from Lal, he can also make a rotation over to potentially defend him. We do have these Wisdom Rooms though, so it does look like already Mirror's set up to take Spirits, and Narman's already in a position to be able to get his own.
Yeah, he tried to maybe sneak in. One thing that I really like from Miposhka this game is that seeing that they obviously couldn't really kill Force in the lane, he started stacking for them. So they already have a stack in the medium camp close to mid lane. They have stacks in the Ancients and the large camp as well. Not really scouted by Mouse, so they're utilizing the fact that they have the Skunka, and they should be able to farm those stacks in no time and accelerate Laro's timings.
See if this first rotation is going to be able to pay off.
He has Chrono.
Does. Yutori also has Lal TPing in. Are they going to be able to play with the Chronosphere before the stun lock? Narman enters with the Avalanche, but it's not enough again! How many times so far have Mao's just been lacking the damage to find a big kill?
That was the run buff. He actually got the run buff as the Avatos combo came in, and he got the time walk off. It was really, really low. But yeah, I mean, the co-op couldn't be part of that fight. And also doesn't get the rune. Really unfortunate here. Supreme just is not being enabled at all to create space this game.
Scary position. I mean, only 1,000 net worth lead, but it really just feels like I wonder what the communication is like when all these movements you're making across the map just aren't working. I mean, Supreme will run into Mirror. It's like with the Sonic Wave is going to have to be committed to get the kill. Maybe feeling like it's not enough damage.
Yeah, he does have a Lotus, but I think he could have probably gotten the kill.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate. At least they do scout the ancient stacks, but the Batrider already farmed the large camp one there. And another stack being made by Miposhka. Team Spirit, like, not only they're not bleeding kills, they're just getting so much more out of the map. It feels like the aggression on this Primal Beast hasn't really panned out yet.
What do you want to see differently out of Mao? So they just need to rotate an extra hero, like maybe Owner with his next God Strength can think about going top?
Yeah, that's a nice one through the Twin Gates. Wouldn't mind seeing Supreme as well, but like he already lost a fair amount going for the Batrider there. He is the lowest score CS by a pretty big margin. So I don't mind seeing him recover. There you go. It is actually Spirit making a move. We're going to find Armon.
I will drop the boat for this though. But it's just both the supports that are fighting back. Radiant are going to make the movement. They will be a little bit too late though to protect the Tiny, but it seems like they'll get a return kill onto Mira, especially with the Supreme leaping over the top. So finally, we'll be able to get another kill onto the board, but I mean, it's really, the trade doesn't particularly favor really anyone. I'd say Miposhka's pretty happy though, being able to soak a little bit of experience mid lane. Only level 4 at the moment on the Phoenix, so definitely one of the supports that relies on the levels. Bottom collapse. In some trouble, especially with Force moving in with the teleport. They should be able to finally deal with the Razor as well. So this is a much, much bigger kill for Mouse to find, and they needed it out of Force with his rotation down to bottom.
Yeah, I love it. You know, instead of trying to go into Yatoro, he just rotates himself, gets the kill. He is the lowest cooldown hero by a big margin. So,
Lol, X back, Yatoro with the TP in. Nicely done. What a setup as well from the Conquer. They don't need the boat as long as Yatoro has the TP ready to connect to the rest of the team.
Very nicely done by Yatoro. Very active. The Spendo is starting to accelerate. Use that first ult to kill the Razor, and then he's just behind the Kanka. The top lane, though, they get this kill.
Maybe just some poke? Maybe not. That Frostbite lasts a long time. Wow.
All right, yeah. That's Primal Beast for you. This hero is crazy strong. Level 3, Frostbite, as you said. Even though Tiny is struggling with levels, Bengan is level 6, so you do have a lot of those skill points to lock the Void in place.
They want Mira? Maybe feeling like a little bit too deep with the potential rotations that could come out from the Conquer and the Phoenix.
Tanking the tower hits, and now they actually push the catapult away, so it's still alive. They might just get this tower because of it.
Okay. like a good support with the Tranquils. Sit on Bengen.
There we go.
Tower's going to go down. And let's see if this gives them time to respond down bottom as well. Their own safe lane tower's in a little bit of trouble. They do have God Strength up pretty shortly from Own It.
Are fortified.
Maybe it's a bit too late, though, to set up a formation to defend the tower. You've already got Conker here, who's got double Bracer along with Blade Mail. 1,700 health. Not an easy kill. You know, Collapse is pretty survivable as well. Treads, Ogre Axe, Falcon Blade. Very tanky, these two.
I'm surprised that, oh, nice Avalanche Toss canceling the Phoenix here. Oshka.
Oh, he egged. I don't think he's going to get it right. Yeah, okay.
They even tried to wait, I think, for Supreme to get the last hit, but it's the Crystal Maiden that picks it up. Bang, and pretty happy about it. I was just gonna mention that Supreme has the Orchid queued up, and I'm surprised about it. I feel like this is an item you need to get when you're ahead. He's really far behind. This is gonna be like a 15-minute Orchid. I know it's fine against the Void, but I don't know. I have my doubts about how good it's actually gonna be.
So what's the kind of natural item progression we're seeing at the moment from the Queen of Plane?
Yeah, the normal, it's pretty close to Pluck. You just go Witchblade. Obviously, you don't get Blink on Quap, so you go Kaya Sanj. I think Orchid can be good, you know, if you're playing against the Pluck, if you're playing against the Living Heroes, and there is a Void on the enemy side. I feel like it could backfire. Like, you build this item, you go for one gank that doesn't work. You don't really farm that fast. The mana regen on this item got severely nerfed. It is kind of a bet, especially when you're behind. But we'll see if it's going to pay off as they are hunting for the Atlas here. That's the tier 2 tower.
I guess, you know, the one extra benefit that the Orchid provides is just that attack speed buff. So, I mean, you do have a lot of difficulties with actually dealing with the Supernova. So we'll hold that because it's a pretty good rotation down. They do have a ward at the portal, though, so die instantly aware. They're going to back on up, but they're underneath Radiant's Cliff Ward.
Oh, yeah,
So if this is a fight they would still want to take. Force is not with the team currently. He didn't join them.
Oh, they give up, actually. So, they see Yatoro top. Okay. Oh, he's just going to TP away. Oh, man. They actually second-guessed themselves. I feel like that was a totally okay fight to take under the ward. And then they tried to go for Yatoro, but they don't get anything. So, that's unfortunate.
Maybe part of it was, I think, Force had to TP mid to clean up the wave, so they didn't have the Primal Beast. And potentially could have been a little bit slow to connect.
Yeah, that's true. But I know, at the end of the day, you don't get anything. And I think this Faceless Void is definitely a matchup that, as time goes on, gets really strong against this Vent. So you really don't want this game to last too long. This is a game you probably want to end with the second Aegis. Anything past that, I think, really comes disadvantage now.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned right now on just the impact we're going to see from the supports on Spirit. Speaking of one of those supports as well, bottom lane. Mirror probably going to... Will he get in range with the last sword? No, a little bit hesitant under that tier 2 tower, especially with the backstab. Force will miss at least with the combo. And Mirror's going to make him go for a bit of a run, but... Of course, with the slow coming through for the dagger, they will catch up with a pretty... easy time. So yeah, I think the big thing for me when I look at this though is just like the levels and gold that Dire are playing with in regard to their supports. Like, you know, I mean, Miposhki, he's going Midas, man. I mean, Phoenix definitely, like, levels is a big thing for him. And, you know, for Batrider, you do so much with God. Whereas you compare to, like, you know, the Crystal Maiden, you know, Tiny, it's really just Blink. So important for Narman to get towards his collapse. It's a big kill onto the Razor down bottom, and they should be able to get it. I mean, they only have Lyle nearby, but there's really nothing this Conker is going to do to offset that attempt from Mouse.
Yeah, really good connection from Mouse, and you know, you need to ramp up the pace because, as you said, they feel so comfortable in Spirit that they're going Midas on the Phoenix. They are the team that obviously want this to be going as late as possible. So if you can just get away with first item Midas like this, you're very happy on Spirit. So they need to keep getting those pickoffs. I think in general, Spirit has been giving them a really hard time. You can see some very deep wards. You have one close to where Sven's was farming the bottom side. You also have a deep one in the lane that's hard to de-ward. And that's why Spirit is able to outmaneuver whatever it is that Mouse is trying to do. They're doing a decent job, but you definitely...
Oh, mid lane low. Is this ambitious? I mean, Narman at the remnants of the T1 tower. It's just these two heroes. You see the lack of damage enabling Mouse to get nearby with the rotations. Even Utora and Miposhka want to come over though. So Chronosphere along with the egg at the ready. Mouse trying to split away, but the Chrono's still going to land on the two. Unfortunately, they don't get the egg off simultaneously. Now Supreme, turnaround potential with the Orchid. Now they'll look to deal with the egg as well. They mess up the combo, and Mouse will punish them. Collapse, he comes in far too late. Supreme? Hang on, Supreme, you don't win this man fight. Collapse knows it as well. Tries to turn back around. And that's a freebie for Collapse. At least a Constellation prize will go the way of the Razor.
Yeah, that's two item debuffs changing the fights completely there. Pretty sure Supreme wasn't aware of the BKB, and the Void obviously not aware of the Orchid. Still decent-ish for Mouse, especially considering Own It survived and he's 5-0-1. And I think, you know, the next 2 or 3 minutes, maybe a little bit of an over-eager movement from Spirit, allowing Mouse to actually climb up the ranks here. Now, Roche is probably what they are kind of gearing towards. I think Sven can already go for it if the Primal Beast is tanking. But you probably need to win a fight before... Actually, I mean, Chrono is on cooldown for a pretty long time. I wonder if Mouse would be willing to gear for Roche.
I'm very intrigued on how these next couple of fights are going to break out though, because still Mouse, even though they did just pick up these items like you're saying, it definitely feels like this is a lineup that's really reliant onto BKBs, because you have this Torrent Storm now on the Conquer. Like, not only that, but a lot of the Bat Rider damage, a lot of the Phoenix damage. So we'll see. They feel strong enough though to try and make the attempt with the smoke top lane. They want to go for Collapse. BKB still on cooldown for a couple of seconds. Force kind of messes up with the combo. It's not going to matter. Owner will clean up with the blink. They're still going to be able to have this run buff to assist them. But with Utora not wanting to show up to the team fight, Spirit, they just need to call the retreat and cut their losses at Mirror.
Alright, yeah. Again, not a bad fight. They knew the Razor BKB was on cooldown. They knew Chrono wasn't up. And Spirit still trying to kind of match their strength. But they obviously don't have enough fuel in the tank. This is a pretty even game. Now they're gonna find this Phoenix as well. This is huge.
Yeah, just more freebies. Big one for Supreme. I mean, that was what you were saying, right? Some concerns about the Orchid, where if you die a couple times afterwards, then your item progression could be lacking. But he's getting close towards his BKB.
Now this becomes a tower. Looks like the top part of the map is suddenly becoming Mal's. Unfortunately, or fortunately, actually, Roche is gonna go to the other side, which is Radiant. Mal's is actually gearing towards a pretty strong mid game. I still feel like you want to be even more ahead. After all, you are against Spirit. This is a team that knows how to delay these games, especially when they're already planning for it with the Midas on Miposhka already paying off. But overall, I think Mouse is doing a pretty good job in Spirit. Maybe just slightly too confident with their positions around the map. The Razor getting picked off. Obviously Yatoro dying that fight in the tier 2 tower. Ooh,
oh, look at this read though, Bowie. Look at this read from Spirit. It's perfect. I mean, they knew exactly where the Sven and Tiny wanted to move across the map. This Observer Ward, the front of the tier 1 tower, and they didn't even see them before they TP'd in. They were well aware that there was going to be a play made on to Collapse. They started to bait the Razor. Of course, with the team fight abilities, they could easily clean them up.
Yeah, and that's Mouse becoming confident, because the Sven was about to finish his BKB. Instead, he decides to buy a Blink Dagger in between. They're like, okay guys, we're winning some fights. Let's just try to snowball even harder with Spirit.
Are they going to be able to blow him up before the TPs come out? You bet they will. Can they escape though? Still have Lasso to work with here for Mirror.
Blade Mail.
He's pretty tanky with his Blade Mail, Eternal Shroud. He'll get some separation. Now Supreme's considering about going back in. He's got the shield for him to mitigate a lot of the damage. Blink as well to escape from the Static Link. And now Radiant, they're starting to the TP to the Outpost as well. And Collapse has got no one else to assist him. When you take an incredible team fight from Diet, but all of a sudden it swings back around.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the first time Spirit feels like they are stronger, even when they don't have cooldowns, even when they're separated around the map. So it really is on them losing that fight. They did get the Wisdom Rune on the top side with Miposhka, so he's being, you know, he's pretty much the fourth core here on the side of Spirit. He's just chilling as all of the craziness is happening. But I do feel like this still benefits Mouse. Even though you lose your Sven, I think, especially if the Roshan be on the Radiant side now, they are, all of their timings are up. You have Blink on Sven, you have this BKB ready, the Orchid BKB on Cop's gonna be completed very soon, and there's still a fair amount of time if the Chronosphere on cooldown. I wonder if Mouse is gonna go for a move now.
All things considering, though, like, how do we feel about Yatoro's game currently? Because, you know, it's been mentioned multiple times about this Faceless Void countering the Sven as we go towards the later stages. Do we feel like Yatoro's in a pretty good position to be able to reach that stage?
He's in a fine state, right? It was definitely better before, but this is definitely not insurmountable by any means. All you need is, you know, 1 or 2 good fights, and the Faceless Void should be in a great position. The BKB that he's about to finish.
Oh, perfect. Sees the action, the tree line just predicts where the Conker's going to go back to, and now own it as well. Jumps and cuts down Miposhka. Naman's blinks up in a couple seconds as well. Let's see if they want to consider a back collapse. Of course, they'll have to cut through the BKB.
Okay, nice movements there. I don't think you want to go to the tier 3 force. Alright, so they're gonna get this tier 2 tower. Roche still not in the plans for Mouse, but yeah, this has been a pretty steadily climb for them. They get the 5k goal lead, killing Laro. He was having like pretty much a perfect game. Now, we barely got to see fights with Torrent Storm, and I think that's something that Milan talked about in the beginning of the draft. Their cooldowns are very prohibitive, right? You take one Chronosphere fight, and then you kind of have to accept the fact you probably can't fight Mouse on 5 versus 5, and that's pretty much what Mouse has been doing the entire game. They always bring the numbers, and Team Spirit, they kind of... That's why they're playing so passive in a sense, because once Chronosphere is down, you kind of have to accept you can't win fights. And when they try to take fights, they lose heroes.
That's not the weakness, right, for Mouse, where you've got Tiny with your low cooldown abilities where you can jump in, then reset and go again, and, you know, the big advantage of the Primal Beast. So... Yeah. At least for Spirit, in this potential fight, you do have everything online. BKB is well completed from Yatoro. Just comes down to who gets the initiation. Lyle's probably not the target you want to blow up. As figures, Naman's going to be able to reset, force with the jump in. Do they really want to go for the Razor, though? Collapse. He's relatively tanky. They'll keep him alive with the committal of the boat along with the Sunray. Now Own It, he's going to find an opportunity. Jump in over the other side. They got the static click at least before the Chrono. Now with the Egg Supreme. Wants the turn to deal with it. If they got the right clicks, the Egg just pops. They'll get it the nick of time, but it will not matter. Finally, we see Spirit. They'll take a team fight with all their abilities in conjunction together. But Bankin, hang on, this freezing field. Hang on. It's not enough, though. They lack some stuns. Yatoro just gets the dive away, and now Lal as well with the tidal wave stops the charge. Pulverize is back up, but they're just far too low. The resources aren't on Mauser's side. Naman, Avalanche is still on cooldown. They don't need it though. Toss Fry Split. What? They actually still come out on top, and now they'll hunt down Collapse as well. What was that team fight? And in the end, Maus actually find a 5-man. Why?
That is crazy. Honestly, this fight could have been even better for Mouse. The only problem with that engage from the Sven is that he didn't BKB. Like, it's crazy to me that he thought he was going to initiate with God Strength and not expect a reaction. So as soon as the Chronosphere comes in with the Torrent and Sunray, he couldn't really get the BKB afterwards. But even after that, this Primal Beast, he's so tanky. Look at him, just going for this Batrider. I don't think you can fight here. He's dead. Okay. No, never mind. Very close.
And our top lane, well, we do have a death though, Miposhka. Why not a spiteful Sunray? I mean, they get these kills around top, and that's exactly where Roche is with God Strength. So, I mean, this is not how we thought the script was going to go, though. Maus with a 9,000 net worth lead against Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think... To me, I could see them having this 9k goal lead if they had stomped their laning stage, but it was kind of the opposite, right? It started really well for Spirit, and they kind of dropped the ball in a couple of these fights, just underestimating how strong they were, underestimating the number of heroes Mouse was going to bring, and finally, they're able to get this Roshan. It did took Mouse a little bit, and obviously this is not a guarantee that the game is over, but this is pretty much where you want to be with this Mouse draft. You want to have control over the game, have this Sven being really, really strong. And I wonder if actually Supreme gets the Aegis. He does take the bottle away. I think
so,
it's
yeah.
better for him to pick it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Sven has always been one of the weaker Aegis carries, right? Just being this transform hero, BKB God Strength. I'm intrigued though if Spirit feels strong enough to fight into the Aegis. You probably have to expect that God Strength was used. I guess maybe you are some concern that you didn't get confirmation of this, but this is still there's a bit of an opening now. It's a risky one for them to go for, and it does look like Miposhka's run to Supreme, but Supreme doesn't know that no one is playing behind him.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad opening because there's also an amplified damage on Yatoro. There's like a 35, 40-second window for them to fight. But I think the biggest problem right now is they are starting to get out of wards. All of that deep vision Spirit was able to put in the map when they were ahead is gone. They only have defensive wards, so probably hard for them to really get out on the map, especially, smoking during nighttime. Always a tricky situation if you have no vision.
What's your opinion about this Razor Aghanim shot? I'm seeing a lot more people start to go for it. I think Amar was really the big trendsetter, like he is so often on a lot of heroes that for buying this Razor shot very early on.
I mean, I like it, right? It's so cheap. Like when you look at the timings that Razor has post BKB, Refresher is probably the only one that's like amazing, that feels really good. So for 1400 gold, getting this post BKB, I'm all down for it. I think it really helps. Shard, I feel like in general, players still underrate shards. It's very cheap. 1400 gold. There's almost no item in the game that is this cheap and can offer big change to your hero.
They do see Supreme underneath his observer ward. We're starting to ping him out and move on over. It's really going to be up to Mira to try and get that initiation. And even with this Aegis, they definitely can kill her. Did have that Kaya Sunge queued up for a little bit. Supreme's actually going to turn to the Scepter instead, so wanting to potentially go for a little bit more damage. And I mean, speaking of damage, you've got that now with the Daedalus on Own It.
Damn, he's really farmed. This is a big timing for Mouse. They don't have that much aggressive vision, only on the bottom side of the Dire Ancients there. But they are so strong that they could potentially just try to brute force, go from the triangle. They just need to find a good angle and make sure that your first point of contact is either the Primal Beast or the Quap. And smoke breaks.
Miposhka, okay, that's a perfect target. It's a lot of the net worth. They're going to get another as well. Low. He's also caught out from Force. So not only do they lose his support, they're going to get the Conquer as well. Miss of the Sonic Wave's not going to matter. They are lacking some creeps down bottom, so they won't get that tier 2 tower. They do have a mid wave that's getting pushed out, though.
Yeah, that's big as well, because Zone didn't ulti. He wasn't super keen on using it early. So you can use that to take a tier 2 tower. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't just decide to get the mid tower. They're hunting for the Batright, and they're going to have it.
Nice read, Narman.
Yeah.
Just protecting the creep wave. Of course, Onit's always going to be here as well. And you see what the rest of the team are doing as well, just holding this triangle. Key location, locking the map down, making it difficult for Spirit to reset the formation up with a couple of heroes dead. So they should... Oh, they're actually going top. Hang on a second. Narman and Oldnet.
Okay.
They get a glimpse of collapse. They probably can kill him with this Daedalus now.
Yeah, gotta be careful though. You're running into a ward. It is... Yeah, I think Mouse has been very careful with their movements. They aren't really overextending too much. But I also feel like this is becoming a game of cat and mouse where Spirit is benefiting from it, because your Aegis duration is being wasted here, and you definitely want to take a couple of tier 2s at least with this draft. Like, as we said,
Wait, Force?
this... Yeah? You're not killing this Primal Beast.
Baiting? What's going on? Supreme with an aggressive jump in. What? The bashes? Where'd his first life go? You could just Aegis on top of the respawn now if you want to. Yatoro's going to do just that. And meanwhile, I mean, on the backline, Force just solo killed Lao, so it looks like a decent trade, especially if Own It crits down the Faceless Void. You're happy with the start of the fight if this Sven's always going to be able to come in and clean up. The egg might not go down, but they'll probably kill the Phoenix afterwards. A dive away, Force. He's ready to chase. Own It ready to go as well. Blink up in a couple of seconds. No way. Did they read it? They see him. Nice try with Poshka. Not good enough, though, in the end. Another 5-man wipe.
Damn, Mouse. It looked a bit wonky at the beginning. Quap died without Chronosphere being used, as you said, but I think Sven has been really intelligent with the way he's engaging these fights after that BKB blunder. He always waits for the Chronosphere to be used, just kills Yatoro straight after the Chrono. And sure, you only get this tier 2 tower after the Aegis is over, but getting all of those kills definitely makes it a bit better. This is starting to become insurmountable. 20k is far enough. Like, this is a 6% win probability chance here for Team Spirit right now.
I don't know if you saw how Loud died, but did Force just solo kill him?
Yes, that was a solo kill with the Blade Mail. Dude, Primal Beast is such a strong hero. I love it. Obviously, Force is really good. So if this was a BO3, I'm pretty sure it was going to be banned game number 2. But he was able to get like a free lane, right? You stay alone. It's almost as if you're a mid hero because you're there and there's no threat to you at all.
And he's even just like, not even ever thinking about onslaughting in, but he's just using it for the sound cue and just kind of like baiting reactions. Like, and this is Force. I mean, he hasn't been in Western Europe for overly long, but people that followed his journey in Southeast Asia, this man is a voice line spammer. You know, he's always wanting to he just wants to piss you off. That's it. You know, if he can like mentally get to you just even a little bit, he feels like that's a success. And fortunately for him, bottom lane won't be able to catch up to Yatoro though, but 21,000 net worth lead.
Oh yeah, this is becoming tough. You know, if there's a team that can come back from a game state like this, is Team Spirit, but it's definitely going to be easy. The item timing is like, this Sven is almost 10k gold ahead of the Void, and it's so hard. Like, if you poke a Spirit, you can't really reset the fight. You have to commit. And that's the problem. Oh,
a little bit awkward. Daytime, now they're going to be able to get the jump. They're going to start to mount a comeback that needs to be here in this team fight. Torrent Storm will make them work for it. Somehow Naman is able to slither away. And now that's all of Conker's spells committed in this first round. And Collapse now has to pop the BKB to reset. Maybe he wants to go in for the kill into Supreme. He's in a little bit of danger. Force is also just making so much space on the backline. Meanwhile, Naman recognizes no BKB means a freebie onto Collapse, and Spirit are out. But Yatoro, this is still TP down for 10 seconds. They should know this, considering he just escaped from that bottom side of the map. So a blink up soon from Olnett. Should be able to catch up to him. Maybe a Chrono has to be used, but there's the first stun. Pulverize coming out shortly. Down goes Yatoro. They're not even done. Naman, when he's already looking for the +1, they recognize they were not required for the kill. Now look at mid lane as well.
Oh my god.
Mouse, I mean, this is looking like a well-oiled team that has been together for quite some time. They'll get him, right? Okay.
Okay. Beyond godlike on Laurel, 10-1. Own It also having a really good performance. They, you know, you gotta give it to Mouse. I think even though Spirit did make the mistakes that put them into this position, I feel like Mouse barely made any mistakes. And that's the thing. With tier 1 teams, usually, even if they make a couple of mistakes, they're always able to get the game state back to where they want it to be. But Mouse, like, they never let go. They abused some of those small blunders from Spirit. And if you have a Phoenix that went Midas, things get hard when you're forced to fight. And that last fight was a perfect showing. Like, they try to poke, but they have to commit cooldowns, and then it's really easy for Mouse to punish if you don't get any kills. And they didn't even kill Narman, the position 4 Tiny.
Yeah, the position for Tiny, who is almost got enough gold for Wind Waker as well. So this late game, potential advantage that you have with the Faceless Void Chrono is, now you've got one item to be able to counter it. There's definitely potential for some other people to go for it as well. We're going to be able to get the captain, Maposhka, and up to the creep cutting shenanigans. Like you were saying though, before, if there is any team that somehow are able to mount a comeback, it potentially is going to be Spirit. It's 98% probability with a 27,000 deficit, but I do think Spirit are probably one of the best teams that's somehow playing from behind. But this, like, how are you going to do it this game? Because it doesn't look easy.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. I mean, in terms of timings, I think Yatoro finally got his 20. So Mjolnir, level 20, even Mask of Madness. He is probably capable of killing anyone inside the Chronosphere. But yeah, it's only one chrono. If they somehow get Aegis on Mouse, things get really hard. Obviously, going high ground for Mouse without getting kills is tough though, because Sven doesn't want to be carrying the Aegis, and if you use God Strength and then you get killed, this is a huge advantage for Spirit. So curious to see how Mouse is gonna try and attempt. Like, do you fish? Do you poke for a fight before you even go high ground or get the Aegis? They are trying to do just that, but Spirit's gonna smoke first.
They will. Force is not with them. Will rejoin through the portal. Quick item update. Supreme just got the Hex.
Good position. Such good position.
Oh, he jumped over the top. Very defensive use of the BKB. Very cautious of this chrono turn potential force. He doesn't care though.
Chrono
the Sunray
Primal?
percent damage. It's going to get cancelled instantly. And look at the Sonic Wave pushing them all out of range. They're dumping every single spell on force. Maybe they're going to have enough, but it just frees up the fight from Olnip. He'll cut away the life of the Faceless Void. Now over to the west side. Supreme and the boys, they can chase and catch up to Collapse. Another crit for good measure. Lyle's going to attempt the TP out inside the pit. He'll survive. That's your second death of the game for Force, but man, the amount of chaos he's creating these team fights.
He is so impossible to kill. 25% status resistance, 5k HP. I don't even know how much magic resistance he has once the Eternal Shroud stacks go in. They literally had to use everything. Great positioning from Supreme. Sure, the BKB was maybe a bit overeager, but as long as you can put the Primal Beast as the first point of contact, with this advantage, it's probably impossible to lose a fight. Like, if it's the Primal tanking everything, all of the other heroes that are the damage dealers are gonna have a field day.
There you go. Aegis.
Timeless Relic on Niposhka. That's not a bad drop.
Okay. Like, I mean, you saw the read from them that last fight though. I mean, they feel like the chrono along with the percent damage from Miposhka, it potentially was enough to be able to deal with the Primal Beast. We just saw instantly Narman with that Tiny. I mean, I didn't even know what the Sun Ray went off for more than like 0.3 seconds there. So, you know, let's say maybe with this extra item, the Timeless Relic, might be able to help out with some of their damage issues versus the tankiness, because even Olnit has 4,200 health.
And that was a fight, I think, without the Wind Waker. Narman does have it now, so not only he can cancel the Sunray, but he can Wind Waker whoever gets chronoed. So now as Yator, you have to chrono 2 targets that are probably very different positions in the fight. It's definitely really tough. And they... Okay, so they will smoke here. Aegis on the Sven. Yeah, it's hard to go high ground. That's the only disadvantage for Mouse. Even with all of this lead, if Chronosphere's up, which just became up, do you actually God Strength before going high ground? Do you just try to poke and wait for a reaction? It can be tricky.
You go with this ward that you just placed, and that ward's going to give you a pick off onto Miposhka. He's got a buyback at least, so not the worst. Hopefully Mira's going to have a buyback as well, because he dies instantly. It's a great torrent. Now they do have to commit the God Strength for these kills though.
First Glyph gets used. Yatoru's not even in the base. I guess he's waiting for the God Strength to be over. Finally TPs.
Force is killing an effigy. Okay.
Alright, that's a free set of barracks. If you really want to win this, you probably chill. You probably wait for the next God Strength, but they're going. Okay.
Pumped up inside the base. This is the fight they've been looking for in Spirit. Lol. Angling for a wraparound. Yator trying to bait them into the middle. Force not really going to be able to commit too far. I mean, you see the mind game right now, waiting for someone to just step a little bit too far over the boundary. Lol. Thought he was tossed down to the low ground. BKB unfortunately used defensively, maybe when it wasn't as required, but of course, very close to making it on the other side of the wall.
They're really chill here in Spirit. I'm not sure what exactly they're waiting for. Maybe if you chrono in between the Sven and the rest of the team. Oh no.
And again. Now the jump. This time they're going to find him outside the base. And without the BKB from Lal, he'll at least get the torrent summon the boat off before he dies. But the Wind Waker from Naman and also the Peak Ball. The full stuff too. All the mobility. Yatoro just cannot hit a single hero. It's a pretty decent egg, but without the stuns, Mouse, they make the call, retreat over the west side, and with every big important spell on cooldown, how do you mount this last defense?
I don't think you do. They're out of gas. They used everything. No lasso, no egg. All you need is this primal beast. Oh my god, look at him go.
And 3 callers jumping different heroes simultaneously. Supreme almost kills Mira. Onet almost gets a kill under the T4 tower. Onet, eyes on the objectives. Did pop the God Strength on the first life. Not gonna lose the first life though. Satanic up to full. Wow, what an upset. Mao's in the end. A very dominant victory. I mean, they're gonna bite back, but they just give more celebratory kills over to Mao's, who will be moving forward into that winner's match to face Entity.
Oh yeah, I mean, I told the panel, don't give away that primal beast to Force, and even, I'll be honest, I'm not sure how confident I was, even though I had maybe a lot of confidence in my voice, but they played really well on Mouse. I am thoroughly impressed. They had tons of moments where they could have made mistakes, and they just didn't. I think Supreme, even more, he had a really tough laning stage against Laurel, somehow was able to recover beautifully. It was a team effort. I don't think anyone necessarily played amazing. They just played great as a team.
Yeah, they just played overall incredibly well for the boys on Mouse, and that's going to feel great too, because considering, again, they've played in some qualifiers where they got knocked out just one series away from that qualification series. They come in, fresh mind, and we see still what this team is able to do, and they're just newly joined as well. So they're able to knock down Spirit. Again, they will move on to face Entity. We've got to keep in mind they did get 2-0'd against Entity very recently, so that's going to be a difficult opponent. That's a series for another day, and first we've got to go back to the panel to hear what they have to say.
Well, Team Spirit, I think I'm going to have to start a campaign here to get them to replay the last 2 TIs, because obviously that was just 2 fluke wins for them, as we do see Mouse moving through in such a convincing fashion that I wouldn't expect it, especially up against Team Spirit. But yeah, Mouse, they looked like they were coming in control from the very start of the game. And Hurry, how do you kind of summarize that game coming through after it ends just in that kind of fashion, as fountain dives came out from Mouse?
Okay, so we definitely underestimated the Force Primal Beast, as Bowie said, right? I knew he was good at it, but this just looked perfect. But I would say it's a combination of being pretty confident and comfortable on all of your heroes, and then Milan talked about it in the draft that there were a lot of cooldowns on Spirit, and there's one thing that was missing. Mira wasn't playing. People always highlight Collapse, they highlight Yatoro, but the one who is always consistently good, always does well in the lane, does what he needs to, great warding and stuff, it is Mira. They were missing him in this game, and in that downtime when they didn't have their ultis, they used their ultis nicely. It was a problem.
I think it was actually... Was it just... Mira playing on the common account? I think it was, right? That it was actually him there. Yeah, but he was just playing on these on the coach account.
Oh, his account got banned. Okay, so
yes, it was Mira playing.
Okay.
Well, yeah, no, there is confirmation come through. It was Mira playing. It was just his account might have been unavailable, and we are going to be seeing these highlights coming through. So it was some good crosses. But Milan, how did Mouse play around this year to make these team fights effective? Because they were rocking every single fight. It seemed like the final score, I think they had nearly 20 kills over the side of Team Spirit.
I think just to pitch on the point, I think we underestimated Mouse, but definitely Team Spirit also underestimated Mouse. They were, from the laning stage before this 20-minute mark, they were in control of this game. They had a lead versus the Sven, with the Faceless Void, but this is the crucial fight of the game, I would say, where Supreme jumps back. Supreme jumps above the Chrono, kills the egg, breaks the egg Chrono combination, and then it's all Force. And then Bengan plus Narman just kind of clutching the fight out. And after this, it just looked like Team Spirit didn't have enough damage. So to answer your question, Mouse just turned out to be way too tanky for the Spirit lineup. Like Kunkka and the Razor literally had no impact, where the Faces, Void, and Phoenix couldn't do it all alone.
Yeah. Do you think that's
you were
the-
always missing out on damage. It's just insane how much damage you lacked. Look at that. The Primal Beast here, they used everything on him, but then the fight is just over, right? You've lost your spells, and as Milan mentioned, the Razor is just not doing enough damage. Collapse wasn't having the greatest of games.
Do you think that's not only alongside the Razor, but do you think that's the weakness here of the Kunkka picks? Because the Kunkkas usually go for the Daedalus, build up the big right-click damage to be able to benefit on the Tidebringer. But we are seeing the Blade Mail into the Agcept coming out for the Kunkkas now. Do you think teams maybe need to swap that up if they are going for that Kunkka as the mid laner to try and get that extra damage out?
Definitely not. The Kunkka, his job is to control people, not to do the damage. They just need to play around it. Like they just, after that mid fight, like around 25 minutes, they just fall way too far behind. Like late game coming in, 20k behind you. You don't have the items on the Phoenix, you don't have the items you want on the Faceless Void, and most importantly, you don't have the items you want on the Razor. Like the Phoenix and the Razor are supposed to be coming with these refresher BKBs and dealing the damage in the team fights, but they just didn't have anything, as we could see here. Only 20,000 damage and 50,000 damage roughly on Collapse and Miposhka. That's way too little.
Yeah, and you look at Force, 51,000 damage on the Primal Beast. Do you just have to get rid of this hero in every draft now? Because it is looking scarier and scarier every time we see this hero picked up.
I'm actually surprised, considering that Team Spirit did ban out some of the heroes that Miles are comfortable on, that they let the Primal Beast go. Because Primal Beast is basically a first phase ban hero some of the games, right? And versus a specialist like Force, it was now shown that he's probably not going to be getting it until the end of the tournament.
Yeah, incredibly strong hero. Again, 12 to 24, and I suppose that's kind of the strength of the hero as well. We are seeing a lot of the time safe laners being left alone against the off laners, and the Primal Beast, I think Bowie said it in the game there as well, the off lane Primal Beast, it feels like a mid lane hero when you play it like that, because it just gets access to the free farm, it doesn't get bullied out of the lane by the safe laner, and you can see there just how powerful it did look. So Milan, how do you kind of try and play around the Primal Beast when it does actually get drafted up like that? Do you have to focus it down in the early laning stage?
No, I mean, I think they just had everything ready for success in T-Spirit. They just needed, like, the first play that they dive, like, they have a Faces Void Phoenix, like, the strongest late game heroes in Dota, and minute 13, they're diving a tier 2 tower mid lane, and they're just giving way too much advantage to these heroes. Yeah, they, like, the Primal had an okay lane, but that's a hero that cannot get punished in lane almost no matter what. Because that's just the nature of the hero. So, and they had what it takes to deal with him later. They just never allowed themselves to come to this point. And Mouse, like, whenever Spirit gave an inch, they took a mile. They just kept on punishing. They they looked very hungry for blood this game. I love to see it. Like a lower echelon team playing against the big dogs. You love to see them coming out swinging. Nothing to lose really.
And they played really well in a sense that they responded with numbers every single time. And I really like that, right? Because Spirit, they were constantly on the aggressive, which you want to do when you have high cooldowns. You use your cooldowns and then you try to force enemies to TP. You try to go for some pickoffs just to create space for that. But Team Spirit were committing a little bit too much. Usually you would see an X torrent, you see a TP, you run away. But they had troubles running away. And I think that's where the biggest difference was created. Of course, team fights later on, when you're tanky, when you're surviving through the chrono and the egg, of course that's going to win you the game, but it's the path to there, and that's just every single time responding to the aggression of Spirit that are just trying to poke something out, and they just lose way too many heroes for it.
Yeah, and it does mean now that Spirit dropped down. They will be in that losers match coming up tomorrow, playing up against One Win, and Mouse will move through to play up against Entity in the winners bracket. And I do believe, so the winners of the winners bracket match move through. It is still a best of one, you move through, and then it's going to be the loser of that drops down to a decider match, which is a best of 3 to play up against the winner of the losers match, which will be coming up tomorrow. So schedule-wise, yeah, we get 2 best of 1s and a best of 3, but there is still one more game to come to decide how Group A is going to be matching up as well. It's going to be Team Liquid versus PSG Quest. And I think out of all the games we've had today, I think this is going to be the closest one between these two teams. So on a power scale, I talked to Aries and Bowie about this, but where are you ranking these two teams coming into the one-win event?
Oh, that's a rough question. When I was making my prediction, I was seeing Liquid as the favorite, but they have underperformed recently. Overall, I would maybe even rank PSG Quest like top. I think I would rank them both top 3 maybe. I think that's how I feel about them.
Top 3? So you would say Quest is better than Spirit and VP? And
No. I would say Spirit, Liquid, Quest, and VP are kind of close to each other.
So you're saying Quest is better than VP?
I would say they're very close, maybe better than VP.
That's a very brave assumption for a team that
Wait,
finished dead
Milan. Is Falcons the best team in the world at the moment?
Well, I'll just say Quest last tournament they played was a TI. They finished last place, and VP finished 8th place at TI, losing to Spirit 2-1 closely. And then after that, they did fairly well in every tournament they played. So I'll work off these results. I'll not work off I mean, Quest is not a bad team, but their results were lacking for last 4 months. For sure.
It's not fair. Falcons were crushing them 3-2 in every grand final. Like 3-2 every time. You and me even casted a 3-2 grand final. I think it was Dream League season 22 of the qualifiers. So, I have faith in these boys.
I mean, for sure, the potential is there. Like they have some great players, but for me, it's always hard to bet against Nisha. And it is my predictions before the game. I'm not gonna bet against him. And after, but it's like usually there's like a thing where you make a roster swap. It's called the honeymoon period. And now they swapped Ducalis for Kaori, which I personally highly dislike. But it might give them this a little bit of a honeymoon period where they can beat teams like Liquid. Who knows? But for now, I think they are objectively big underdogs coming here. But as we saw a couple of minutes ago, the underdogs not lose always.
No, that is true. With Mars making that move through and Liquid, like you say, maybe that honeymoon period will affect here PSG Quest, and Team Liquid will have to answer back. Do you think as well, again, Bowie talked about it being the Dream League curse, the Team Liquid don't do really well in the Dream Leagues, but they do well everywhere else. So do you think they're going to be wanting to bounce back here? I can't imagine Blitz is going to be happy with the results either. So if they do go down today into the losers bracket, are we expecting some salty tweets for Blitz as well?
I used to not believe in curses, man, but Caster curse is real, so maybe the Dream League curse is as well.
I directly asked 3-3 Neta Shapira, the captain of the Team Liquid. I asked him, what the fuck? Why you guys lost place after second place? That's what I wrote to him. And he told me Liquid and Dream League, DX, end of quote. And then I said, okay, we'll see. I said, we'll see.
Okay.
Now
so,
we're to see.
And as we take a look at the predictions, I think everybody but Bowie has a chance to jump ahead of everybody here.
That's not me. It might be me after the game.
Just swap the names. Milan is indecisive here. He is choosing Liquid. He's choosing Quest. I mean, Milan, you're gonna have to make a decision.
I'll do it in 1 hour. Just give me 1 hour.
So Bowie going to be the only one on the panel across all the talent to predict PSG Quest coming through. So maybe he knows something that we don't, but everybody else looking firmly in place, supporting Liquid here coming through into this final game. It's a best of one, so anything can happen here. And you're looking through the PSG Quest players, we've not seen it so far, but are we going to be looking at anything like the offlane Meepos coming out, anything like that is a little bit more cheesy that Quest might be able to take advantage of here?
they play a mid lane Snapfire. Let's put it that way. That's kind of the thing that always comes to mind when you see noob. Something weird like that. I think they play pretty standard Dota in general.
Yeah.
One hero that might come out is Omni Knight. Omni Knight is the hero that Dahak before leaving taught Quest how to play, or before getting kicked. I'm not sure, but that is the hero that we might see. And I scouted a little bit Ducalis and TA2000. In pubs they played a lot of Marcy Io together.
Right.
So
Okay.
that's another thing. So these are out of like unorthodox things that we could see. Omni and Io Marcy.
Okay, and we saw, or I've been seeing in the South American region at least for another event, that the like I said, the Omni Knight was coming through as that carry position, so teams were purposely letting through the Timbersaw here to get that advantage in the lane with the Omni Knight. So maybe that is something PSG Quest might be thinking of. But on the other side, Liquid, I do believe you said, Milan, that 3-3, he likes the Meepo himself. So is that something that PSG Quest have to be looking to ban out coming through into this best of one?
Oof, I mean, your versus. I don't think so. I don't think that Meepo is gonna be on the banning order. Only if you see that it's gonna be a really good Meepo game and a player that can play it is left in his heroes left in the pool.
3-3 will not play Meepo today, but TA2000 might, because TA2000 played 6 Meepos last 7 days, won 5 games, and 3-3 didn't play a single one. And he's the type of guy, if he didn't play Meepo in last 10 days, he's just gonna be like, no. I'll play my Brewmaster, which I played 7 games in the last 8 days, and I won 5 of them.
Okay, and yeah, we will be able to see if that does come through. And I know, Milan, I know you've got 3-3 there you're on the Steam chat. You're asking Liquid about all the drafts, so we'll see if you're going to be able to say what they're coming through. And don't forget, guys, you can use that QR code on the screen that's just popped up there in the bottom corner, just to follow all the One Win socials. You'll be able to keep up with all the events going on, all the Twitch streams, all the social media posts to see what events will be coming through for One Win, because I think they're going to be having a busy year this year. The Dota 2 Spring Series, not just going to be the only event they are doing, so don't forget, use that QR code in the bottom of the screen there to get yourself through, and follow on the One Win social media sites to see what's going to be coming up for the rest of the year. And this is going to be our final game now coming up for the day. Liquid versus PSG. It is best of one, and it's going to be coming through in just a couple of minutes. But I'm going to give you guys just the opportunity once again, just to maybe change your predictions before we get into this draft. Maybe change your mind, or are you both solidly still on this Liquid train?
Are we allowed to change it after we see the draft? Like, is that the possibility?
Yeah. I'll ask you again, but after seeing Mouse take down Spirit, just giving you this opportunity here before the draft comes out.
I'm gonna be staying with Liquid, considering that Milan gave us the info that Liquid they feel like they do badly in Dream League as well. Their players too, so I'm staying with them still.
Yeah, it's a different game, Dream League, they host the meme Dota. Where the One Win series of Dota 2 is the real Dota.
Serious.
No meme. It's One Win series of Dota 2. No memes allowed. So Liquid is going to be on point. What's Nisha playing, man? Let's talk a little bit about Nisha. I
don't know.
like to
I
talk
can't
about
find
Nisha.
it. I can't find what he's playing. On Dota Pro Tracker, he has 1 billion Smurfs, which probably got removed.
Did you
and
check
I
all
just
of them?
can't
Because I'm
find
going
through
every
them all.
single one. of-
No games. No games. He just doesn't want to do it.
Oh,
He
there
doesn't
is
wanna
one.
play.
I found one.
Which?
It's just called Nisha Smurf without a number. It says 3 Leshrac games, 100% win rate, 2 Razor games, 100% win rate, 1 Connell game, 100% win rate, and the TA game he lost, but he had impact of 26, which means he was. Let me check his score in that game that he lost.
See what it's going to be.
It's a
Yeah.
moment.
That was pretty good. And he
Well,
was
wait,
even
wait.
laning
14
versus a Viper, from what I see.
Melodjo
so That's a
Viper.
problem. Yep.
A very high ranked player. 14, 8, and 16. So his team ruined this game. He would have won this one too.
Okay.
But it is classic. Just like in Dream League.
So, yeah, the Liquid ruining Nisha's chances are of winning Dream League, and we'll see. So, are we going to put that down as a technical win for the TA in his pub match?
Exactly.
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay.
Nisha
So,
never loses, only his team ruins. It's just how it works.
With the TA, definitely, right? I have never seen Nisha lose a TA game in the pub, and I was very much surprised when I saw this stat.
yeah, it's yeah, we've seen the pictures as well that he's been putting up. He's in the gym, so not only is he carrying his team in game, he's getting ready to carry them in real life as well. So maybe that's where Team Liquid's hopes and dreams are going to rest here, getting into this game as they look to try and move through into that winners bracket coming up against VP. Looking through the match with PSG as well, just taking a look at what TA's been playing for the past, like say, few days. Actually got nothing on his on the account. So looking through on the Pro Tracker, yeah, those Meepo games coming out. He has been playing a couple of those Omni Night games, like you say, the Marcy, the Wind Ranger in there as well. Troll, 0% win rate on that, to be expected. It's a troll. That hero is absolute garbage. But yeah,
No,
Lifestealer
is the best
and
hero in the
Dragon Knights.
world. Is the best hero in the world. You just need to know how to play it properly as a team and as a player. So it is a pub game. In pub games, Troll is not going to work, but in competitive gameplay, TA 2000 can definitely pull it off.
Okay, and we do move through into the draft, so we're going to see that Chen ban out for the fourth and final time today. This time, Team Liquid, they go for that early Naga Siren ban here as well. Meanwhile, PSG Quest taking away the Doom and the Alchemist. And Alchemist, a little bit of a surprise to me. Are you expecting that to be pretty popular in these pro games?
Alchemist has been banned versus the Ramses directly because it's his very signature hero, and here the Liquid does play the offlane Alchemist, one of the few teams that plays this, and Neta is like a Alchemist scientist, so it's more like a player-based ban, and when you have a first pick, you usually go for like player-based ban, but Liquid will go with like a very, very different like type of bans than usual. They're gonna ban Io, Kotal, and Naga, the heroes that we don't see usually banned. We see like some Batrider, we see the Timbersaw, we see the DK, but they're gonna let it all through and ban all the signature heroes of Quest. We talked about TA 2000 Naga. Kotal is a very signature hero for Noob. Falcons always banned this the first phase. And the Io, we talked about Io Marcy combination that they were plotting in their pubs. That's not gonna happen either. So very interesting approach from Liquid.
They came prepared. I feel like this first match is very important if you're coming in as the favorites, right? Imagine if you lose this match if you're Team Liquid or PSG Quest. You're definitely not going to be in a great spot, just like Spirit isn't right now. Only one more loss and you're out of the tournament. So you need to be very careful about what you do. I'm liking that Liquid are coming in prepared and they're going all out.
Yeah, coming through with this tiny pick here, like you say, there is going to be some different bans, so we are going to be seeing heroes like the Centaur getting through. The Primal Beast is going to get through here as well. Maybe that's something that either team wants to go for. Timbersaw hasn't been banned out just yet. We'll see if that's something that either team want to be banning out. And basically, making the call that they're even banning out the Dragonite for PSG Quest, but a lot of these meta first pick heroes, the Shadow Demon's still there as well. So there is this big list of tier 1 first pick heroes, first pick first bans. They even ban out the Faceless Void, so it's gonna let a lot through here in the second phase.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of like meta casual heroes, but just because the other teams pick it up doesn't mean it's like the best the heroes, because that's how the meta develops. Like people just copy each other. Like not many teams come with their own things, but Liquid is kind of a thing that comes with their own things because of their players, because of 3-3, because of like Mika. Mika is like one of the most versatile carry players in the world. I feel like not so long ago he used to play mid. Not so long ago when OG played a TI with Seb being sort of half injured, right? Yeah. Like he was on the verge of not playing TI because of the injury. Mika was the one that was supposed to stand in on offlane for him. So that just tells a lot about his versatility and how innovative he can be.
These are my favorite type of teams. They can play everything, right? That means that no matter how the meta changes, no matter which heroes are gonna be played, they can always adjust quite quickly. So that's why you see the Team Liquid are always up there, no matter what happens. And some of these other teams, they just kind of drop out when the meta does not suit them.
And let's see what Liquid will go. Like, do they just pick up like an Insania hero, or do they just go straight up with some like sort of a Brewmaster type of hero for 3-3?
I think you go something like a CM now. It's just safe.
He doesn't play Shadow Demon, and he goes for the Oracle. This is like a insane. This is what Liquid does, right? Like Shadow Demon, every other team would pick up versus the Batrider, but Liquid will do Oracle because it's a similar type of answer, but it's just a signature hero of their player, and versus the hero that he doesn't really enjoy playing. So I love to see it. It just kind of breaks the, like, it's not so boring. It's sort of exciting.
Yep. And when there's an Oracle in the game, a lot of it revolves around the false promise. Everybody wants to catch the Oracle. Everybody wants to use the spell so that they see where the Oracle is, and it makes the game a lot more fun. Plus, in the early stages of the game, you have so much burst damage, so we're probably going to be getting a lot of kills.
Yeah, and coming through, we are going to see that Meepo ban here. Like I say, the IO ban as well. So Liquid, we're going to be aware of what PSG Quest have been playing. So taking away those comfort picks or those pocket strats coming out from the side of PSG. Meanwhile, on the other side, again, Faces War is going to go. They do pick up the Primal Beast, but out the Enigma, and the ET is going to be the pick here for PSG Quest.
I don't
One
like
of the
Primal
heroes.
Beast.
I mean, Primal is a flex, so they have a chance to change the position if they see some carry pick they don't like, and the ET is just Ducales. I saw a few days ago he had like 10 out of 11 wins on ET, and he's like, this is not my 300 rank games. I mean, we played the same games, just so much harder for him to win, right? He's like ranked 10, 15. Like winning 10 out of 11 games on this rank is just, it's very impressive to say the least. And this is what people do. They're like, people say pubs are pubs, but no, pubs tell a lot. And we see, like, if you go to the pro tracker profiles and go to these picks, like they just pick the heroes they have their success with. And 3-3 not long time ago when we played together in the same team, we had a rule: if a hero is not good enough for your pub game, it's not good enough for our competitive game or scrim. So they're sticking to the things that work for them.
Yeah, but I think that's why Liquid picked up this Oracle, right? If you see Batrider, Oracle counters it. Primal Beast, Oracle counters it. ET, Oracle counters that as well. You can literally wake up 2 or 3 people out of the stomp as well. I'm liking what Liquid are sporting here a lot more.
Yeah, but it works both ways. Like maybe the Spirit scouts you, and then like a Blink Primal finds you, the Blink Bat finds you. There's a lot. Some of these matchups go like both ways, and Liquid, as we said, like it's gonna be 3-3 Brewmaster hero. He spams the most in the public matchmaking, a hero that's very hard to counter in the lane. They will try with the Nakes, and it's gonna be Luna. You know, when in doubt, Luna in doubt. 16-17 Luna every time. Like this hero just, it's a hero of the patch, right?
Yep. But Lifestealer is really good here for PSG Quest. I like this quite a lot. You have nothing versus the Lifestealer. He likes long fights. Oracle in general doesn't like long fights. He likes to save that one hero from getting bursted down and then you turn it around. So a super farmed Lifestealer will in the later portions of the game almost always beat the Luna.
Yes, but it's 50-50 nowadays with the Shard. The Shard changed. Like, this is why Luna got so popular, right? He got the talent where the glaives bounces stayed, but suddenly he got like a protection from a melee carry. All the melee carries the counter him. So maybe he's not gonna beat the Lifestealer, but a year ago, you see these lineups and you're like, it's over. Like Lifestealer is gonna eat through Luna, but now it's a little bit different. And Shadow Demon is going to get banned. They think this Tiny is a core. They think the Tiny is the mid on the side of Quest.
I would ban the Lesh if I was Quest, to be honest, because that's the hero that Nisha has been playing in pubs. It goes really well with the Oracle. Team Liquid, they need something that's going to be taking down towers, and if you get a Bloodstone, get False Promise, you're just going to survive through everything. So that is the hero that I think PSG Quest really need to get rid of.
Maybe they'll ban the Lash next, but Shadow Demon is quite good versus the Primal Beast, and maybe Insania doesn't play it, but Boxy certainly does, although I'll be very happy to face a Shadow Demon Oracle support duo. That doesn't sound so great.
No, he doesn't. Like, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna go for kills? Maybe early on, they could be dangerous, but later on, if you find them, the fight is just straight up over.
Yeah. Do you think PSG Quest here with the final pick, so potentially looking for either a mid or an off, depending on what they want to do with this Primal Beast? Are you looking to get a fast kill draft out for PSG Quest in this final pick and really put the pressure onto the Luna in this game, or are you happy letting the Lifestealer get as much farming time as the Luna coming into this game?
I think the pace for both teams is kind of both teams will want to play on their own pace, but I was actually thinking of this Lycan pick that Liquid bumped. I'm happy to see them thinking the same idea as me, but now there's more than one Zoo hero left. So, like, you think of Oracle, he's the hero that struggled against Zoo the most, and you think of Malik, Beastmaster could be coming out. Primal, put the Primal mid. He is gonna be counterpicked no matter what. He's the one who doesn't mind getting counterpicked so much, and this Beastmaster would create a whole new set of problems for the Team Liquid lineup.
It's a good Beastmaster game. You're gonna be buffing the damage of the Lifestealer and the Primal Beast so much. With the Lifestealer, with both the Elder Titan and the Beastmaster, you're gonna have the push. If Team Liquid would go for a Lesh or something along those lines that does push towers, then you would be able to match it and actually have your way to take down objectives. So yeah, I definitely like the Beastmaster suggestion. It looks pretty good for PSG Quest.
Okay. And on the other side, Team Liquid now, considering that the Tiny is out again, can be flexed. Mid lane, they're actually going to be banning out the puck, so that Lash that you mentioned is still there. Are you still comfortable with Team Liquid going towards that there, Hurry?
Yes, Lesh or DP, I would like both of them if this is not a Tiny mid. And considering there's Boxy there, he is quite a big fan of the Tiny himself. I would assume that's something that Liquid would want to go for.
Yeah, I mean, it will be heavily influenced by the last pick of the quest. He's gonna see his matchup. Even if it's Primal Beast, he's gonna see maybe he can punish the other guy, but it's going to be a Centaur. A 23 Centaur, we usually see this hero first is banned. And now, will it be Tiny mid? Probably not. I think it will be some hero. Lash is okay, but I don't really like it.
What about a DP? Death Prophet looks better, maybe, than the Lesh.
It's a tough call.
I want to see a tower push, because you don't have a way to open up the map of the Lifestealer. So they're going to go just straight up for the Huskar. Liquid did this even, like, before they had this whole lineup, even before 33, right? They played a lot of Oracle Huskar. I remember when they were on Alliance 2017, that's 7 years ago, they would go for something like this, and we're gonna be seeing them play it again.
Okay, so final time. This is your last chance. You see the draft on the screen now. Hurry, starting with you. Team Liquid or PSG Quest?
Oh, it is a tough one. Let me see how the lanes are gonna go. I actually think I'm gonna be favoring Quest, because I think you can't take down the Lifestealer's tower that fast. If you do, then maybe you can win, but I think PSG Quest's lineup can work really well together.
Okay, and Milan?
I'm gonna be man of my word and stick with my prediction.
Okay. And yeah, I think I'm going to stick with Liquid here too. You know, I'm going to stay on this bandwagon. So Hurry Freak, it's guts or glory time for him.
I'm sandwiched.
That is going to be, like I say, the last game of the day coming up. We'll see how this one is going to end. Who's going to be moving through to the winners bracket? Who's going to be moving through to the losers bracket? It is pretty much all to play for here between these two teams. You know, you do want to be moving through comfortable as much as possible. But first, before we see who they're going to be playing against in the next round, we have to see how they're going to play here in this first game. So I do believe we're going to move on to Ares and Bowie once again to see how this final game is going to play out.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, but here we go. So, Huskar last pick for Liquid. You know, Little intrigued. I thought Mr. Blitz had more honor than that in a best of one going for Oracle Huskar strap. You know, Liquid down bad right now, struggled in some Dream League tournaments. They need to get some wins under their belt, and what better than a last pick Huskar? Bowie, how do we feel about this? Do we feel like because we've seen in the past, this Huskar last pick can just be almost a guaranteed victory. Is that the case in this game? Do you agree with the panel, or do you have some other thoughts?
All right, so never mind, I was muted. But yeah, let me tell you one thing here, and this is some fresh information. I have an unreleased video that I've never put out, and it was literally about Huskar versus Primal Beasting lane.
Let's go.
Dissected like so many replays, and you would expect Huskar to destroy, right? It's a melee hero. You can't really get close to the lane, but I think it's actually way trickier than that. I've seen Maureen beat Huskars. I think this matchup is super high skilled, and overall though, I do prefer the draft of Liquid. I think the way they were able to sneak this Oracle Huskar as a response to the Batrider, as a fake response when they set up this Huskar, I think it was really nicely drafted. I might be switching sides because I really like how their draft looks.
Especially if they get first blood onto Nisha.
What? That's awesome. This hero is so clowny, like the way he pushes the heroes around, even the allies.
Alright, so we got some time before really crazier stuff happens in the side lane. So dive a little bit more into this Huskar and the Primal Beast lane.
Yeah, so the thing with this lane is once you get pointing passive for the Primal, Huskar always plays the lane very low HP, right? Just because you're spamming Burning Spears, just because this hero wants to trade a lot. If you are 400 range, at least 400 range from the Huskar, you can't really time your Q before his Q hits. And that is usually like so much burst damage at level 4 with max stacks of Uproar that you can actually just kill the Huskar. So a really good Primal Beast can actually kind of bait himself in and kill the Huskar in the lane, and that really like totally changes how the lane's supposed to go, because Huskar obviously just wants to dominate the entire lane, just squeeze you out of CS. I'm very curious to see how they're going to perform, because Nisha, one of the best mid laners in the world. I wouldn't expect him to lose most matchups, but that's not a matchup we see that much. I feel like Primal Beast he kind of faded away after the hard nerfs, and now he's coming back. So we'll see if Nisha is comfortable with this, because I don't remember seeing him play Huskar that much. Maybe I'm wrong, but would you say that's like a Nisha hero?
You definitely, like, when you think of Nisha, you think of other heroes, but he has the capability to play Huskar. He's done it multiple times, but
yeah, I'm gonna check
again, when you think of Nisha, you think others.
Yeah, like it's not even in his top 15 here. I'm actually gonna check how many games he has of Huskar, because this might be kind of a new one. So he has one official match of Huskar.
Really?
And it was a loss. Yeah, it is literally his second official game of Huskar.
I got to see. I don't know if I have his memory where it might be more than that, but we'll go with Dota buff. We'll see. Let's see how he's going to be able to perform on the Huskar. And what about our side lane, sir? You've got a live sealer. We've spoken about this earlier today with the strength of the hero currently up against a lot of the offlane hero pool, with a really strong laning support in the Elder Titan as well. Is this a free lane for TA 2000, and can he even slow down some of the farm that 33 can get?
Yeah, it's definitely a really good lane for Lifestealer, but time and time again, that is a really weird path the box is taking here with the creeps. But I feel like Brewmaster almost always squeezes more of the lane than I expect. So I'm not really worried necessarily for 33. It feels like this hero can always get what he wants. But yeah, it is just a really good Lifestealer game. I think, even Milan talked about how the Shard made the matchup better for the Luna. I wouldn't say it's a 50-50, as he said, but it used to be like, I don't know, 70-30. Maybe it's a 60-40 now. But the Lifestealer having a good start definitely helps Quest a lot.
It's a very good Lifestealer game. I think the potential to be able to address the Huskar. I think it also then does turn a little bit back on the other way though. Like this Husker hero is not what it used to be, especially with like Scepter and Burning Spears, pure damage in the late game. But before you're able to get to that stage, there is always a threat if the life steal is incredibly farmed about the percent damage from the feast. You're gonna have eventually a Scepter from Noob as well, who's actually already rotating top. So this is one of the big advantages that the Primal Beast is able to provide you. If you've got that rough lane potentially that you want to avoid, you can just look to try and make your own plays and assist the side lanes, and well, Noob does just that.
All right, first blood. It's kind of sad. I think if you're a mid player, can't even get CS in the lane, he's forced to rotate. He would love to get that first blood, but still a kill is a kill, and Quest is going to be happy with that. But Nisha, 17 and 9. I feel like if you don't get the early kill on the Husker, minute 3, minute 4, then you can't really do it anymore. He's going to get... he probably got a bracer on the Husker as well. Yeah, Mike
in some trouble.
Has the Lotus.
So the Fortune's End from Insania is going to help get some distance away. So Mike's fine.
Okay, even gets the raindrops here in Mike. That's going to help a lot. Oh, look at this lane. It's tough. Like when he gets to this point, you need to kill the Husker earlier on. Now, I mean, as you said, Ducalis should go down here. You can rotate with the Primal, but it does feel a bit bad. Like you don't really get that much out of it. The Huskers obviously just free farming. Maybe you can get some stacks. That's not bad either. They have the ET, right? So you can get some medium camp stacks. Primal is not bad at taking it once you get level 5. He's also going to get a bottle refill mid. At least he gets some love from Quest.
We are starting to see this bottom lane get a little bit more difficult though for Liquid to play. The double ranged into the very aggressive Centaur Batrider, especially with that second point in Firefly as well. There's a lot of nuke potential between the two, and you're never quite sure on where Noob is, especially now being nighttime. So kind of have to see where Insania is going to start to drop some vision as well to keep tabs on the Primal Beast rotations.
Yeah,
I wonder
especially
where Boxy goes to. You're going back to the Fountain. Do you think he even considers about going to bottom, or do you still need to play with 33?
I think it's... No, they actually might have enough to kill the center, especially if they have intel of the Batrider being away, which right now he is. He wants to fight for the rune and wants to help assist this tower push. You really don't want to get your mid-tier 1 tower down, and the Primal Beast is forced to the base. So you need to have someone here to at least prevent Nisha from getting too much damage in the mid tower. But yeah, this is probably going to be Liquid's rune to take. I don't think they have the resources here on Quest. This Batrider, unless they get really lucky with the side the Batrider chooses. This we're not going to see the Primal picking it up.
Does look like Liquid are starting to converge on this tier 1 tower mid lane though. I mean, you do have the power runes ready to go. Nisha leap over onto Omar just to close the distance a little bit on the Primal Beast. Nisha might be in some danger. Boxy, really guys, Avalanche is going to disrupt the combo. And now it's messy under the tower. Insania cleans up the kill onto Omar. And now Noob as well is getting chased down from Boxy. There's a threat of 33 even wrapping over. Yet to have the ultimate for this Brewmaster, so might be lacking some of the damage output required to get the kill onto the Dino. They still feel like they've got it though, especially with Insania nearby. 2 points up for the Purifying Flames, and they'll be rewarded. Some big experience going to go the way of both Boxy and Insania, and 33 as well, almost at the 6 now.
Really patient play from Nation there in the mid lane. He held his inner fire for so long and actually gets it at the perfect time when Yonslog was being cast, so he cancels it. They get the kill. They do a fair amount of damage in the mid tower. The supports, as I said, benefiting. Oh, look at that cheeky play from TA2000, but I don't think he's going to get it. Yep.
Insania scanned. It was actually perfect timing on the scan. And look at this. I mean, TA2000's been seeing an entire creep wave under the tower, so he actually has to TP back.
Okay.
Very good read.
He even ended up going for the corrosion here, trying to prevent 33 from getting, farm, but he's having a really good game. He's already level 5. The fact that, very similar to the other game that we were casting, the tiny rotating allowed the Brewmaster to get a lot, and you would expect him to be punished, even with this corrosion, but they never really got to kill 33. I mean, they had that one kill, but it was like a Primal Beast rotation minute 3, right? You don't expect that.
I like this a lot. I mean, Omar on the Batrider is already cutting the creep wave mid, so
Yeah.
You don't have a glyph to defensively protect it. Niche is still not at the stage where he can even tank the tower as well. So just very minor things, but heads up play from the Batrider to continue to stall out this tower push.
That's the best thing he can do right now. Fighting is not a possibility. They finally got Pulverize on Noob, so there might be a chance of a decent fight. But Nisha now with an amplified damage. Oh, he's even TPing, looking for the bat.
Do they have the damage? He might be able to TP out. Oh, they're actually going to stampede. Is there a kill down bottom? Yes, there is. Malik and TA2000 sense a bit of a weakness with Mickey being left alone. Omar is still getting chased down. Life break up in a couple of seconds, but is Nisha going to be able to catch up to him? Doesn't look like it, so... Oh, does Omar just want to die?
So
I think he just wants
greedy
I think he
from
wants to
Omar.
die. I don't know.
Okay,
I think he's,
okay.
yeah, that seemed like a, let me just get the full crew who haven't died. Dude, bottom tower goes down though, so this is all the space that Omar has made though. You cut 2 waves mid,
Yeah.
all the attention from Liquid to try and get the tower, leaves Mickey solo, so you get the kill and then that objective as well.
Exactly. This bought so much time for Noob. He's already level 7.5. He finished his phase boots, has a windlace. He can actually fight. This is all Primal Beast really needs in the early stages of the game, and that's all due to the Batrider. They even killed Luna because of it, got the tower, as you said. Quest, in all things considered, with that Huskar last pick, in a solid position. And also still no level 6 on the Oracle. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to defend this Mitron tower. It's so important in these early stages.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're 250 gold away for the Blink Dagger on Malik. If you had this one completed, then I feel like that definitely would be a route you're looking to take to defend the tower. But obviously not fast enough, so the tower will go down. And now this is going to free them up. I mean, we already see Nisha and Boxy starting to swing to top, where you do, of course, having going 33 going for this Radiance. How do you feel about the Radiance build? I know 33 really likes it, like with Brown Boots, Bracer into Radiance. Are you a fan of it as well?
I am. Like, if you don't get either Radiance or Midas, this here just falls off. He doesn't have the farming capabilities. You really need something. And in terms, I think Radiance not only works as a farming item, but it's a really good way to have reliable damage in the fight. So, in general, I'm a fan. Now, they are going pretty deep here. Tiny with that ward, Boxy. But I don't think he can really... I'm not really sure what he's doing besides scouting.
They saw Malik as soon as he smoked onto the ward. That's going to actually enable Nisha to TP out. It looks like Insania's... Let's see, he was starting to move right to pop the smoke. Very close to the tier 1 tower. Liquid are going to be able to react. It's a great placement of the flame break. But still, Noob commits in and Insania's not even dead just yet. And now 33 is ready to go with the Primal Split. Is he going to be able to stop the TP fast enough? He will. Nicely done, and this is all set up thanks to the vision from Liquid. And 33 is still hunting Omar as well. He's got a clip on the outskirts of this tower, so this will be a 3rd kill that goes the way of Liquid. And again, this is all set up thanks to the Observer Ward that scouted out the smoke down bottom from PSG Quest. And that was your blink timing, and it goes poorly.
Yeah, that's huge. At least the A2000 did use that time to do a lot of damage in the top tower. Looks like he will be able to claim it. But yeah, really good tip. And, that was unlucky. I think the Primal Beast could have gotten that kill, but he hesitated on the Pulverize, and it gave time for the Fate Savior to be cast. Just a little bit unfortunate as they're chasing Noob.
They want to fight this. Boxy on the
Yeah,
front, try and
lasso.
give them some information. Gonna be able to cancel the blink on Malik at least, but yeah, he just gets dragged out of range of Insania's protective false promise. They have Stampede still on cooldown for 15 seconds, unfortunately. So Liquid, I'll be able to slip on out. But with all this going on, you've got TO2000 who's continuing to free farm. Top of the net worth, armlet about to be completed. And are there some concerns with how much net worth that the lifesteal is starting to accumulate?
I mean, so far I think it's decent. The Luna will eventually outfarm him. I was actually curious. He just kills up the Radiance. I feel like the Radiance could be a debate this game. Even though he's really farmed, it feels like the rest of the team isn't as much. And one of the strengths of Lifesteal is being able to join these early fights. And when you go for this Radiance build, a lot of times you get a bit greedier with the way you're gonna play around the map. I wonder if Quest is going to be able to take the mid-game fights, especially now that the False Promise is available. And Sanya Noob.
Oh, Boxy just misses as well on the ET. They're still going to catch up to Noob. Stampede's not going to get him that far away. He's going to try and TP out. Can they get him? Ooh, a little bit awkward. Tried to go for the Fortune's End jump in, but that communication needs to be perfect, and which is not enough time to be able to work that out.
But yeah, I mean, in general, Quest is forcing Liquid to drag around. They have this very strong early game team fighting, and they're not necessarily getting that much out of it. As now Infest on the center here, Malik trying to utilize that Blink Dagger. Not sure if they're gonna find anyone. Well, they do TP top.
Setting up for the defense. It's Nisha showing the moment, but Insane, he's got great positioning. Gonna be
Holy fighter!
potentially protect him, but he doesn't get the ultimate up before the burst catches the Oracle off guard. And now gonna be rewarded with a secondary kill as well.
All right, really good. I feel like a lot of centers still haven't adapted to the nerfs on the Helm of the Iron Whale, Veil, and Shivas. Like, a lot of times you see Veil being built before the Blink Dagger. And sure, in this game you do have an incentive to get into early Blink just because of this Lifestealer in fast plays. But I really like the build on Malik. I feel like a lot of centers wouldn't go for the same style, and they get a big value kill out of it, killing Nisha for the first time.
Maybe they're in a position where they can keep hunting. They've got a really good observer ward set up by the secret shop. This could put them in a position where you can infest the Primal Beast, you can infest the Centaur. I mean, even the Bat Rider, Omar almost has the Blink Dagger here for PC Quest, so they will have multiple ways to be able to get these initiations. So, I mean, positioning, you're very reliant on Liquid. You know, with this Oracle support, Brewmaster as well at the early stage, really struggles at being bursted 4-0 before he gets his ultimate off.
Very true. And you know, that was a fight where Insania was in position. I think it was just way too fast. And that's the problem with Husker, you know, always playing low HP. But yeah, next time, maybe Insania is going to be a bit quicker there with his fingers to save the Husker. Because you just wouldn't expect him to die if the Oracle's nearby. We do see a little bit of a brawl with Lifestealer in 33. And 33 actually much faster with the Radiance. Already, I mean, he's pretty much going to finish it now. 200 gold away.
Yeah, so he's getting farm, but my concern is, like, where's the farm going to come from for Boxy? I mean, he's been down bottom for quite some time, but still only 18 last hits. And if you compare that to the Bat Rider, has 59. So a big reason why there's a blink already for the Bat. But you do have Aegis getting claimed at least, so you got that going for you. You're probably going to lose your Tiny down bottom, though. Last year with the Pulverize, they even Stampede as well for good measure, so this should guarantee Roshan. And I have to imagine PG's quests have a good idea that it's going on, though.
Yeah, if they don't, well, it doesn't matter because it is going to be Liquid's Roshan anyways. And interesting build. I feel like before the nerfs to Sanj and Halberd, every Husker was just rushing BKB as their first item because there wasn't anything else after Armlet that you really wanted to build. So now Nisha, I guess also because you have this Oracle, deciding to rush the Halberd and going straight up Ags. I do like the build this game, although you still having a Halberd against a Lifestealer, which isn't ideal.
I think it was Nisha actually drew that circle perfectly around their own triangle. I mean, exactly where quests were currently positioned. I just noticed as well, how's the Carlos only level 6?
Yeah, he got, like, he totally left the lane to try and assist the side lanes. He was really starved out of experience. I don't think they got the Wisdom Rune too, right? Oh, hello, Amar.
Let me see where they went. 33 got 1. I think Dies is still up. Oh, are they going to split for it? Okay. It's level 6 Elder Titan. And 33 is hoping for more. Fortunately, no one else is playing behind.
Yeah, it's, you know, as an Elder Titan, you don't really need that many items. He already has the second point in Echo Storm. He has his ulti. Generally speaking, he has all he needs to take those fights. But those fights are going to become way more frequent with the Aegis. Very curious to see how much Liquid's gonna push this. I feel like this is another second Aegis game here for Liquid. You want to pressure a lot with the first one, probably end with the BKB in the second Aegis. Quest, you probably ignore these early fights until there's Radiance on the Lifestealer.
Well,
You
they
might
saw
get
him,
it before the first Aegis expires.
Still Boxy, no blink though.
Or cutting a wave.
He just got BKB delivered as well, so Noob can continue to do this. I think he really has to be overly worried about at the moment.
5 liquid heroes
He's not
here.
dying.
Yeah.
This is so much space. He's got a BKB TV out. Like he's not dying. They're still chasing. He'll
Alright.
use it now. I mean, yeah, you force BKB. That's you're happy with that, but like that's almost like a minute.
Yeah, and that's space for TA2000. He actually just finished the Radiance. Still ahead of the Luna. Very impressive how much he's... I mean, he's actually taking a tier 2 with no the Aegis on the side of Liquid. This is crazy.
Yeah, because, I mean, we just saw what the Primal did. The Batrider just did the same thing with cutting that bottom wave. They are desperately requiring this blink on Boxy at the moment. The catch and control from Liquid is very lacking.
There we go. TP is out. Kind of close for comfort, but still had the rage duration there. Honestly, I'm very impressed with Quests. They didn't really suffer that much because of the Huskar last pick. They are just cutting waves and dragging Liquid around. As you said, the Blink Dagger lacking on Boxy makes... Even though Liquid kind of wants to pressure, they just don't have the heroes for it. Oh, they find Boxy. He did get a Blink Dagger though.
Okay, he got the creep wave with the combo at least before he died, but again, I mean, they're getting absolutely nothing out of the Aegis. I'm so impressed from PG's Quest and how they're playing this game. Just the complete stall of the map, waste this Aegis. And really the big question then is like, do we feel this Huskar is going to have impact as this game goes on? Because he's definitely a hero that needs to play from ahead.
Yeah, he really is. And when you have the second life, you really want to try at least get one fight out of it. And they didn't really get any. They have 1 minute left. They have a fair amount of heroes grouped up here. I think, yeah, they're going to
have a
smoke.
great
You
ward.
really need to fight now.
But how do you kill the Lifestealer? How do you start on him? He's always going to just be able to rage and reset. They'll try with the Fortune's End, but even Malik is like posturing, thinking about he wants to go back in. So the weaknesses that we're seeing with this Liquid lineup is really starting to showcase.
Yeah, they drafted the cheese pick in the mid lane, but it kind of hinders how you want to take these fights. You really need the eggs, but the eggs is going to be completed after the Aegis. And they might even get baited here. If you take a long fight with these Aegis expiring, it could be problematic.
This Lifestealer slaps. We'll be able to deal with the disarm. Stampede used to reset. That's to reveal the blink as well. And they're not going to get any value out of it. Toss under the tower. Mickey, is he in any trouble? It doesn't look like it. Finally, Liquid able to somehow find a crafty fight where they just go all in under a T2 tower. But a T3 instead, this high ground, a little bit more of a threat for them to try and puncture up, but they do get a kill into Malik. They're going to get a T2 tower, and by the looks of it, potentially more, because Boxy finds an angle for the toss back. Noob's going to be able to play around with the BKB. They blow up the Tiny. Now Insania caught out of position as well, with the Aegis just expiring, so Nisha's in some danger. They're going to try and jump in with a lasso, but Nisha held down, slammed away the life. Mickey still goes uncontested though. You dealt with everyone else, but the Luna stands strong in adversity, and Liquid begging for that fight. They get it as soon as the Aegis expires, and they will win it.
Boxy played that fight so well. He got an avalanche on 3 heroes because it was 2 heroes and the Lifestealer infested in. They were about to surprise them with the Aegis expiring. If Boxy doesn't get that avalanche and warns everyone of the presence of Quest, I'm pretty sure they could have taken an amazing fight. Yeah, you killed a Huskar, but still, Liquid is happy with the ending. You take the tier 2, you get a kill. Now TA2000. This is a bit awkward. All right, did go for a Sanj here, going for Sanj and Yasha. I wonder if he's gonna get the Ags. It has been very popular on Lifestealer, but I feel like there's value on a lot of items here actually. Scotty, I think Basher is also not bad. Really curious to see how he's gonna try and itemize.
I mean, Basher's often Huskar relies on kind of the man fight. Basher's definitely one of those items that is able to assist in that. Speaking of the Huskar, Nisha just completes a Scepter. So a very big item that will go through BKB. So this is going to help out a little bit with your catch. course, cast range gets increased by 250, which is no joke of an upgrade here for Nisha. So let's see how different these fights are going to look now after that just one successful one for Liquid. You're going to be able to take the Tormentor as well. Mickey's already got his shard. Insania gets his as well.
Speaking of Nisha, he probably got really unlucky with his tier 2, right? He doesn't have one. Oh no, okay, it's actually being brought right now. Maybe they just didn't farm enough. Cause
Did they smoke onto the ward? Did you see?
yeah, they did.
Okay.
So okay, they definitely get pinged out here. Smoke on smoke.
They should see the Radiance burn. Yeah,
And
they're starting to ping it up.
They have high ground vision here. The quest is definitely in a better spot unless Liquid drags them towards that other cliff ward.
And so unfortunate. Noob's about 400 gold away from the Scepter, which could be huge. But
Toss
it's not
back.
going to have it for the team fight in Liquid. They want to start it beforehand. Jump in the backline. That's an ideal target. They'll get rid of Insania with a defensive support not there to protect them. They're going to crumble. What an earth split up. 33 gets the ultimate off, but it will not matter in the end. Boxy, though, still hunting for the combo. How does Boxy make it somewhat of a decent fight? They'll land the hoof stomp at the buzzer. So it's a 4 for 2, but that felt like that should have been so much worse without the Tiny jumping in.
Yeah, and you know, that's a fight where most of the engagement happened under Liquid's ward, but just a really good smoke wraparound. They find the Oracle, as you said. I think baiting the initiation on the Primal Beast was a bit too greedy. He didn't get the toss back, but then he at least redeemed himself, as you said, gets that double Q in the end. I think Boxy, despite the fact his Blink Dagger came so late, still having a lot of impact this game.
Really intrigued though how different this game starts to look with the Scepter on the Primal Beast. Like sometimes we see this maybe like fourth item, really. Sometimes third if it's like an incredible game, but the fact he's gone for it already, I mean, Luna's going to have effect. The Husker, I suppose even the Brewmaster as well, right? So
Yeah, it's
let's
a
see.
really good game. You're gonna have to rely on the Oracle dispelling you or that BKB, but he's really far away. And he even has Lincoln skilled up. Not an item you see at all on Husker, but against Batrider, things definitely get tougher. Because either Oracle already has a Nader Lens going for a Blink. This might be the answer. But even still, we'll see if he's gonna get the Lincoln Sphere. Okay, no, he did commit for the
33?
BKB.
Nice use of the Light Collector to cut some trees down, and if he didn't, he would have got clipped by the charge, and now Liquid have been able to react in time. Lasso committed onto the Tiny. Primal Split still on cooldown for another 20 seconds, so but the heal from Insania, we see how different a fight's able to look, but the Oracle's still alive. And now once they can enter inside the river, that was not the team fight that Dyer was hoping for. Noob's going to be able to BKB charge away, but it's just so much different when this Oracle is able to spellcast in 33. He's still chasing down the life stealer. I mean, Rage is back up.
Okay.
We'll be able to get it off Boxy. Does he want to go for Takala so they get a glimpse of the ET? They're still going for him. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. They just got baited into that ward from Liquid. They tried to chase too long, and you're literally fighting into a high ground of the triangle. That's probably the hardest part to take a fight. I also feel like Lifestealer got tossed as he disinfested his ally, so he couldn't really pop Rage instantly. It was really lucky for Boxy, and the fight just developed into... It's actually kind of lucky they only lost the Centaur. It looked like it could have been much worse for Quest.
They know this Roche is going on, and without a doubt, they're going to be able to contest it with Primal Split down. This could be very scary for Radiant. Probably going to be fast enough, though.
Here in time, yeah. They're too late, even with the Roar. You can still take a good fight, right? There is no Eclipse and there is no split. This is still an advantageous fight if you have the right initiation.
They know, though.
Oh, they have the high ground. This is good.
Oh, that's so scary. Mickey, what a timing on the beam.
Meta
The
dodge.
backline again. Lasso. They'll find the Oracle. That's the prime target. Get rid of the support. Now look for the cause next, but you're still taking the team fight into the
Cheese.
ages, and Mickey pops the cheese at the last second. Can he survive through the second round of spells that are about to come out with the Infest? He's gone. It's all up to Nisha in the second round of the combos. Out at Boxy. They comped up again for the combo. Boxy lacking the damage. The tree toss is enough to get rid of the Centaur. Unfortunately, they can't cancel the TP out, so Lifestealer will escape. I don't think Noob's going to live to see another day. Toss stops the TP, and the inner fire with the perfect timing also cancels the charge away. So Liquid, even without the primal split, they have to use the Aegis and the Cheese, all components of that second Roche, but they will take another successful fight.
Yeah, not bad for Liquid. That was insanely played for Mickey. He dodged the hoof stomp with a Manta dodge, which allowed him to pop the cheese later into the fight. Just incredibly well played from him. At the end of the day, these long fights are really hard. You have the Reign of Destiny. You have, obviously, the False Promise couldn't be cast. They even had to use the buyback on Insania. But overall, I think Liquid held his own despite lacking some key buybacks.
And we're getting quite blessed with his last two games of the night. I mean, Mao's taking a bit of a thriller against Spirit. I mean, it was very even for a decent portion of it. Then Mao's really started to come out on top. And this one, I mean, we're having some incredible team fights so far. And even with this 5,000 net worth lead, though, like, PSG Quest don't feel out of it. You just got a big item out of the Life Stealer. You know, Scepter now completed here for him, level 20. And that was that big item you were maybe asking for from tier 2000.
He finally got it, having the disarm on the... It's a great way. It's, in a way, also a counter to the Husker, because you can infest an ally from further away, so you drag the Husker into your team. Actually, I wonder how that works, if it disjoints as you infest someone instantly, or if you still go all the way to the infested target.
Is the infest talent at 20 usually what they go for? I'm actually not sure.
Not really. Not really. At least from what I've seen, I think you usually get the Go Frenzies low more often. But I mean, this is a game where you have some pretty tanky boys, right? So that percentage definitely is interesting.
This what I think got a glimpse of Noob. Oh, they're all clumped up. Boxy, who's he going to look to jump on? Toss back on the center. Malik turns with the BKB. 33 was at least able to activate the primal split.
Oracle.
So he's playing with the ultimate, but again, Oracle dies to start the fight, and Mickey gets blown up as well. Without the cheese in ages, we see how different of a team fight it can look for Quest. Boxy, a hope and a prayer to take someone to the grave with him, but they will find no one.
That's crazy. That's a fight where Liquid starts from the high ground. They definitely had the better positioning there, but initiating on TA2000 is so hard. He's really tanky. That status resistance buff from the Sanj, they just couldn't burst him down, and they pay a hefty price. No buyback on Insania as well. This is easily a tier 2 tower, maybe even more.
This Batrider is doing so much inside the fights. Omar has had an exceptional game. I don't care about the KDA. I think he was a big reason why they're able to stall out a lot of the pushes around the mid lane. And we've seen every single fight he's jumping and catching Insania in the back line. And I mean, it's going to help a little bit with 33 having gems. So your vision game and your positioning is slightly easier. But he's probably asking like Boxy to somehow find the Batrider. But we're just... The items that Omar has gone for and the natural playstyle of this hero, it's so difficult to be caught first.
Yeah, this hero is so strong. I feel like Batrider is one of the heroes that is clearly overtuned, but because, you know, it's not played in lower MMRs, people just don't complain about it. It's just mostly a high MMR thing. But this hero's crazy, right? Technically, you first pick this, they respawn with a hero that's supposed to be good against it. You have Insania, one of the best position 5s in the world, and you still reliably find him in the fights, and there's not really much you can do. Now with the BKB, as you said, the only disable is the Husker OT, but these fights happen so fast, and Husker is usually so further away that I don't even think you can help Insania survive these fights.
I've got a big concern of Nisha's level as well. I'm not quite sure how he's only level 17. Same level as the Batrider, same level as the Tiny. And this is a hero that, like, your scaling kind of comes from your talents now as well.
Yeah, this hero relies on leveling up from fights because he's really slow, right? You don't really go from camp to camp really fast. You have this Luna shoving all the waves. You have this Manta Brewmaster shoving up the other one. So the only way I think you kind of can keep up in farm is what Quinn used to do on Husker. He often buys travels very early so that you can, you know, at least find yourself some farm. In this position, you know, I'm not surprised Nish is this low. Like, he barely gets to see waves.
So where does the scaling come from then for Liquid? How concerned are we with this 4,000 deficit?
I mean, it's the brew, and I understand that's how 33 plays. I wonder if, like, I understand that you get a lot of farm from having this Manta, from shoving the waves. I don't know if this net worth really gives you an advantage in the fights, though, because these splits, you know, they are useful, very useful in the early stages. But later on, it feels like, especially the BKBs that they are acquiring, even the center having one, who are you actually lifting? Only Ducalis is the target you're going to be able to find.
So how does he itemize then, if it's not for the splits? Because often we see something like a refresher for the Brewmaster, which can be a bit of a sieging, and so you do always have Primal Split in the team fights.
Maybe you can go BKB and just try and gear towards a right-click build, but he also got the Brilliant Health talent at 20, so it's not like he's even getting the talents for that. I'm honestly not sure. I guess Refresher is good. You can maybe try to take this long fights, but I think taking the long fights means you have the Aegis, you have the map control to not have the Oracle jumped. Because if it's Quest actually getting the jumps, or if the Oracle is being jumped, you're never going to get the long fight you want, because you will be able to burst through Nisha.
We do have this game starting to slow down a little bit. Roshan potentially up in a minute. Will be a nighttime Rosh as well, so going to favor PSG Quest on this top side of the map. Let's see what the call is. Liquid starting to clump up. Do they go through the portal? Only person there at the moment is Ducalis, who might actually, with the astral position, scout this out.
We're gonna get the Tormentor here from Liquid. Ducalis gets his shard. Not necessarily that. He actually has an Axe on Ducalis. Okay, never mind. He's also not gonna be lifted.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
All right, what do you go after the Scepter then? Like another? Are you thinking like Echo? I mean, you already got. Well,
I
you're
like
actually
Bearing
good
this
now.
game. I like Bearing if he wants to finish it. I think it's really good. He already has. I think
is under attack.
the money he's gonna spend is probably the best value he can get. Alright, so Roche, we're gonna know the spawn timer now. Quest already setting up here. No vision from Liquid in this area. It is really hard to invade, but they're gonna smoke from the other side. Oh, that's a 4-second Roche.
Yeah. Quick one. Big advantage for Quest now having the vision set up. We've seen previously, it's been very difficult when Insania has been the first person targeted inside the team fights.
Oh,
They're gonna send the illusions to scout out though. Boxy on the high ground gives them the vision. They'll get the D-ward as well. 33, he ain't gonna mess around. Split used early on. Little bit of damage pumped into Noob. TH2000 just wants to turn to deal with the Brewlings. But can they just kite this big ultimate? They're gonna try and duck into the trees. Boxy finds an angle for the Avalanche, but the Stampede, they're hunting for Insania, but they haven't found the Oracle just yet. Finally,
they got
they'll
it.
get him, but it's not gonna matter. Earth Splitter fires out. Nisha just cannot do anything. The Lifestealer is far too ahead at this stage of the game. TA2000 has their number, and so do the rest of the members of Quest as well. 33, who hunt down Noob. Somehow Mickey's actually still alive. He ducked over to the right side. It's got some abilities to look to work with, but he just can't win a man fight. That is where Lifestealer always reigns supreme. And we're probably going to see that be the case once again, unless Boxy has something else to say about it. He'll toss away Malik. I mean, you did buy back, so Nisha's coming and over. They've stored it out long enough for the Husker to look to reach out. Oh, what is that damage? Down
Dude,
goes
Boxy.
to Carlos. Rages out surely. Do they want to go back in, infest again? Does he die in the combo? Looking for the armlet toggle. Off the mark with a stun. Nisha armlets up. He's not down. Toss away. Gets some separation. Somehow still alive, but it's not enough. And now with the lasso back up. TO2000, the ultimate raid boss, will not die. Stays alive. Fuck it. Let's have 10-man buyback. Go back in. Get Roche. Get the lead. What a fight for PSG Quest. Somehow Omar,
Is under attack.
I mean, he might die to the Radiance. We're not done just yet. Mickey snipes the Batrider. I think that's a dieback. What's going on? DeCarlos jumps over to the right side. He's gonna die as well. I think that's a dieback too.
Yeah, that's a dieback on a Batrider as well. Damn. Boxy is playing out of his mind. The only reason Liquid even had a slight chance of taking this fight was him being alive. He gets the U Scepter, stopping the Lifestealer. He almost kills the center as well. Eventually they took him down. They get the Aegis, but it's a costly one. It is a really costly one for Liquid. Oh,
Scepter?
Eggs.
Scepter? Okay. What is that team fight? What is this game? How is... So, alright, let's do this check. Who bought back? Luna,
I think it
4
was...
heroes on rating, but Insania, and only 2 on Dire.
All right. It's actually less than I expected. I thought it was more, but the big problem that fight was honestly Liquid tried to do, like they did everything they could. Insania was smoked through the entire duration of his smoke. Eventually, when he wore off, that's when they were able to find him. Like the patience on Marth to find him has been really clutch, especially after the ward being removed in the Twin Gate. He still found Insania. But yeah, at the end of the day, it still feels like Quest is slowly getting further ahead. I know the net worth is even, but I think this is a game where they have the advantage late game for Quest.
A minor thing. Mickey dropped the tier 4 neutral token, which he still hasn't found just yet.
Yeah, it's there. Okay. Courier? Oh,
Mickey's
the
got
courier?
Rapier queued up.
No, the courier doesn't pick it up.
Uh-oh. Mickey. Oh, they're all comped up. Okay.
I mean, I think I like this Rapier thing because he has 3 minutes of Aegis, right? Might as well try and squeeze as much as you can out of it. They're out of buybacks. If you don't take a sizable lead with these Aegis, you're going to be in a pretty precarious position after it's over.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, there's going to be a big window where these buybacks are still going to be on cooldown.
Radiant are scanning.
The fight will be attempted nonetheless.
Oh, he's going to buy the Rapier. He's going to buy the Rapier. He's going to fight the center at the same time.
Oh, no, look, let's see how much damage his beam's going to do. Malik, where'd his health go? He doesn't have a buyback, but tier 2000's going to look to enter once again. But there's the false promise. Nisha this time will be okay. Do they want to continue the chase? As 33's already set up for the primal split. They're going to be able to taunt up the life steal, but Omar gets a jump and it's not going to matter.
The
Nisha
Rapier!
healed back up. And once he pops out with the Infest Mickey, he can turn to start to beat onto the members of Quest. It's not enough for the moment. They'll deal with the first life, but they'll look to get set up for the second round with the Rage.
Aww. Mosue.
No.
Okay. I think Liquid got this, right? The Lifestealer is out of rage. He actually has his radius killed off for some reason.
Yeah, I think he's dead. Stunned up. That's a big beam. They got no buybacks, dude. No way. Ultra kill for Mickey. Are you serious? A Rapier fight with Aegis. A messy pause. It doesn't matter. They can walk it down and they might say...
All right, there's a tier 2 mid.
let's-
So you either get only one lane of barracks, or you try to squeeze for tier 4s, maybe?
Ooh, that's risky.
Okay, I mean, they have no buys. 4 minutes on Mickey's buyback
They're doing
here.
it.
Yeah, they're gonna try. Against an ET, this is not easy. Oh my god, they're going for throne. Liquid.
Oh, like you said, it's not easy with the ET. You can have Center in 5 seconds, Batrider 2. I don't know if they can.
seconds on the Lifestealer, though. This is too long.
Can they defend 4v5? Bat up soon, importantly with a lasso. They can potentially reforce one back inside the base. Noob's already angling around to find the supports.
There's cheese and false promise on Mickey. There's no way he
First-
dies. It's way too much.
And they're going to use the false promise early on just to cover him in case they have the damage to blow him up, but it's not to be. Liquid, they only need a couple fights. And in the end, they're going to be able to send Quest down to the losers series. What a matchup between these two. The fact that it goes like this, the outcome, a crazy one that. A Rapier fight for Luna, and in the end, they'll take it.
I love it. You know, Liquid, they weren't having the best results, but you gotta admire how fearless they were. You know, they went for all those buybacks. They knew how important the Roche was. Even when the fight didn't turn out greatly for them, they still just get the Rapier. It was really lucky because Center jumps in, unaware of the Rapier, just dies with no buyback, and that fight just becomes impossible for them to take. Big blunder on the Lifestealer not having buyback, though. I think they can actually hold if he had it.
Yeah, unfortunately, So what happened in the end without that and a couple of fights, what a crazy decision as well to buy back on pretty much everyone but Insania for the Roche fight. I mean, just the communication for them to read that they're able to get back there and still take the fight. And unfortunately, we saw from Quest, they only used 2. And it's such a heartbreaking defeat as well, with the fact that, for a lot of this game, we felt like the momentum was on their side, but unfortunately not enough for them. So they're going to drop down to that losers bracket where are they facing? They're facing Liga, right? In the losers. Yeah. So definitely with how Quest looked, you'd probably say they're favored in that one, but still, it's going to be a difficult series nonetheless.
Yeah, I would say so. Still, I mean, Liquid, these tier 1 teams are crazy. How they're able to turn a game that seems almost impossible. They won that game in 2 minutes. It was just one single fight. Impressive to see, and I hope we can, keep seeing them shine, because they are a really entertaining team to watch.
They are indeed. So, well, first game for these 2 teams looked incredible.
So, coming back to it, the one fight around the Roche pit, Quest looked so in control there, and one fight, 4 buybacks, keeping just everybody going in that Roche, and they were able to take that Aegis and swing the game around. Liquid, hurry, just how deflated a Quest going to feel after that match? Because it felt like they were in control from minute 1 right up till that Aegis fight.
Okay, not exactly from minute 1. I have to say they were cutting those creep waves at one point of the game, but they're definitely not gonna be feeling too good. They knew that this was gonna come, right? You knew that the Luna Rapier is gonna come at some point. You knew that you needed to win those fights in the 25 to 35 minute range, and they just couldn't end the game. So unfortunately, it came in the worst possible moment, but it is what it is, right? It was a close game. You played a good game of Dota, and with this kind of a gameplay, they can most definitely come back into this tournament and actually go to the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll be able to see a couple of highlights here. Just talk us through, how these fights went, because again, a lot of them did seem like they were going the way of Quest. So, how were Liquid just able to pull this one back around that fight? Was it just down to the buyback timings?
I think Milan didn't turn on his microphone. He has a button there to make it shine, and he couldn't.
I think Milan's disconnected for the minute. Yeah.
Okay, we are gonna be getting Milan back fairly soon. So I'm gonna tell you, Rob. I'm gonna tell you how things went.
Okay.
And this fight and buybacks, this is where, okay, not this one, it just happened in the at the same place, right? But literally, Liquid understood that with sheer numbers and with the heals, they can actually go through their enemies. You don't kill the lifestealer, and it is just impossible to do so you can at least kill everybody around him and then deal with him. But overall, the way that Liquid did win some of those fights, or didn't lose them as much, it was Boxy with his tosses away, tosses back. He used his spells in a perfect way every single fight.
Okay, guys, real analyst is here. Shoot your questions.
So Milan, looking at this, we saw this fight, this particular one as well, with all these buybacks coming out. Yeah, Harry was just saying about how well Boxy was doing, and was this the do or die situation for Liquid, this Roshan fight?
Of course. Once you commit so much resources with your head, buyback, and everything basically for your head, you have to win it. Otherwise, it's all gone for nothing. And Boxy, we spoke briefly, me and Harry, between the games, Box is kind of king of pressing buttons and all these tossbacks, perfect fuels, perfect 4-staff. He did play very, very, very well.
Yeah, and we can see here as we take a look at the stats, nearly 60,000 damage coming out on Mickey. So Mickey being able to, once he got those items up, once that Rapier was up at the very end of the game, was able to take control of those fights. And but just looking at the spread, you can kind of see that there was a few deaths on the side of Team Liquid, but they were able to manage these out. So between the two teams here, is there any surprises for you on the damage done?
Not really. I actually would have expected TA2000 to maybe do a bit more, but because people were dying in team fights, we couldn't really see. They just instantly die. But that is the factor. It seems to be from the Primal Beast and the Ear Splitter from the other Titan, them working together. So they are the ones that actually did the most.
I think damage is a bit bugged. because of the old negation. It actually doesn't count. Like I think the damage you do through Oracle ulti or whatever, if he doesn't die, it doesn't count as what's or not. So I think he did much more, and like I think Noob pleasantly surprised me playing through this hard matchup and actually having a really good KDA and like having a lot of impact this game.
Yeah, we did see very early on Noob moving away from the lane to get the kill onto the side lane just because of the way that matchup was. Played it, I guess, to the best of his ability, but is there anything Quest could have done different there around, before that Roshan fight to maybe secure that game out, Hurry, or was it just Liquid outperforming?
I know what they should have done. It's not about PSG Quest. It's about Bo1 not getting his video of Primal Beast versus the Huskar out, and then Noob had to resort for these plays. So the only reason Liquid were able to win this one is because Bo1 didn't give the info out to the world. So that's the case. But overall, you are usually gonna struggle versus the Huskar. So I think they did the most they could, right? Going out the map. It's just that their timings didn't allow them to win the game at that exact moment, and Luna, the hero, just seems to in the late game be like good versus everything. Once you have level 20, once you have the Kanda, and then you get the rapier or any kind of super high damage item, you just become this beast that nobody can deal with.
Yeah, and I do believe that's going to be, if we take a look at the prediction contest, we'll see how that's going to be scored in a little bit. I think it's just me and Bowie that's going to be down a couple of points here, or 1 point. Yeah, we can see here Bowie trying to go for PSG Quest. He was being the hipster in this one, but everyone else getting those predictions right. So me and Bowie down a point at the end of the day, but I think everybody else, they got the predictions right, if I'm not mistaken.
Not me.
No, we missed it on Spirit. Everybody missed it on Spirit, right?
Oh, Spirit, yeah.
And I missed it. I missed it on the first game. I had one win with you to win, I think.
Oh, the
and
real analyst. Okay.
used to be so much more beautiful before.
Very true. Very true.
It's
He
like
really has
Dota.
downgraded recently.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still everyone to play in this prediction contest. I think we can privately keep score, see who's going to be right at the end of it. But I would be disappointed if I was the highest points, if all of my analysts were wrong. So I'm cheering on everybody else in this prediction contest.
Why do
At the
it
end of the day,
privately?
it's a 50-50. Why do it privately? I'm all in. I'm all in to go out, and one win can also give us some pride. Won the most.
And yeah, we'll get a nice crown made that says real analyst, and ship it to the winner at the very end, or the winners, see how that one is going to play out. It does mean that we do have the final standings of the day as well. I think we're going to be able to take a look at the schedule coming up, to see how that one broke down. But it will be VP, Liquid, Entity, and Mouse moving through into the winners' matches tomorrow. And then the losers' matches, it's going to be Liga, PSG, and then 1win versus Team Spirit. So we see how they are going to play out as well. And any final thoughts on the day before we move through to see how tomorrow's schedule is going to look and how the groups are looking?
The 1win are gonna hate their life. They probably came into the tournament as a team that could go to the playoffs, but maybe they were gonna drop down. They were somewhere in between, and then they lose this first series, and they're gonna be facing off versus Spirit. So I wouldn't want to be in their skin.
Yeah, they'd be like, why? They'd be like, why, Spirit? Why you have to lose?
I mean, Mouse have already showed them now. They've shown them how to win, so surely they'll be able to go back, study the tape, and maybe pull out that win to go tomorrow, make another upset against Team Spirit.
Oh yeah, probably. You're gonna study that game,
Probably
and you'll be
not.
like, okay, this is how we beat the Team Spirit. It's so easy.
And we'll be able to take a look at how those groups definitely, how they broke down here. So yeah, we see moving through in Group A, we are going to be seeing VP versus coming up against Team Liquid tomorrow, and then Liga versus PSG Quest. That is a survival match there in the bottom of Group A. Loser will go out, and winner moves on to a decider match between the loser of the winner of the lower bracket semi-finals and the loser of the upper bracket semi-finals to see how we progress there as well. And your predictions on this, just to get them in early, we've got VP Liquid, League of PSG. Who are you leaning there?
VP and Quest, I think those two are for me, though I would still have to think about Liquid versus VP.
Yeah, I mean, the Quest is a clear favor versus Liga. I think they're, after watching these games, like a clear weakest team in this tournament. In BO1, anything can happen, but like even Quest now, watching all the teams play, even Quest, they fought very well today. They lost to Liquid, and Liquid VP, as Harry said, it's a close matchup, and it's gonna be inches deciding. But I think I prefer Liquid a little bit.
Okay, and yeah, they are still best of ones, so at least, you might see those surprises coming out again. And we did just see Group B there as well. It is going to be Entity versus Mouse, 1win versus Team Spirit as well. So looking at those, I mean, Mouse surprised us today. Do you think we're going to be in for a close match between them and Entity coming up tomorrow?
I think so. I think their matchup versus Spirit was harder than it is versus Entity, even though Spirit might not have brought their A game. Mouse were pretty strong, but it does come down to the fact that they're not going to be getting the Primal Beast, so now we're going to see just how strong they are when they don't get their strongest hero.
Yeah, and I mean, the Primal Beast did take a loss, so we're going to be able to see the results, of today, just see how it did move through. And prediction results, what are we looking? It's going to be Hurry, Truman, and Ares at the top. But, I mean, Milan, me, and Bowie not too far behind. One slip up, Hurry, and I'll have you.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's still, as Milan said, it's 50-50. We can be humble here. I'm gonna be like nya 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 ha 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 if I do win at the end. This is just day one.
Yeah, it is only day one. We do have 3 more days to come here. It's going to be some excellent Dota coming through, and I'm looking forward to seeing it all. And we're going to be taking a little bit of a break before tomorrow, so get our sleep in and get back ready, energized for the games tomorrow. But for now, that is going to be it. Again, apart from the surprise, any final thoughts on how the day has gone? Anything you want to say before we do close it out?
I would like to say that it was a great first day. We had no problems with productions. Games were great. We saw some underdogs win. We saw some favorites win. It was BO1. It was very excited. We did some predictions. Everything went very great and smoothly. I'm very, very, very happy about day one. Congratulations, everybody.
Yay, little clap, golf clap all around for everybody. But that is going to be it for the day. We are going to be wrapping it up, so we will see you tomorrow for more action in the 1win sprint series. But for now, bye-bye. We will see you tomorrow.